This definitely won't get caught. Oh, the VOD is still there.
Can you download it?
It's on your channel.
I'm not able to access it. Are you able to watch it right now?
Yeah.
Can you try to download it? Use like YouTube downloader?
You really can't access it?
Yeah, I can't. Well,
That's
there's
weird.
2 VODs. There should be 2 VODs.
Oh, I don't know then. I think I only saw one.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Well, we'll be much more careful.
I'm gonna bring the volume down lower too.
JJ, this is a pretty interesting tape. It is called The Misadventures of Buster Keaton. And Buster Keaton is a silent movie star from the 20s, you know. Or not 20s. I honestly, I don't know the decade. But he's from silent movies. And this is a talkie. So he's talking and acting, you know.
It's out of the ordinary for him.
Yeah, he's pretty old in this one. But there's a lot of very good bits. Physical bits. It's still a Buster Keaton movie.
I'm really happy with this guy so far. This looks sick. I gotta get to work on the legs now. I think the legs are gonna be like the easiest part. I'm like almost done.
What's that for? Oh, if you get in the habit of spitting at where the ball was, it keeps your head down. Oh, that's all. 85. Now wait a minute. Let me see you hit one. Want me here? Just let me see you hit it once.
Wait, did they send me like a warning?
You really want me to hit it? Yeah, I dare you.
Did they?
They said that they gave multiple indications. It said, we detected content in your live stream that may belong to someone else and was not corrected following repeated warnings of possible abuse. So did they give me some sort of notification that like warned me and I didn't know about it?
Do you have the stream page open?
Yeah, I have it set to stream health now. That has like a message queue, so maybe they'll warn me next time. I did hear like a noise, but I just figured it was part of the video. Whatever. Yeah, we got a copyright strike for playing Scooby-Doo. But we're back.
Yeah, I did kind of get a slight feeling just based on looking at the tape. That's usually how I can tell. And I got kind of a feeling about it, but
Like a feeling that it might
I
not be a
figured
good idea to play it.
what?
Like a feeling that it might not be a good idea to play it.
Well, yeah, like the some tapes have like I don't know. I guess when it's WB, it makes sense.
I hope they actually do. If they send warnings, that makes us a lot more reassuring. Because right now I am a little bit nervous that if it's gonna happen. They said if it happens again, I'll get like a legit strike.
Oh, okay.
But if they're warning me, then it's like whatever. I'll keep an eye out for the warnings. Both should. That's the thigh should probably just be flat. That doesn't need to be like.
Yeah, if you just have it turned, where you have the point facing forward, you know.
I think I drew it kind of bent, and then I just modeled it to that shape. I should just
Yeah.
dissolve. I don't even see a reason for that to be there.
Well, just file them away. And from now on, we gotta make every penny count.
Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck?
There's the 24 sheet for your soul. Good. That'll be $79. Oh, well, this charges a little dealer. No, you don't. I want cash on the line or I don't leave the post.
There we go.
Well, do you mind waiting in the outer office until I phone the bank?
I'm guessing Stinky Bird is Lance.
Police.
Police.
Wait, is it doing like a push notification every time I open up the stream to the people that are subscribed? That might be
Oh,
kinda
maybe.
annoying. Whatever.
Well, how else would Dubber have known?
It's true. It's one thing for them to just like announce it, but every single because I've opened and closed this stream like 3 times now. Whatever. Don't matter.
Still short.
Yeah, I need to. He's got a bit of a bulge going on there. That shouldn't be like that. I'll fuck with it.
Lock the door.
I think the legs could just be cubes, right? I don't really need to sweat about it too much.
Water. Oh, that's wrong choice. a man's money. Now, what are we going to do about posting those up? We haven't got any money to pay bill posters. No, we haven't. We got paid from the prop room? Yeah. Brushes? Yeah. Ladders?
At your house, well, we're going to show you how to magically transform common household ingredients into a
Here we go.
toy both you and your children will love.
We'll share fun concoctions that use science, art, and mathematics to entertain and educate your children. That's all coming up on Kid Concoctions and Contraptions.
Is the audio delayed?
I feel like I've seen these guys. Is this Crazy Concoctions?
This is Kid Concoctions.
Yo! I had this book. I made gunky goo out of this shit.
Hi, and welcome
Oh, really?
to Kid
Yes,
Concoctions
I
and Contraptions.
recognize that little
We're your
guy.
hosts, John Thomas.
And
Nice.
Travis.
As the parents of
This is
4
weird, the
energetic
audio is
children,
off.
We're always looking for great ideas that make
It's not
learning
that bad.
fun.
And over the years, we've developed hundreds of concoctions and contraptions recipes.
I'm
and
telling
today
you, they're
we're
gonna
gonna
make
share
gunky
dozens
goo.
of our favorites with you.
So let's get
It's
started.
just like
With
that
our first
non-Newtonian
concoction,
fluid.
This is gooey gunk.
That's right.
Oh,
Although
okay.
to the children, it's
But they
going
call
to
it gunky
look like
goo.
magic. It's actually a science experiment demonstrating how 2 liquids become a solid. And this is our gooey gunk. It is
I love this
ooey
shit.
and gooey. And parents maybe
Awesome.
remember something similar to this back in
I
the
honestly,
70s.
I
It used
had
to come in a
low
little trash can.
expectations for
Well,
it,
what I
but
do
the
is
set
$5
already makes me think it's
4
good.
ounces in the stores. I'm going to show you how to make it today for just pennies using things you
I
probably
saw something
already
that
have
people were
around your
doing,
house. Let's get started with
where they
our
would like
first
select
mixture,
this,
which
all
is
these
a
bottom
bowl
faces,
for a little bit
and then
of
scale
light
it,
gold glue, the
but
same
like
glue
only
that
on the
they use in
x-axis to
school.
like 0.
And to that, we're
so
going
that
to
it was
add just
flat?
a few drops
Oh,
of
actually, I
food
think I just did
coloring.
it.
Or what I like to do is use a
I just hit
washable
0?
color. That way, if it gets on the kid's hand,
Oh, you want to
it'll
make
wash
it all
right off.
flat, you mean?
I'm going to
Yeah.
stir this up. Well, Danita makes
Yeah,
some
scale
Yes,
Z and then
I just
0
have
on the
1
numbpad.
cup of water,
Okay.
and I'm adding
think
to
that's
that
what I
4
did.
teaspoons of borax.
Oh yeah, they're
laundry
making
You can
gunky goo
also-
right now. That's
Laundry
the first
dishes
thing
can
they're
be found in
doing.
most of your laundry sections in your stores. It's once again a household ingredient. Works very well in your laundry too.
It really does. I think we've gotten kind of hooked on that. Okay, what I'm doing is I'm stirring the glue and the food coloring or washable coloring together. And to this, we're going to add just 1
I don't know if
cup
they have the
of
hands
water.
for this.
And the nice thing about this is not only are we learning about science and
Not
having
totally
fun with the
pleasant.
children, but we're teaching them life skills like measuring and mixing that, you know, we want all of our kids to learn to cook, even our boys, right? So they're going to take this with them throughout their
Right.
entire lifetime.
The
and-
boys.
The
and it's a great
boys.
way to spend time with the kids. Okay, now this is the magic part. Take a look at this. Now the instant these 2 liquids touch each other, that's when the magic's going to start to happen. And the ooey gooey fun part, which I always like to do, is reach my hands in here.
Yes,
Let
that
me
shit
turn
felt
this
so
over
good.
And look at this. An
It was
instant
really gross,
chemical
but it's also really
reaction.
satisfying.
We have created what this quantity in the stores would be $20, and we've made it. for
That's
pennies.
so funny.
Probably
This
about
is such a
between 30 to
specific
50 cents,
memory.
depending on where you get your ingredients.
Right, and not only are you
Like, I
saving money,
remember
but
what it
kids
feels
are
like
learning
holding
while they're
that
having fun.
right
In fact,
now.
often they're learning so much they don't even realize it because it's all this creative play, creative learning. The kids, they'll respond to that so much better. I know I do, rather than studying
That's
in a
right.
book.
And instead of saying, "Hey kids, let's learn about science today," you can say, "Let's make gooey gunk," and the kids are learning. And learning can be fun. We need
Oh,
to
he said
pass
gooey
that
gunk.
barrier. Learning can be fun, and learning is fun.
Have I
We're
been
going to
wrong
show you
this whole
lots of ways
time?
to make
Lots
money
of
fun.
ways today. Well, if you take a look at this, you
Ooey
can see
gooey
it's starting to
gunk.
firm up and look like the sample I showed you
I
at the
was
very beginning.
led
Janine and
to
I
believe
have
it was
made this
called gunky
project
goo.
without exaggeration. I would say at least 1,000 times. 2 minutes of kneading will turn this into exactly what we showed you in the very beginning. Now, the other thing you can do, there are lots of variations you can do with the gooey gunk, is add a little bit of glow in the
You
dark.
said gooey
paint.
gunk
And if you
there.
take a look at
Yeah, he
this.
said
Here's
gooey
some that I
gunk.
made
It's supposed to be
earlier.
gunky goo.
So he's
Look
just
at
going
that
back and
bright,
forth.
Vibrant glow. I mean, imagine the kids playing with this outside on the front porch at nighttime. It looks like it's neon. It glows up. It's bright. It's vibrant and a lot of fun. Also, you could do maybe for Halloween, put some little rubber night crawlers in there, which I know that's not one of Danita's favorites, but a lot of fun and a great science experiment.
Right, and when you're not
Anita
playing with that,
hates
you store
worms.
it in an airtight container or a little zip type
little
bag.
zip bag.
Right,
It'll
and
last a
it'll
long
Yeah, why is he
time.
like
a very,
talking
very
shit
long
to
time.
her?
Now moving on to our next concoction.
I know that's
This is
not
a
your
sparkle bottle.
speed.
And all it looks like a bottle of liquid with a little bit of stuff at
This
the
is just
bottom.
supposed to
I'm
be
going
like
to
some
shake it
banter,
right
I
now,
guess.
and you're going to see how we can teach our kids
I mean, they're
about
married.
particle suspension
Oh, they are?
and density of liquids by
Yeah, they were
using
talking
the
about, I think
more. So
when
there's
they
a little
said
bit of
our
cooking point
boys,
here, some confetti.
I
and
assume it was
water.
their
That's it. I've
kids.
Oh, like
recycled a
literally
plastic bottle
our
here,
boys.
Put in my corn syrup.
Yeah, I don't think he was just like in the, you know,
the kids will.
We gotta teach
see
this
that
to the
it
boys.
magically suspends inside
The
this bottle.
homies.
But once again, it's a lesson in particle suspension and the density.
So yeah, I
because
think
the
I
syrup
think
is
they
so
were
thick.
giving
That's
me
right. And that's
messages
greeting
in
card confetti. If you've
Stream
ever
Health.
opened a birthday
So
card,
I'm getting messages
and it
every once in a
falls
while
all over the
saying
floor,
like,
keep it up, save it.
oh, your bit rate is higher than
Right, and use this opportunity to teach the
recommended.
kids. You could buy these confettis in
Yeah,
different
my bit
holidays.
rate
You
is
could buy different
10,000
colors,
and they
different
recommend
shapes. Help them
4,000.
to sort out their shapes, sort out their colors. Help them to
Can I
learn
just
to
lower
count.
that
There's all
easily?
different types of opportunities
Or is that gonna
here
make me like
for
a
I
learning
think
as
you
they
want
go.
higher,
Make a
right?
great
Isn't it
paperweight
better to
for
have
the
higher?
They're telling me to
birthday party
lower
for the
it.
center of a table. Now let's take a look at
What?
My stream's
Actually,
bit rate
all
is
the
too high,
concoctions
it
are my favorites,
says.
but this
Oh, the
really
bit
is
rate.
my favorite
Oh,
of
I
all
see.
time.
Yeah, you
Not
can
because
change
we
that in the
invented it,
Not because
settings.
I invented it, but this
Is that
concoction
this?
is.
No, because it said
needless
mine's
to say,
10,000.
kid
I guess this
concoction
is
original.
15,000. So.
And look at this. It is a
So I'll put it
treasure.
to
It should be in
5,000.
stream,
It's
right?
really amazing because
Or
it
out-
looks
or
like a
output,
rock,
I don't know,
feels like
actually.
a
I have no
rock. In the
idea.
store,
I just switched it to
I saw this
5,000.
selling for $24.95.
See
We're
if
not going to spend
that
$24.95.
updates.
We're going to make it for a few cents. Take a look at this as I break it open. There are secret treasures hid
There are
inside.
secret
And this is wonderful
treasures.
for a birthday party. In fact, that's how I came up with the idea. Our son wanted to have a pirate-themed birthday party, and we hid these in the backyard.
That's
We
like
used all
21
of the
Savage
kids' treasure
necklace.
maps,
Like,
and it was
that's
so
such a
much fun.
curse.
But you could also put
Fucking-
little things in here,
That's
little
so
cards. I mean,
gross.
just really adapt it for whatever you're doing. Very easy to do, and once again, a recycling project. Our magic ingredient right here. Used
I always
coffee
forget
grounds.
that's called the
And if you don't
21
drink
Savage
coffee, which
necklace.
I don't drink coffee. Go to one of the fast food
Right,
restaurants during breakfast time. Take them a little bag and ask if you can have the coffee
It doesn't
grounds. So
seem
I'm
to have
gonna pour in a bowl
updated the
my
bit
used
rate.
coffee grounds.
And these need to be used.
Guess it doesn't
Remember
really
that.
They have
matter,
to be used
but
or it won't work. A little bit
gotta
of
do what
flour,
my
some regular table
overlords
salt,
tell me
and
to.
some play sand from the sandbox or from the beach. And we're going to mix these dry ingredients together. And while I mix these, Denise, if you could
Oh,
add
wait, I
that
got it.
water.
It
Now, what
updated.
you're going to do is you're going to add a little
Okay,
bit
so
of
now it
water.
says
and I would
it's at
just normally
5,000.
add
You
the
should bring it
water
down to
because
4,000.
it depends on how
So
wet
whatever,
your
fuck
coffee
that.
grounds
That's
are. You
semantics.
want this to mix together and turn
Okay.
into a nice dough, just like I have right here. Now, you're going to take your dough. It'll be about the consistency of a bread dough. Make it into a ball, and then put your finger in the center and make a little cavity. Now, Danita, if you can select some secret treasures for me to put
Sure.
inside.
And like
Here we
John
have some-
said, this could be a different birthday themes, party themes. You know, if you're doing a theme for the kids at the different holidays, it could be adapted for any type of theme you want inside your secret treasure stone.
There you go. Just pinch the dough around it, seal it up. Now at this point,
I
you
don't
can
like
put it
that
in the
one. I don't
oven
know why
at
that one's,
very
like, so
low
gross to
temperature
me.
and bake it. Or if it's
It
a
just
nice
looks like
hot
poop.
summer day, set it outside for a few hours and you have a treasure stone. Once again, you didn't have to
Treasure
spend a lot of money.
stone.
It wasn't $24.95 like it cost in the store. You made it for probably around 20 cents. Great project.
Yes, and speaking of saving money, this next concoction will save you a lot
They
of
made
money
it for
too. And
20
kids are gonna
cents,
love
but
to make
that's
this
like
one.
in
We
bulk.
make our own scent,
And
our own
like,
perfume, our own
like
fragrance.
wow, I
We
made
call
a
them
lump
silly
of
scents.
dough
What I
for
have here
20
is just a
cents.
recycled
Like, what
soap
is the
container I've
flex?
washed out well with soap and water.
Well, the
I'm
flex
going
is
to
that
add
it's an
that a little
isotopic
bit
looking
of
hidden
orange peel.
rock
Now, you can
thing.
use orange
Not
peel, you
isotopic.
can
What is that
lemon
called?
peel,
You can
even
even use
Like a
grapefruit
geode?
peel.
It's supposed to look
That's
like a
right, or you can
geode.
use spices too as well. Here I'm adding a
I'm
few
playing
drops of
Twitch No
cloves.
Man's
This
Sky.
makes it
The
a little
isotopic
spicy and
things
keeps
look
it
like
happens to be a
geodes.
boy's fragrance. After that, I'm going to top it off with a little bit of rubbing alcohol. Once again, this is just a common household ingredient. Most of us do have rubbing alcohol right in our
first
pantry.
aid cupboard or in the first aid kit. Now, the neat thing about this is a science experiment
Yeah.
because what happens is the alcohol extracts the oil from the orange peel, the lemon peel,
Extracts
or the
the
grapefruit
oil?
peel,
Or the cloves.
or the cloves. And the longer this sets, the better the fragrance is. And I love this for our daughter because if you're a parent, you probably bought those little perfumes that the girls use in the store, and sometimes the fragrance is really, really strong, and that's a nice way to put it. This is always a mild, citrus-like fragrance, and it's a science experiment. And once again, if you're making clone for the boys, add a little bit of cloves, and it gives it that spicy scent.
Maybe he is
And what
talking
you
about.
do right here is put
I'm
them in
pretty
more
sure they're
Tupperware
wearing.
bottles. The kids can make these concoctions. This one and many others.
I like
as
him just
gift-giving
saying,
items.
"It's for the
You can
boys."
dress them up as much as
Yeah,
you
he's
want.
always talking
Even
about
carve
stuff
those
like
with
the
a recycled plastic container.
for the
That's
benefit
right,
of the
a lot
boys.
of fun and a great science experiment. Now, this next project, I have to tell you, I was in New York City, the big fancy toy store, when they first introduced sidewalk paint, and it was so cool. But it was around $15. You would paint with it on the sidewalk. It would dry in seconds. Well, we took that home and found out what they were selling really was essentially cornstarch and a little bit of powdered food coloring. So what we're making now is an exact duplicate for probably about 3 or 4 cents. What I have in this cup is a little bit of cornstarch. To that, I'm going to
Yeah,
add
but how,
some of our
you
washable
can't go to a
liquid
store
color
and be
or
like,
food
"Can I have
coloring,
3
whatever you
cents
have,
worth of
and
cornstarch?"
a little bit of water, and we're going to
Yeah, so
right up and
if
paint
he
with
is
it.
counting it like that,
And
he's
also,
probably
these
he has to make
concoctions
like
I want to mention, you can take the same
at least
mixture,
like
put it
20
in
of
a spray
these.
bottle like I have here. This
Yeah,
spray
for it to be like
concoction, the
profitable.
sidewalk paint now becomes
For it to be
spray
just
chalk.
like a dollar,
And
like a
we still have
store's
spray
worth,
chalk in the store
just one purchase
for
worth.
$14.95.
Right, so you're saving a lot of money on that.
And it's like,
concoction,
oh,
too.
this is actually a
Take
great
this
deal.
to the beach
I got a
and
bunch
have
of paint for
biodegradable,
$1.
safe for the environment sand paint, or take it outside and spray paint your snowman if you happen to be lucky enough to live where it snows.
That's right, or your snow angels. And it's great on the sidewalk because when you use it, it's spray chalk. You can lay stencils on the sidewalk and spray great big rainbows. But watch what happens when we paint with it, as Danita's going to do here. We'll put a lot on there in a matter of just a few seconds. This will dry, will look
I always wonder,
and
like,
feel
with
just
anchor
like chalk, and it
combos like
washes
this, where they're, like,
off,
working
when it
together on
rains
shit,
outside, you can take a
like
garden
how
hose
often
and
they just get fucking
hose it
sick
off.
of
But it's
each
great
other
if
and they're
kids
just
are
like
doing large
venting
murals,
about
so they don't have to
the
sit
other
there
one
and
of their
color with
friends.
the regular stick chalk.
Like,
They can cover
just
a large
fucking let
amount
me
of space
talk.
in a short amount of time. And that's it. And you
They
didn't
seem to
spend
be a good duo so
$14.95
far,
for the
but
kit like you would in the store. You made it
I
for
feel like there could be
$3.10.
times where it's
That's
like
right.
they
Our
feel like
next
they're getting
project we're
cut
going to
off
show
all
you
the
how to
time
make
or
is one of
something.
my favorites.
One of my favorites too, because it is a concoction.
Because they do kind of have to interject each
That's
other
right.
a
John,
lot.
if you hold the bag, I'll get
Especially to,
this,
like,
I'll
keep up
start
that
pouring
fast
stuff
pace.
in. The neat thing about this shake and make ice cream, you're going to get that wonderful homemade old-fashioned ice cream flavor without the expense
I bet
and
they
without
toured
the
like
inconvenience. You
schools
just take a zip
before.
bag here, just
I bet they
plastic
did this
bag.
live.
I'm adding to
Oh,
there a cup of milk.
Can you
can do
imagine
milk,
going to
you
a
can
Kid
cream, depending on
Concoctions
how
live
decadent
show?
you want this to taste. A
That
little
would have
bit
been
of
like
sugar
locked
and
into
a
my
little bit of
permanent
vanilla.
memories.
Now this time you could squirt some chocolate or put some fresh fruit in there to make different type of fruit flavored ice
Or
cream.
my favorite, a little bit of peanut butter.
Or my
a little
favorite,
bit
this
of
is my
jelly,
favorite.
Peanut butter and jelly ice cream.
Guys, we get very creative with our ice cream
You
flavors.
can experiment and use all different types of things with this one.
Okay, what we're going to do now is dip
This guy's
bag.
crazy.
John's grabbing our second bag, which is nothing more than a larger bag.
That's right. So this is your fancy ice cream maker 2-zip bag.
Right. The larger bag has ice in it. We're just adding
She
in here
knows.
some
She knows
salt.
he's being
Now,
crazy.
same thing. This salt could be kosher salt. It could be table
Right,
salt.
yeah.
It could even be
Anyways.
rock
It
salt.
can be rock salt. Now, what's happening here is once again a science
Right. So
experiment.
this is what's
salt
happening here.
Melting the ice and cooling the cream inside of this bag, or the half and half, to create delicious, decadent ice cream.
And it's in a
Decadent.
way, it's
Oh,
turning
we did
another
this.
liquid into a solid, right, John?
That's right. So
I
we're going to
remember
take this
doing
bag
something
and
like
for 5 to 7 minutes,
Like
you will
laboratory
have
ice
some of the
cream.
best ice cream you have ever tasted.
That's a
Let's keep
classic.
taking a little
kid.
workout right here.
It is an aerobic workout.
I remember
the ice cream
churning
workout.
butter.
Yeah, at the what is it, the Hillmar?
No, I didn't
I
go
think
to. I
that's
did
just
it.
about ready, John.
There we go.
You
We're
just
gonna
did
open
it.
up our bag now and get out our
Yeah.
ice cream
And
bag.
this is the fun part, the
Yes,
tasty
it
part.
is. We look forward to it. John, if you want to just snip the end of that bag
I
off,
sure will.
squeeze the
In
ice
the
cream under
bud.
the end.
And this is fun because it's almost like those little soft serve
Yep,
pumps
and
that
yep,
they have at
and
the ice cream
bud.
stuff. Let's make sure I cut that hole big enough. Did I make it a little bigger?
Maybe a little
Let me
bigger.
cut that a little bigger.
This is some
I
firm ice
thought
cream.
that was a little small. There we go.
Here we
Let's
go.
try that.
Now, what you could do, you could just
God,
eat it right out of the bag, or
idiot.
you could do what we're doing,
Idiot.
squeeze it out like a soft serve treat. And what we like to do is
So good.
let the kids have fun with it. This is a great activity at the birthday party because not only are kids eating ice cream at a birthday party, but let them make it. It makes that activity and the ice cream taste even better.
That's right. And how often do you go to a birthday party where the kids actually can each make their own serving of ice cream? Now you can top it. We're going to put a little bit of candy on top of there, just like so. Or you can put
Can I have
sprinkles
some
or
ice
nuts,
cream?
whatever you like. A little cherry to top it off. And now
Get in
the
the
fun
turn
part,
line, buddy.
the taste test.
We
Grab
will
a
show you this. It's
plastic
really
bag
delicious. In fact,
and
we
ice
enjoy
and
eating this.
salt.
I'll let you
Or
go first,
whatever.
although that's very difficult. Take it.
This looks fucked. What is wrong with this?
Wonderful.
Mm.
This surprises me. I promise you, this
That's-
tastes like those old-fashioned, the cream.
Ice cream.
You're right, the ice cream, it tastes
I
wonderful.
honestly,
This
I
sauce
think it's
is
the
so easy
twist,
to make.
like the roll of it.
So many different things you can add to this. It's a lot of fun. The possibilities are endless. Now,
It looks
some
like his,
tasty
he's
treats
like, oh,
onto
like
fun treats. It's also
Should be
another
like
science
that,
experiment.
huh?
Our hydrojet boat, which is recycling as well. Here we have a soda bottle that I punched a little hole at the bottom, put his drinking straw in there, and then just sealed around the drinking straw with a little bit of glue. And Danita, if you want to pour the baking soda in there, I have some white vinegar at the bottom of the bottle. And
I think it's also just kind of bland. I think I'm gonna add
the lid on really fast,
a
just like so.
extrude
Put
thing
it
right
in the
here.
tank.
There
And
it
look
goes.
at that. There goes our super hydro jet boat. And once again, you could even make a couple of these, and the kids could have boat races. It's a great recycling
like
project
that, maybe.
and a lot of fun, and great for a science fair. Also, if you're learning about propulsion or
Propulsion.
chemical reactions or how
They're called
gases interact or how gases
reactions.
created, great science experiment.
And most of us have those ingredients right
long
in
Here's
our
your
kitchen cupboard.
kitchen cupboard ingredients.
As
That's
our
like
next
the-
ingredient, our giant
Baby
kiss here. These are popular in the
What?
store. You can buy them. They could
That's
be
like
expensive,
the
but
Vectoroid
what's neat
baby
is
brother
you can make
voice.
your own. Because with ours, you can personalize your own message. But you'll be surprised to hear how easy this is to make. All you do is take a regular kitchen funnel like I have here. Stop up the end with a little foil, melt down some chocolate chips in your microwave, and then spoon them in. Now, when you fill it all up with your chocolate, you just want to put this funnel in the refrigerator, maybe in a cup.
Actually, yeah, if you put it in a cup,
Right.
hold it
Oh,
upright,
what
put
the
it in the
fuck
refrigerator
did
for
I
about
do?
15 or 20 minutes.
Right, pop it out, wrap it in foil, and there you go. You've made your own giant kiss. And a couple of tips I want to give you for this. You can use all the different types of chocolates there are now. There's milk chocolate, there's white chocolate, there's even the peanut butter chocolate mix. So be creative with this. Let the kids layer them and do different things, but the most important part is that they can make their very own message.
That's right. It's a lot of fun and very inexpensive. Now, if you take a look at my next project, it is whoa, I just lost control, a water balloon yo-yo. I saw these in one of those, the shopping mall kiosk carts several years ago. They were very expensive, but we made ours for just pennies.
A fun contraption, yes?
That's right, a fun contraption.
For pennies?
Nothing
You
more than a
can't-
party balloon,
you don't just-
blow it up. Actually, we'll put it on the faucet first.
His
You
wording
squirt
is
of
like
water, blow it
annoying
up
me.
about the size of
He's like bought a
baseball
bulk
or
thing
softball.
and then like
Take a rubber
divided the
band,
cost
cut
he
it in
spent
half, tie one end
by
of
the
rubber
amount of
band to the
balloons
balloon,
that were in
tie
there.
a loop in the other end for your finger,
And
and
then just
there you
counted
have
as
it,
like,
a
hey, I
water
paid,
balloon yo-yo. You
you
can
know,
also decorate
3
it with
cents for
very
this
different
balloon
holidays.
and
You can
then
maybe,
half a
use
cent for
black
this
market
rubber
jack-o'-lantern
band.
and face on that, or make it an Easter egg or a Christmas ornament. A lot of things you can do with that one.
Right, and what I like to show the kids, if you took a water balloon and you dropped it on the sidewalk,
Wait,
we all know
this
that
is
the water would have
replacement for
nowhere to go, it would
yo-yos?
explode.
A
I like
water
to drop
balloon?
this over and over in
It's a
front of them
yo-yo
and watch
balloon.
their surprise when it doesn't. And it's a great way to teach them that because the
Yo-yos
water has a place to
spin.
stand up into the
Yo-yos
top of
have
the
like
air,
a
it doesn't
mechanism
rupture
that
like a
causes
regular water
Kids don't
balloon.
know any
So
better. It
also
just
makes it a little
bounces.
bit more
It just
durable
goes
for
up
your
and down
children.
like a
That's
yo-yo
right. Our
does, you
next
know?
project is something that looks like fancy
This cost 3
polished
cents.
beads or stones, but wait till you hear what it's made out of.
Nothing more than the Indian
Snakes.
corn that all of us have around the holidays. What you want to do is, when you're finished enjoying it, turn it over. You
It
can
filled
see
with
here,
corn?
I'm taking it off the cob. Just
Corn
peel it right off.
necklace?
Drop it in a cup of water. And the neat thing about this is
I
going
guess
to
they're just
soften
moving through
the
crafts way
kernels
faster.
overnight.
Just like canned corn.
What if
Right,
they
right,
actually
soften it
make
to
the
where they
21
can
Savage
very
necklace
easily, by a
right
tub
now
thread
on,
with a needle
on
and
the
thread.
tape, and we
Just be
found
careful with
Drag
them.
the
With
hair
needle
through
thread,
the
watch
wax.
over them. You
We
can
found
make
the inception of
necklaces,
it.
Earrings,
Bracelets.
bracelets,
Also a great way to
keychains.
you're talking
Discovery.
about
Do you know what the
Thanksgiving or
inception of that
children
is?
the Indians. A great way
No.
to introduce children
I
to that
had
by
to do
making
some like
Indian
digging
corn.
on it because I thought it was something like outside of the Scorpy community, you
But
know.
another new tip for
But
science,
it's
just
just
let
a
the cup
thing
sit on your
Scorpy
counter and you'll
found
begin to
on
see
the floor of his
scientific
apartment.
aspect of gardening. You'll see the
Like
plant
under
life
his
actually,
couch.
the root break through and
Right,
start to
it'll
grow.
start to sprout
Horrible.
back. We threw some of
That's
these
so
out like that,
horrible.
and a few months later, we
And
had
it's like a
corn
real
stalks growing. So
I
a
always
great,
thought of it as
gardening project as well.
Yeah,
Photoshop.
I had some like I definitely had ideas of it being like abstracted from reality somehow.
Watercolor paint.
But no, it was
Yeah, I
just, he
always
just found it.
just like
Yes,
people.
most of us have not. You can find it very easily in your grocery store.
Right,
Nothing
we
more than
were-
a powdered drink mix, a tablespoon of water.
And you want to use the unsweetened powdered drink.
21
That's
Savage.
right. And you just mix it up.
Maybe put that
ready
on
to paint.
stream.
It's a
Just
Oh,
beautiful,
yeah.
beautiful, vibrant paint. But I
Context.
call it aromatherapy painting for children because it
Well, actually, I just
smells
have it. I
absolutely
have that
wonderful.
image saved
You
on
can
my
let
computer.
them paint the different fruits to smell
Because
like
I
different
downloaded
fruits.
all the
You can
assets and
scratch and sniff like I'll do right here. And it smells wonderful.
That's right. Well, right now we're going to show you how to make something fancy for that Thanksgiving table. What we've done is we've taken a little miniature pumpkin and used an apple core and quart and
Right.
just put a
Pour it
little
right
candle inside, or you can have the kids paint a face
little
on
candle.
the pumpkin, just like so. And there you go. You have candles for your Thanksgiving dinner. Now, one of my favorite projects, and I say this again, they're all
Yes,
my
you
favorite
do.
projects,
All of them.
is magic muck. And in this bowl, I have nothing more than a little bit of cornstarch. And to that, I'm going to add some liquid colorant and some water. And this is neat. Actually, you have to make sure you have the right proportions.
Open the
because
stream.
To the children, we're going to say to
Or
them,
watch
is
it.
this a
Oh,
liquid
never
or
mind.
is it a solid?
Right, so this is another science experiment, a little bit of
I
magic
timed that
going on
really
here for the
well.
kids. And the neat thing I want to say while John's
played
mixing this up, you could also use
that
that
reality
glow in the
TV
dark
sting,
paint we showed
like,
you
right as I
earlier,
dragged it onto the
with our
window.
Gluon. Make these glow in the dark, or we call them glow in the
Glowing
dark.
space
Yes,
balls.
glowing
Yes.
space balls, because is it a liquid, is it a solid?
That's right. And let me just add a little bit
Yeah,
more
she
water
is
to this.
really
I'm gonna
putting
pick
it
this up
with them.
now, put it in my hand, and take a look at this.
Once he gets his hands on the
Solid
goo,
ball. You can see this-
It's
that's what
over.
happens when I hold it in my hand.
glowing space,
Absolutely
the glowing space
starts
ball. Yes,
to melt
yes.
And drip through my fingers. And I'll do that one more time. Squeeze it. It's a solid ball like a rock. And in just a few seconds, it turns back into a liquid.
Right, and I always like to say as a mom, the ooey-er, the
Ooey-er,
gooey-er.
the better.
Yeah, the kids love this part.
ooey gooey.
All right,
And
you
I
need to
think
say what
it's a
she
great way to introduce
says.
kids to
You gotta
science as
chill,
well. And once
man.
again, add that glow in the dark paint. It is amazing.
Yes, it is.
And, well, Danita, it's a good thing that everything we've made here today is washable with soap and water. So I'm going to go wash my hands right now.
Yes, but stay tuned because coming up next, we're going to show you how to make even more wild and wacky concoctions and contraptions.
That's right, like super bubble ooze, bubbling brew finger paint.
And one of my personal favorites, the fruity lip gloss. All this and
Oh, I
much
love the
more.
fruity lip
We'll be right
gloss.
back.
Which one is which? I think those are.
Oh, it's like self-inserts, like that's them.
Yeah, those are like their characters.
Dude, that was so funny when I saw those guys. I immediately knew, like, I know those from something.
We just
Hi,
find
I'm
we
John Thomas.
And I'm Janita
one
Thomas.
other
Welcome back
person
to Kids
in our chat
Concoctions and
who's what
Contraptions. And as you can see, we have
go
a
around.
lot of fun concoctions and contraptions for you that are going to teach your kids about
Concoction
science,
kids.
art, and math while they're having fun. Let's start with our
Yeah,
first
they're
one,
Danita
which
and
is
John
Super
Thomas.
Bubble Ooze. As you can see, it's stretchy
So they're
and
very-
fluffy and gooey, and it's also like a popular toy that they sell in the stores that can be very expensive, but we're going to make it for pennies. Now,
Very
the great part
expensive.
about Super Bubble Ooze is you can put it on
I'm
the
not
end of the
buying
straw
a
and blow
$2 ooze. I can
gigantic
make that for
bubbles.
4
In fact,
cents.
I have to say that it was our 14-year-old son who thought of this idea. We made the bubble
really
we
what
wrapped
this
it in
is.
time of
It's just
discussion.
like,
He
no,
had the
that comes
idea
like 3
of putting it on
cents.
the end of the straw and blowing the bubbles. Another
Like,
new
Dad,
thing
just
is
let me fucking
commercial products
have
on
fun.
that's really popular. You can buy.
Lost
You
his
blow a
job.
bubble similar to this, and then you throw it away. But this one is even better.
Yeah, it's just like that
because you can use it
excuse of like
over
you
and
could make
over
that
and
for so
over
cheap
again.
and then just never
many
gets
times.
the
And
ingredients,
once
so you
again,
just never
a
get the
fraction
thing.
of the cost of what you paid for it in the store. And let me show you
Drinking
how to do
soda,
it. It is a
you
science
find the
experiment
aluminum
demonstrating
and
how
make
two
that
liquids
can
become a
yourself.
solid. In 1 cup, I have a
comes out of
little
the
school
earth, you
glue
idiot.
gel. I'm just
It's
going to
free.
add 2 drops of our washable colorant to that. And actually, 1 or 2 drops is all you will need for this because you want it to kind of be.
You don't have a metal ore
And then on top
furnace?
of that, we're going to pour equal parts
Damn it, I
of
fucked
liquid
something
starch.
up here.
Now we're going to stir this
I
up.
was thinking that
Let
might
it
be cool
set
to
for
actually
about
have.
5 to 10 minutes
Just buy a
until the glue
furnace.
begins to absorb the starch.
Just have like a
Reach your hands
metal
in here, start
cooking
kneading it,
station.
and within about 10 minutes, you will have
That could be cool,
super
yeah.
bubble ooze
Where you,
stored
like,
in a Ziploc
'cause
bag
I
or an
was
airtight
watching,
container,
like,
and the
there's
kids
a
will
video
have hours
series
and hours
guy
of fun.
makes-
And once again, you made it for pennies.
I think
He
hold
makes
on.
weapons out
Reusable. I love
With your
that.
voice,
Now,
I
the
think
next
the
one
thing
I'm
with your
gonna show you
voice
our
is that
magic bubble paint. You can create
like
awesome
it's like
picture
cutting off
frames,
when you go
photo
below a
frames,
certain
gift bags like you see here.
Yeah,
And
it's a
volume.
distance
Right,
thing.
Cards,
I
What about?
possibilities are endless.
I'm afraid to get too
invitations,
close. That's the main
Christmas
thing.
cards, all different types of things.
Yeah, just every
Usually
once in a
nothing
while
more
you'll
than
just like
soap we
drift
have
away
around
from the
house. In
mic
fact, I'm
and then
gonna
shit
make
you're
it right
saying
now.
just gets cut
I have in
off
this
as
cup a little
like
bit of
more
dish
and
soap,
more as
and
you
I'm gonna
drift
add some
further and
water
further
to my
from the
dish
mic.
soap, and then just stir in some kids paint here. I'm using a powdered tempera. That's okay if we make a little mess. It wipes right up with water. Just a little bit of powdered tempera paint is what I've added in here. You could use food coloring or colorants or even a safe non-toxic kids paint. You just want to stir it up, and then you're
Gonna
going to
get you.
blow a mound of bubbles.
That's right. And this is kind of like blowing bubbles in your chocolate milk. I'm sure none of you have ever done that before. So once you blow the bubbles, you'll see Danita will capture the print. And the secret to this is you want to make sure it's stirred up really, really well. There you go. And I'll blow the bubbles, and you make the print.
That's right. And what I have John doing here is I have 2 straws put together. And as a mom, I'm going to tell you this is a great tip because that way your little youngsters won't be having their bubble print on their eyebrows or their face. But you just want to pop the bubbles as you see me do here.
I wonder if they're like
I'm gonna show you
divorced.
How it
But they like
transfers
made
over.
this. They
You could just
started
keep
this company
going.
together,
As
so
you
they
don't
still
mind
have to
blowing
do
some
this
bubbles
shit
for me.
together.
I have lots of hot air, Danita.
Okay.
I can do this all day.
Okay, what you do is you
He
just
tried to
keep,
eat the coop.
transferring them over to whatever you're making, whether it's a piece of stationery, a greeting card, an index
He flew
card.
2
A little
pieces
of
of
this goes a long, long
We
way.
could no
In
longer
fact,
be
We've
together.
spoken schools before where we've done this with kids, whole classrooms, 1, 2, 3 classrooms at a
That's right. I
time.
think people are
It's like
surprised at how
finds
far
a
you
bit
can
of,
stretch
bit
this
of
process.
bathtub full
Also,
of
our
goop.
quick dry method, if you don't want to wait around for the bubbles
Yeah.
to pop, or for the paper to dry, just put a paper towel on top.
Right, just
Is
like
Danita
this.
doing?
Just lay it down, kind of smooth out your bubbles. That way it's dried instantly if you want the kids to take it with them or be able to play with it right away. And there you go. That's our magic bubble paint.
Look at that. Now, if you were to buy something like that at a
very
higher-end
clever.
stationery store, it would cost a lot of money. Now, at this point, you can make another batch
Would
of
it?
bubble
That's
paint in a different color, layered on top of
See,
here,
I had
and
kinda like
the
a-
result
like
will
a
be just like we
pectoral
have
on my
here. Here we
original
actually show you
design,
the 3 paint
and I'm kind of
effect. The
losing
bag
that
is
here,
actually a
but
red bag.
I think
Yeah,
it's
put
fine.
2 colors of paint over it. So once again, as I said, lots that you can do,
could
and the
always,
possibilities are endless.
And like we encourage you to use use each one of these concoctions to teach the
yeah, I
kids
guess
about
that's
the different colors, the different shapes,
guess I
the
could kinda,
bubbles,
like,
the science aspect of the two liquids
You have
mixing
the-
together to
you
become
have
a solid, and use
still.
these wonderful, fun opportunities to teach your kids.
Also great for grandparents. I know my mom loves to do these things with our 4 kids when they come to her house. So a great way to spend quality times with it, whether it be your children or your grandchildren. Now let's move on to a contraption. And this one is pretty cool. I have to say my boys love this. We call it the ball launcher. And look at that. We shoot ping pong balls out of, believe it or not, this is nothing more than just 2 toilet paper tubes. What I've done is I've taken one tube. What I've done is I've taken one tube, as you can see here,
Trash.
and I slit the tube up the side. And I did that because you want to make the inside tube just slightly smaller than the outer
it
tube.
kind of
Put a piece
works,
of tape
but I feel
down
like
it,
it's
and
now it
then
looks like I'm
you
trying to
use
be more
4
like
paper
organic
clips
with
and
it.
2 rubber bands. Here you
I
can
hit-
see
hit
I put a
the
paper
picture of
clip
them.
on the outer side, each side, and then a paper
What?
clip on
Anyway,
the inner
Look,
tube
there's a
on each
picture
side.
of them
Now take
in
the
the
rubber
frame.
band, connect one rubber band from the inner paper clip to the outer,
It
and
cut
then
off,
do the same
but
thing on the opposite
still on the
side.
screen for a
Pull it
sec.
back, and you have your ball launcher.
And who would have ever thought we could have this much fun with toilet paper,
Toilet
tubes,
paper tubes.
which we all have in our house,
So
right?
great recycling
You can see
project.
it on the
Also,
table, too.
once
There's a
again,
picture
you
of
can
the
use that
two of them
glow-in-the-dark
sitting
paint. Paint your ball launcher and your balls.
I
If you take
don't
this
see it
outside,
right
you're shooting the
now,
balls in the
but-
dark, you'll be able
Anyway,
to find them. A lot of
I'm
fun,
known
and
for
once
being
again,
getting
the
distracted.
toilet paper tube you would have thrown in the
I
trash.
think I got my hand
And so the
done.
next project I'm going to show you how to
Actually,
make is your
maybe
own
this
lip
is
gloss. Now,
not
this is
what I
really
just
popular
realized.
with girls of all ages.
I think I kind of
You can make lip
preferred
gloss.
having
It's
that
actually
weird
pretty
indent
expensive in
thing
the store.
I
I
did.
have
I
nothing
kind of
more
like
than
that
vegetable
more in
shortening.
the pics.
I have here a sample of my lip gloss I created. I have it just in a film container, and you can see it. I'll even try it on for you today to let you see how wonderful it works.
That's right. The other thing is, if you're gonna, you can buy the film containers new,
Yeah.
but if you're gonna recycle or
You
use
made-
a film
you
container
made
that
lip
has
gloss
film in
putting in
it, you want to
film
wash it out
containers.
very, very well with soap and water to
Right.
get rid of
Because
that
lip
film
gloss
residue.
costs
Right, very
90
easy to do.
cents.
What I have in this cup is nothing more than about, I'd say 2 tablespoons of vegetable shortening, the solid shortening.
That's right.
And I'm adding to that a package of unsweetened drink mix. You're just going to stir these two together until they mix into one solid solution, and then microwave this little cup until it turns into a liquid, often depending, 30 seconds to a minute, depending on your
It
microwave.
depends on the wattage of the microwave.
Right.
But take the liquid, pour it into the film container, pop it in the refrigerator for 5 minutes, and you have fabulous, pretty lip gloss in as many wacky, wild flavors of powdered drink mix you can find. And once again, you want to use the unsweetened powdered drink mix for that one.
Yes, unsweetened. And you can see here I decorated this one with stickers. You can also recycle some of the
that.
little lip gloss containers the girls already have around the
That's
house.
right, refill them because lip gloss can be expensive. Our daughter made this for the first time at a slumber party, and I cannot tell you how many parents called the next day and said, "How in the world did you make your own lip gloss?" And when we told them, of course, they didn't believe it.
They all wanted the recipe.
They did.
Now this concoction we're going to show you here is kind of a medieval-looking, beautiful vase. Believe it or not, we have to tell
Well,
you.
let's say it looks like stone and it feels like stone. I don't know.
Medieval.
I think it could be
That thing
something
is
that would be in a
fucked.
museum or art
These are
gallery.
so-
What do you think?
Could
I
be.
feel like these are
But
all
it
in
is
the
made of-
21
you wanna give the
Savage
secret away?
lineage.
Dryer lint clay. So no longer do you need to throw out that old
That's
dryer
like a
lint you have
bottle
around
of
the house. We'll
some,
show you a
like,
fun way to create a wonderful clay.
some
So you can
insane
put it on a
alcohol.
recycled bottle like we did here, or take terracotta pots, put that
That's
around
like
there, insert
something-
little scraps of
something
buttons.
a
We
rapper
all
would
have buttons
spend,
laying
like,
around the house.
I think the
$85
buttons stay around longer than the shirt does. Because you know, you always throw
absolutely.
the shirt away or donate it, and those buttons are left. Take a little pot, as Dania said, wrap it around there, push the buttons in, or whatever you have, broken
Yeah,
up pieces of
crab
jewelry.
blood.
And once again, I know a lot of people think, ooh, dryer lint. Well, it's clean, right? You just washed it and dried it.
Right,
But it's
another
covered
idea I
in
like to do is
fake
put it in a
cement
case of
that this
candle
guy
stick. You
loves.
can buy it that everything
3
costs $1
cents
type
or
of
The fake
store,
cement is
and put this
lint?
around and
Is
makes
that
a
what he said?
wonderful, neat effect on a candle.
It really does. Now, this next project, another
I don't
great
know.
science experiment. I call it Ocean in a Bottle.
Was it lint?
And that's because I made
They
it blue, but of course
pull
you
lint
could
out
maybe
of there?
make it red or orange.
Yeah, I
and
think
call
they
it
made it out of
lava
lint.
in a bottle. A simple science experiment, of course.
'Cause he was
demonstrating
like,
one
"Oh,
of
I
the
know what you're
simplest
thinking. Oh,
scientific,
lint."
phenomenon
pulled
that
the
oil
lint
and
out
water
of
don't mix.
the-
If you can call that a phenomenon. What I have here in this bowl is a little bit of cooking oil.
This
To
is
that, I'm going
medieval.
to add once again powdered tempera
This
paint.
could,
This is the
this
same
could
powdered
some
tempera
mint.
paint we use for the magic bubble paint.
Hey, honey, I just
We're
got
gonna
this
stir these
medieval
together
vase. It cost
until
me
the
only
powdered tempera paint
85
and the
cents.
oil mix together.
You
Well, actually,
idiot!
I have a lot of teachers who come
You
and use
idiot!
this concoction in the class, and
Lint,
women studying
lint.
about
Wake
ocean,
up.
not just when the principle of the scientific oil and water don't
Some
mix, but they use
medieval-
the fun to
medieval
put in
line,
the
that is-
concoction
that
to
was-
add fun to the study of ocean life.
Or yeah, if you're learning about maybe how the moon and how the tides change, or about
damn
the
it.
ocean and sea life. There we go. Now we want to mix this up, and you want to let this sit for about 5 minutes until any of the paint that hasn't mixed into the oil
Bitch.
settles into the bottom. And then I'm going to take a funnel, And we're going to pour this
There's
oil
lint in
and
the
powdered
dryer.
sugar
There's
tape
lint in the
mixture
dryer.
right into the bottle. And you like to fill it maybe a little
hate
less
this
than half. Well, yeah, that's pretty good.
Fucking
And like John
Grinch.
said, if there's any sediment, just leave that in the bottom of your bowl because your concoction will work best this way.
Right, now we're going to add to that a little bit of water, and watch. You'll notice at the bottom of the bottle that you'll be able to see the water actually filling up, and almost it's just magic as if the oil is lifting right to the top. There you go. We're going to put our lid on, and there we have made our own ocean in a bottle. Look at that.
Yeah, in a couple minutes, all the paint will go up to the top and it'll look just like our big one we made earlier.
There
What?
you go. Very easy and a lot of fun.
Well,
Actually,
Cab
learn science, too.
chatter
That's
here.
right. And then our next
Oh, yeah.
concoction, we call them
What about
spongy
'em?
flyers. These are a lot of fun. One's again inspired by something you could buy at a
Oh,
store.
yeah.
We're going to show you how to make it with just common ingredients for a lot less money.
And very, very inexpensive. It's nothing more than kitchen sponges. And for this project, you want to use the cheap sponges. You know, the nylon ones that I know growing up my mom hated to clean with because they fell apart. Perfect for this project because they always stay soft. So what you need is 3 kitchen sponges. Take each sponge, and we'll begin by cutting each sponge in half. Now, what I'm showing you here will be enough to make 2 spongy flyers. There we go. If you could just take that stack for me, Danita.
Sure.
Now take each of the sponges that you cut in half, and we want to cut each of those into thirds. So once again, a little bit of math here.
That's right. I was going to say, take this opportunity. You're teaching the kids fractions and mathematics. They're cutting in half. They're cutting in thirds. Learning can be fun, as John and I like to tell you. And not only that, we really, really like to put an emphasis on
I
the
think my
quality
guy's
time
good.
that you can have with the
think I
children
might
while you're
wanna
doing
move on
all
to
these
texturing.
concoctions. They're quick, they're easy, they're very inexpensive, and most of the time these are all
Looks
things
great.
you have laying around your house.
That's
Nice.
right. Now that I've cut 3
Wait,
stacks
why do the-
into thirds, take
the
your little
arms
cable tie, which you
rotate
can find in the electrical
individually, but
department
they
or automotive
rotate
department of any discount store. Loop it through
same.
a rubber band.
That's
grab
kinda
your
lame.
stack of sponges. Give them a great big twist, and Denise, if you can pull that cable tie around there for me.
Sure, you can.
There
Now,
you go.
this is a bright colored cable tie, but you don't have to have the
But why are they
fancy bright
moving like
color ones.
together?
don't
Like
see it
these
anymore.
ones are
Yeah, the
moving
little white
opposite of
ones that
each
you have in your
other,
garage will work
and
just
these ones
as
are
well.
moving as one
There you
connected
go.
thing.
Take my scissors.
I don't know why the
Now,
arms
take
are
this little
moving
tail
like
off,
that.
And look at that. Something you would have spent a lot of money
It's
for
weird, huh?
in the store.
how
and
you
just
got
paid
that.
4 pennies. This is also
It really
great for
doesn't matter.
summertime. You
It's
can
just
take
fun
and
to
wet
play
it
with.
and shoot it around the backyard, or for a birthday party, set up a pyramid of cups and use this to have a
Okay,
birthday
well I guess
game
I'll start
shooting the cup
making my
color. Great
UVs.
fun.
Our kids find endless possibilities to do those spongy flyers. Now, the
Yeah.
next concoction we're going to make is a bathtub finger paint. Now, kids love to
So, I know
paint,
that
and we thought this is a
for,
great
like-
way to get them in the bath.
sometimes they don't love to get in the bathtub and take a bath. So hopefully this is a
I don't know
way
just how to
to
say
get
it,
the
I
kids
guess,
into
but,
the
like,
bathtub and have a lot of fun.
the
Right,
best
all
way
you
to
have here
make
is
a
little
character
bit
like
of dish
this would
soap.
be
We're going
to
to make
do
it right
like
here with the dish soap. We're going to use cornstarch from our kitchen pantry. And
have a
that's our
texture
cooking
atlas
agent.
and
Once
have it
again,
all on
you're
one
teaching the kids a
image.
little bit about life skills because,
But I
as you
kinda
know, if
wanna
you're
have a
cooking
separate
as a
image
mom
for
or
each
grandma
body
in the
part.
kitchen or a dad, you know that cornstarch
Just for,
is a
like,
cooking
my
agent.
own
So it's kind of
sanity. I feel
thickens
like
the
that'll make it a lot
soap
easier
to
for
do
me.
better when they're painting on their bathroom.
That works
We've
fine.
added a little bit of
Well,
washable
eventually what
coloring in
you'll
here
do
to make it
is
easy.
press
Come
it
off the
to
side
one
of your tub.
And off your hands.
That's what I was
Yeah,
thinking. Is like
okay.
eventually
You
I
just wrap this
would
concoction
get
and
to
you're
the
ready
point
go.
where I can
Now,
make
this
like a
makes
really
wonderful bathtub paint, like we
efficient
said,
texture
or
atlas. But
you
like,
can use it
while I'm
for
still
paper
learning what
painting
this
as
shit
well.
even
In
is,
fact, John and I
I
would
kind of
like
want
to
to
give you a
just
tip right now.
do
that
what
I'll
acrylic
use
sounds
finger
good.
painting paper is freezer
Think of it
paper.
this way.
It's
When
an
you
inexpensive
select
alternative
something, you
to the
select
finger
a certain
painting
amount of
paper.
faces.
That's right.
and
You
you
want to
press
use
on
the
that.
shiny side
That
up
does
because I
takes
will tell you,
those
finger painting
faces
paper can be extremely
it all
expensive, but for pennies
as
you can
best
get an
as you
entire roll of
can.
freezer paper, and also it's a lot
You're
more
chopping
convenient
out
because
again.
it takes less space.
That's a nice glossy paint as well.
There you go. And here I'll maybe add a little bit of red in there. And
So,
kids can do this in the
every time you
bathtub,
press
or if you
the
want to do it on their body,
it, whatever you
use some of that
selected,
baby shampoo.
just gonna
Color
try and
baby
still
shampoo
doing
to
it.
add
I don't
the
know.
cornstarch, and that makes it even better for
You're louder, but it's still
Yes,
like
for the younger
chopping
ones,
out
babies, you don't have to worry about
sometimes.
it burning their eyes that way too. Now we're going to show you another
It just
concoction
sounds like you
fun
have,
for the
like,
holidays.
you
This
know,
is a
like in
gum drop
Discord when you
ornament.
have
Now
the
this is a great way to celebrate
voice
the
activity
holidays.
thing
Great
fucked up, so it keeps
hand-eye
cutting you
coordination
off.
activity for your kids as well.
Sounds kind of
Yeah, I
like
think
that.
it does
Styrofoam
actually
ball
have
here, and then
that
take
on.
some spice drops.
The
I have a
MIDI?
spice drop and a toothpick.
No,
I
the
cut the
Discord. I
toothpick in
think
half, and I
Discord
just wanna
has that
insert
on right
one
now.
half of the
Do you want to
toothpick
maybe
into
try
the
to
spice
just
drop,
adjust that?
the other half into
Adjust your voice
styrofoam ball.
And this
activity
also
slider?
for the children is great for hand-eye coordination
How
and
about
dexterity.
how about
And
now?
use it once again as this opportunity to teach
It
the
sounds
younger
better.
ones about their colors.
Is
Or,
this
like
cutting? Am I
like to
cutting
say,
off here?
you can
Oh, I
just
see
spend
where
time
kind
with
of
them,
the
teach them about the
is.
holidays, the different traditions.
How about
In
now?
fact,
Like
what we
this
do a lot
kind
is
of.
with
I
our
mean, there's
kids
not
Well,
even
no,
much
it's
is
changed.
background
traditions
noise
year
in your
after
room.
year
Like, there's no
to
reason to
celebrate
even
the holidays at our
like
house. And once
calibrate
again,
it
it's
super
just a great
specific.
way to
True.
get
Just
family
put it
together and
really
spend
far
great
up,
quality
so
family
your mic
time.
is all
Yeah, I
And
can have it.
getting back to the basic taste, you can't beat that.
Am I cutting out
Let's
now?
move on to something that is
I
great
guess I'll
for the
tell you
holidays
in a
and
bit.
smells so
Like,
good and will
my
make
main
your
fear
house
is
smell
getting
fantastic
really
as
close
well,
and
and
then
that is a
start
pomander
going.
ball, which these
I
I
put
think
a
these
little
are
thing
based
on
all
it
the way
to
back
block
to
it, but it's
colonial
not that great.
Williamsburg. but it's fun for the kids. Once again, great hand-eye coordination and dexterity.
Right, and here's our pomander ball we made. the
So
one
should
that
I
is,
apply the mirror
probably about 5
modifier
to 7
before I
years
start
old.
doing
This is
UVs?
made out of the same size orange you see here.
So,
And this is a great lesson because the kids are going to see how this preserves. In fact, like you
what I
said,
was
this
saying-
goes
Right,
back
if
to
you're
ancient
talking about
Egypt.
ancient Egypt, where they preserve the mummy with different spices and herbs,
Can
it's
you
gonna
open
try
up the
here
YouTube
to
stream
simplify
and listen
by
to
using
yourself
the orange
so you
and
see what I
putting the
mean?
cloves into the orange and then
Like
rolling
unmute
it.
it. You should be able to hear
cinnamon
yourself
that you
like
cook with.
pretty
It will
quickly.
preserve
Oh, I
that
do hear
orange.
that.
The orange will shrink down to roughly about 1/4 its size, but pomander balls have been found now, I think, over
I don't know why
50
it,
years old. They
it
have
always
a long,
like
long
messing
time.
up
So
so
this will
much
last
now.
year after year, and we have to mention too, it smells absolutely
you
wonderful.
have it
It
going
smells
through the
really
MIDI still?
fantastic. In fact, one of those fancy magazines
What?
that I know
Do you have
Janita
your
reads
mic going
had an
through the
entire
MIDI?
article about pomander balls.
Oh, you're
and
cutting out
fantastic
too now.
for decorating too. I'm not
I was
exactly
kind of
like
facing away from the
Pomander
mic, so I
magazine.
guess
Speaking of decorating, this is a fun way your
that
kids
could
can
be.
make
It could just be
sparkle
that.
photos. This
But
is
do you
a
have your
sparkle photo
mic
we
going
made
through
here.
the
You can see
MIDI
it
keyboard
illuminate
right now,
through-
or is
through
it
the
just?
glass and
Yeah,
sparkle.
it's going
And
through the
you're
MIDI
surprised
keyboard.
Could
how
you?
easy
Would it be
is
simple to
make.
just
It
kind
is
of
very
unplug it
easy
from the
to
MIDI
make.
and
One
plug
of
it
the
into
reasons
the
that it sparkles so much
computer and
is
see
the
if we
salt
still have it
that's on the
then?
outside, which Janita's going to show you now.
You know.
No, I mean I'm using the
So we got that little bit of science
wait.
in there as well.
I'm using the
So,
keyboard
like whenever we can take
microphone.
science and math, reading and art and all
Like the
mix them together
keyboard, the
to
built-in
have fun
keyboard
with
into
kids,
the
it's a
microphone.
great combination.
You don't have
Or
just
What
like
you
a
see
like
here
a.
is
built-in
just
microphone
regular
into the
school glue.
keyboard, I mean.
Once again, this is just regular washable school glue.
You don't have
Cleaning
just like
it
a
on
normal
glass.
mic?
This happens to be a recycled.
I do, but it's
food
set up
dye
on
that
the
we got from our
laptop
little
right
We
now.
have lots of those in our house
Yes,
right
we
now.
do.
So that's probably why it
Just
sounds a little
sprinkle the
off.
salt
Then that
on
makes
and
sense.
shake it off, and that's it. That's how you make your sparkle photo. Now, what you
Okay,
see
so
here,
I
we put
think
little
I
stickers
understand
on
the
first,
general
and then
idea
paint it
of
over the
UVs.
stickers
Like,
so you get a nice
I
illumination.
guess what's confusing to me is on a weird shape like this. Like, I don't know where I should put the seam.
For the holidays, a great way to once again recycle.
Like, I guess because it's
And I
a
have to say, with whether it's a sparkle
cylinder,
photo
I
or
don't even know if I
pomander
need to
ball or
put a
bath
seam,
salt, these
really.
are also great opportunities for the kids, not only to
But
play
also,
and learn,
like,
but
how
to
do
make
I
gifts that they can give
structure
to their
the
loved ones,
UVs
their
in a way
special
that
people in their
Exactly.
lives.
Not only good as we
makes
make
it like preserve its pixels?
I mean,
Like,
learning
well,
fun in the
the way you do it is
What
by
a way to
shrinking
get children
constantly.
interested
So
in maybe
what you
making fossils
do is
about
like
ancient
say,
Egypt or mummies. So really,
if you
Boy
make a
Scouts,
new
Girl
image
Scouts,
here,
parents, teachers, all can use these
you make a new
processes
image
to
and
make
it's
learning
just
fun.
red, the
Learning
color
fun
red,
on
and you
lots of
unwrap
different
any group
I
that's
always
all
say, if
red,
there's any child in your life,
and
this is a
you
great
just
opportunity to use
shrink it
these
down
concoctions
to a
with them.
quarter of the size of
This
this
concoction we're
image,
gonna do is a science
and then you do it
project.
3 more times with 3 other
Fun,
colors,
exciting, wow
and you
kind of
take
thing.
all those
Just
UVs
watch
and
as
put them
we
together.
amaze you.
And this is bubbling brew finger paint.
Right.
You'll see why we call that that.
okay.
I have nothing more than dish soap in here, and I'm adding to that some white vinegar. This, once again, is a math experiment because you're doing equal parts. To my vinegar and my dish soap, I'm adding a little color. I like to use red, and you'll see why in a minute.
And right here, I have nothing more than a little bit of baking soda, and I'm going to pour on top of that. There you go, just a little bit of water and stir that up. Now this is the magic.
Now this is 19 cents worth of baking soda, so you gotta be careful.
Watch this.
There's the bubble.
There it goes into a big foaming volcano of bubbles. And once again, this makes a wonderful, wonderful.
And when you make that image,
watercolor.
that was the thing I was saying before, if you can choose like a really low
What a great way to keep the
pixel
volcano
size.
rock.
Now the
Oh,
kids
yeah.
can do this while it's still bubbling and foamy and a lot of fun, or they can wait till the bubbles dissipate and it becomes a wonderful watercolor paint as well.
If you use it when it's foamy, it's more of a pastel color.
Yes.
And if you wait for the bubbles to settle, you'll get more of a solid, bright, vibrant color.
That's a lot of fun. In fact, our bubbles may just keep on down the table.
it looks like it's alive. It keeps
And then I also, so this is what the N64 does, where it like blurs it.
This is a treat because
Yeah.
it's fun to enjoy and to make at the same time.
That's the
It's nothing
PS1.
more than the
Yeah.
results that you could buy in
Very
the store.
nice.
And to
So yeah,
that,
this
we're
is what
gonna
I'm talking
add
about, where this is
a little
like,
bit of color.
I need to
Coloring your color,
avoid
and a little bit of
this.
fragrance, John, if you wanna
So
add some
what
fragrance.
UV
Now,
is
it's
that,
very
I
good for you.
guess?
If we all go to the shopping
Is that
center
this
to get
one?
these samples of the nice
Yeah.
one, works wonderful for this. You don't have to spend a lot of money.
I know
Why
you
doesn't
will
it like
that because she
update
loves fancy
like
perfume.
over
I can
here,
actually get the
like
little
show me
sample
which
for
one I've
free
selected?
And have bath
There's
salts that smell
selection
really
stuff
fancy.
you
You'll
can
impress your guests, and also it's great if you get it as a gift.
Right. All you do is shake this. That's how we made it. We just put it all in a bag and shake it. And you can see here, I have finished samples. And what you can do is layer
Where
them.
would that be?
And let the kids use this
Right?
sand art. It's even better than the layered sand art you buy in the store.
Selected link,
because
select
You
linked.
don't have to buy it for one.
Yeah, I
It's
think that
expensive,
might
but
be
after
it.
layered, it's going to have a whole
Oh no,
other
UV
fragrance.
sync selection.
We're going to show
So
you.
you're right now.
Thing
what
to
you
the
have
top
probably
left,
getting
right
kids
under
into
where
the
you would
bathtub.
choose the window.
perfect. We call these our bath tints. Look on the
One of these.
It's like the two little arrows.
Pour a bunch of it in.
There we go.
Stir
Okay.
it up, and so the kids can
Good,
have
good,
a
good.
nice, relaxing bath and tint their water as well. A lot
So yeah, I
of
guess
fun.
what is the process like for me to be like, okay, I need this to be less fucking ugly. I just make this bigger?
You select just those areas and try and lay them out in a way.
Well, and I think there's that
Oh, I
main
should probably
trouble
make a
is that-
seam along this, huh?
That's right, it becomes priceless to that.
Yeah, so the main problem is that the UVs may not have the same aspect ratio as your so it'll stretch.
We've got even more great
So the idea is to try and just get all the polygons the same aspect ratio. That's why tries are typically harder. And
don't go away. You don't want to miss
yeah.
a single kid concoction or
you try and just lay it out in a way where
God, that looks so fucked up.
Hi, I'm John Thomas.
And I'm Janita Thomas.
So I mean, what would it be like? I want to make these squares all like kind of roughly the same
We
size,
have a lot more for you, so we're ready
or
to
is
get
that
started if you are. Launch
pretty
it
much.
As we make our first project.
That's right. And right here we have magic.
or
Marble
not even the same size, but you want them to be the same, like
Here we have a little
the same as
greeting card,
the
a photo card, a photo frame. So much
the same as their proportion in the model. You know,
lunch bag, which I
it's
thought
more
was
about just
creative.
tricking. It's more about coming up with tricks to make it look right, and also using the fact that you can draw
You'll be quite surprised
lots
what
of
this one's
different
made out of.
things.
That's right. Right here on this plate.
I remember I saw one of the workflow videos I was watching. Somebody turned on a setting where it like showed where there was the most distortion. Like it looked like weight painting almost, where it would change
Oh, I don't know.
color depending on. I'm gonna bring up that video again. I feel like that could be very helpful.
Blue and green. How does that sound? Now take
You
your
can also
straw,
turn on like snap to pixels,
and that's what
which is helpful.
marbleized
Oh, what is that?
Pull it right through the shaving cream, and now
It
this
just
is the fun
snaps
part
the
that most
the
people
edges
can't
of
believe.
like where the vertexes are.
This envelope, put it
Where do I
right
do that?
down into the shaving cream and the color.
It's under the UV drop down menu.
Pick the color. Now put it right on the sheet of paper.
And before
It's
you wipe it off, though, I want to say,
go
this
down a
so
tiny
good,
bit
You would think
to
this
the
is a
left.
mistake. It didn't look like the sample.
I got
Watch
it,
what
right?
happens when John wipes it off.
With just a napkin.
Oh, I don't know.
Wipe of the napkin.
Are you watching on the
There you
YouTube stream?
go. You have created
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
marbleized, no
See,
Oh, yeah,
I
I
got it then.
simple that is. And who would have ever dreamed you did it with shaving cream?
That seems like that would
and
make it a
bit
little
of liquid color?
smoother, yeah.
You could use food coloring in that
Yeah,
as
food
well.
coloring will work every bit as well.
Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to
Do you see new Pokemon?
Sidewalk Talk. Sidewalk
Oh
Talk
yeah,
is
that's
hit with
that's like a
youngsters.
game I
Very
thought of a long
easy
time ago
to
as
set.
like a
You can see
perfect
the one
movie.
I'm going to make right on the sidewalk, just as well as what you would buy.
We'll
in
see
the
how
awesome.
store.
much
But all you need to
it
make our
actually
version
looks
is
like
a little
that.
bit of plaster of Paris, some water, and once again we're using some liquid coloring. You just want to stir this together.
I feel like it might
and
end
once
up
these concoctions
like
are all mixed together, then
it
you
looks
can
like it's
steam
gonna
it
be all
down
like
to
cool and
Instead of
open.
the
I'm
node.
kind of worried that it's gonna end up
toilet paper
feeling
tubes,
really fucking
or just
empty.
different types of molds that you would have around the house.
like
Because
this.
that
Yeah,
way you get
I was
recycled
thinking. I
food
kind of wish they
instead
just
of
didn't
blister
show
molds
anything
that
for it
mold
because
you
it definitely wasn't ready for most people to see. I feel like.
And we bought an airplane
Yeah.
for our son, and
Like I saw so many comments,
off of
just
the
like
airplane, and
obviously
a large
it's
piece of
development,
sidewalk
you know.
chalk in the
It was like
plane.
little
They're
stuff. I
Theoretically,
saw
you can
weird
use any-
comments last night I was going through.
Quite useful.
But not only can you make sidewalk chalk with your liquid colorants, but we have a tip for you. You could also
Now,
use
you
Yeah,
notice
the
that the
glowing
edge that we had
effect.
selected
Ready.
has turned
I
red,
just- I-
and you'll also
Glad.
notice that the UV map hasn't changed either. This is because at the moment we have to manually tell Blender to update the UV map whenever we mark a scene. We can select our whole mesh by hitting, and you'll
Right there in the dark.
utter the code
And
on
it-
our stretching. This will turn our whole
Turn on the porch light, and then when you turn off the porch light, your entire sidewalk will glow, and the neighbor kids will.
Yeah, there it is. Look at this.
Kind of supercharge it with that.
Oh, that's
Here we go.
awesome.
My mixture. I'm pouring it right
What
here
is that?
into this mold. This
It's
can be
under
so
view,
cold, it could be a
overlays, and then
a blister
stretching.
pack like John and I said, or
So it
like
just
you can
shows
see,
you
I
like
just
how
put my toilet
distorted
paper
the image
tube.
will
You
be.
can tape up one end
So
of
it's
the
kind of like
toilet
weight
paper
painting.
with a little bit of
Closest to
wax
blue
paper
you
tube,
get,
and
the
then when it
lower
dries,
distortion.
peel off your toilet
The
paper
view?
or paper towel tube, and
Oh,
then use a
oh.
large stick of sidewalk chalk. So you don't even have
No,
to
wait,
use
I don't see it.
You could use tissue tape.
Did you do it again?
I'm in UV editing, and then on the side panel, view, and then display, overlays.
In the house, covered head to toe with powder. Well, take a look
Oh
at
no,
this. And this
still
is
not
the
there
thing
for me.
I have on.
Is it an add-on?
I don't think so. I only this is a fresh installation. All I did was
Yeah.
mesh. I did F2 and then I did mesh tools.
I know that's good for a lot of kids.
So there's just a blank space here where mine is.
Down on the duck. So a fun project.
It's I don't even.
Touch down the mesh.
Do you have the overlays drop down?
On the mess.
Now we're going to show you our next project. This is a science experiment. We're going to lay
Yeah, I do, but mine says
This is really
pixel
kind of
coordinates
special. Donna,
instead
can you
of
show 'em how we do this one?
That's right. Everybody's
aspect
done a neat
ratio.
one container. At the very bottom, we have nothing more than a little bit of
Are you in
rubbing
UV editing or
alcohol,
texture
and I
paint?
added a few drops of red
UV
pepper
editing.
too. The next layer is olive oil, and that is the olive oil, and it is
That's
natural.
so weird.
It hasn't been colored. And for the last layer,
Oh, you know what? I haven't pressed
few
on
drops
right.
of
You haven't. Oh, you haven't actually unwrapped it.
We're going to stir this up. Now,
Still
the
the same
reason
thing though.
the liquids stay apart is because there are different levels of density. And the
Why
different levels
is
of density
that?
determine
Oh, because they're like
which
connected.
liquid goes
Oh,
where.
that's gonna be fucked.
Pour this on top.
I thought these were supposed to be like separated. Oh, is it because I
Some
have?
of the liquids will mix together to even create a purple
this
color, which
shit
you didn't
on.
even have. You can use this opportunity to not only teach the kids
Yeah,
about
okay,
the
there we
different
go.
layering of the oils and why they don't mix, but also as a combination of when you take two colors in their raw state, mix them together, how you'll get an all brand new color.
That's right. And once again, if you look over here, here you can see the three different colors that are separated. And here, once again, we poured in the blue on top, and a little bit went down to where the red was, and it turned it purple. So it actually gave us a layer of red, a layer of purple.
Maybe I should
layer
put a
of kind of like
seam
bluish yellow, and a
right
layer of
here
green.
too.
Once again, it's science, and it's fun when you put them up in the kitchen windowsill, and the light shines through.
Yeah, that's a little
It's
better.
rainbow effect on the kitchen counter. Very, very pretty.
It's hard to believe that's made with just a few liquids we all have in our house.
That's right.
The next project I want to show you is my peppermint wreath. Now these are great for the holidays. You could use these to hang on your Christmas tree, to decorate them, or you can use them as package pies. But believe it or not, these wonderful concoctions are actually edible. It's nothing more than just a little candy you get sometimes at your favorite restaurant, other times in the store. Just take the wrappers off, and what I like to do is lay a piece of foil down on a cookie sheet and just make a circle out of them. It takes about
Oh, I
20
found
seconds
it.
with a little peppermint.
We have
seed in
different
there.
versions.
Take the papers off,
What? I thought we
lay 'em
both
on
did the
foil,
most
and
updated
then you're
version.
gonna toss this into the oven.
No, you have
About 280
2.82.
degrees for about 3 to 5
What do you
minutes.
have?
A little secret tip for you
2.92.
is when if you peek through
Wait,
the
I've been
window,
using the
see
old
the
version this whole
starting
time?
to melt, that's when you want to pull them out.
Yeah, I guess so.
They're
But I think
really
mine might
Oh.
be
when
an
they're dry,
alpha
they're
or
to the
something.
touch. You can
I
cut
get it
them
updated
up, or Mom
Sorry.
can help you too, and then you can
I
decorate
get
with
it
different
through
ornaments and ribbons and
Steam,
ribbons
so it
and
just
auto
does
updates.
wonderful ornaments. The kids
The thing is, I
love them.
updated
They
it,
have them
but
ornaments with
my
package ties
my
outside.
shortcut
Took one and
down
glued it on
here
the front of a
is to
greeting
the older
card.
version,
Greeting card. The only thing is if you have a
and I
Oh.
forgot about that, so I just hit
you
it.
don't want to put them on the bottom branches
Damn it.
of
Oh
the
well.
Christmas tree because they will jump up and grab them.
Might be tempting.
Yeah, but it's tempting for us, much less a family pet. But here's something that I think the moms are going to love and the grandmas are going to love because you see these in those expensive bath type stores where you buy all the fancy candles. These are gel air fresheners. And that's right, we have made our own out of simple kitchen ingredients. It's nothing more than
It's
a
so
little
cheap.
bit of unflavored gelatin that I got at the grocery store. And I'm going to pour 2 packages of that into a cup of water that I have right here. And then to that, you want to add some of your favorite perfume. And this is a neat tip. Go to the local store. To the
This is another
perfume
weird thing I
counter,
noticed
and
is
that's
sometimes,
for free. I know
look at
Julia
this.
does it all the time.
Right. In fact, many of us will be at
Like
the
when I
store
try to
and
draw
pick up a
directly
little
on the mesh, it
fragrance
does like
fragrance.
these ugly
Sometimes your
dotted
favorite
lines.
fragrance. Save those because you can use them.
But if I
in this
do it in here,
concoction
it
as
draws
well as the two
fine.
others that we showed you earlier. But just
It
add
might
your
have to do with
scent
the
because
brush.
it's going to be what makes it smell wonderful in your home. Stir it up, and then it's ready to go.
That's right. I'm going to pour this over top what I have right here. And in this cup, I have some little wax hearts. But as you can see over here, I've used seashells. I've also have some wax fruit. But we've used even silk flowers in our gel air fresheners. And you can actually coordinate it with the decor in your house. But they smell incredible. And as you'll be surprised to find out, they last much, much, much longer than what you buy in the store. And you customize the fragrance to what you like. So they make great gifts as well.
Yes, it does. Another concoction I'm going to show you is very, very easy to make. You know how our kids are always in the sporting events and they like to paint on the window. You see the safe window paint for cars. You can make it very inexpensively. And not only that, not just for the cars and say go team, but you could also paint on your windows for the different holidays. It's nothing more than a little bit of dish soap and some liquid paint for the kids. What I like to do is I like to use the washable, safe kids paint. You know, the liquid tempers are wonderful for this. You just mix it up in equal parts will be wonderful for the recipe. And the reason why you want to use the soap is it makes for a great cleanup, and it also makes it very smooth and glossy when it goes onto the windows.
And it's neat to say if you have windows in the front of your house, a picture window like we do at home, you can maybe decorate it for all the various different holidays. And cleanup is so easy for this. You just take
Whole
a paper towel and wipe it right off. Even when it's dry, it wipes right off with the paper towel.
We had made to their 3D all of our UV islands and manually scale them down to fit within the space. Just like that, it optimizes our UV maps. Let's do that one. Two things wrong. Does zoom in on the situation form of this UV checkpoint.
Here we go.
If it fixes UV
He's getting all hyped.
space that we have to the bottom left corner cursor.
It's
lot
a
of
fake
best we can
spill.
be able to probably work. Here is every leg and now
Owned.
to the merely and we can see that in this case is their video. Each and every we can get, and then I'm important to what we're gonna do. And decide corner and go point up the top and bottom, and then we're just gonna place seams to help alleviate the stretching. And that is the same process for both the MRE and the candy bar. And now we're down to the last model, the big one. We gotta unwrap.
What's so wonderful about this, like John said, you can make any type of spill you want. And if you saw our spills earlier, we recycled. We used the
Yeah, I
old
think I need to
cinnamon
do
pasta
more.
container,
I think I
we
need
used
to
the
do more
old cookie cup
seams.
container. So you're recycling as well as making your concoction. Now this one, John wants to make a little more
Maybe if I
authentic.
put a
so
seam
And you can also mess around with the Smart UV project.
You're not ruining it. You can wash it out when you're
Sometimes
done.
that's easier.
Pour your spill over onto some
What does that
plastic wrap.
do?
And the secret here, and this
It's
is
just
why
like a
it's
different
very
method of unwrapping.
pressurizing. You want to lay little accessories.
It is it's very helpful.
Little sugar packs or
I've used it a lot.
Oh.
And then it looks really,
It does look a
really
little better.
authentic.
That's right. Let it dry for approximately 48 hours.
They're all
and when it
closer to
dries,
circles,
peel
which
off
is
your
good.
fake spill, lay it on the floor, and you'll surprise your kids. Because it truly is a lot of fun, and the kids are going to have fun with it.
I guess
It's hard
that's,
to
I mean,
believe
not
that's made
circles,
out
I
of
meant
nothing more
squares,
than the
but
white glue type glue.
Right, like glue, that's all.
All right, our next concoction we're going to show you.
I feel like my image, I just want to make my image like a gradient.
That have been around for a long time, but we like to think we made it just a little bit better.
That's right. Actually, we found out these date back to colonial Williamsburg, where I guess they had an abundance of apples. So this is good if you're talking to the kids about colonial times and studying Williamsburg and American history. Nothing more than equal parts applesauce and cinnamon, which I'm going to pour right here into this little zip bag.
Nothing more.
Zip bag because
Don't put anything more in there.
It's an illusion.
It keeps the kids' hands clean. So we'll just put that in there. And this is our secret ingredient.
This is kind of like a magic-y thing that they're doing.
Glue. And
They're
the white glue
kind of doing like a
in the applesauce
like the
cinnamon.
magician
So it does
and his
work.
assistant, you know.
We used to make these every
Yeah.
year for Christmas, and we don't
He's
have
very
to
into
buy
he's very into it.
to be broken. So
The slime, and
Yeah,
she's
this
more of
camera
like
guy.
we are probably about 3 or 4 years old, and
into the other stuff, I guess.
those applesauce cinnamon
The
ornaments
lipstick.
make the kids happy as well.
All right, now you can see I'm here just kneading this. So instead of the kids' hands getting all messy or a bowl getting messy, they're just going to knead it in a bag. In a couple of minutes, as I keep kneading, you're going to see it's going to turn into a dough, just like what John has here on the table.
Right here, I just push the dough out with my hands, or you can use a rolling pin. And then here I'm going to take a little pumpkin cookie cutter and just put right on top. Let's pull the excess dough off from around that. And there you have it. Now, if you want to make this into a drink, an ornament, just take a drinking straw and poke a little hole through there, let it dry, and then when it's dry, pick it up and tie a ribbon around it, and even makes a great car air freshener. Our son did that with his Boy Scout troop, and the only thing is every time you open the car door, it smelled like a fresh apple pie was baking. So a lot of fun, but a great alternative to those chemical-smelling type of air fresheners.
Right, and you could do these for the different holidays like we've done here. You could do it for autumn, you could do it for Christmas, or all different type of holidays. And I just wanted to show you, as I pick this one up, tap on it.
Very
you can see
nice.
that it's
This looks
hard, and like
sick.
John said, it keeps it
That
from
looks so
crumbling
cool.
because we've added the white silver.
That's right. What we have here is something that another great
Ooh.
recycling project. I'm sure we all have those candles around the house. They start off really new and really great
Definitely
looking.
not gonna leave
but
it
if you
like
have
that,
small
but-
children like we do, kids can't
You
really
can also
see the sun,
actually,
fingernails.
This is a good way to
since
tell
you are
if
just
it's
learning the UVs, I should tell you the other thing that's really helpful.
Candles is
Um,
just nothing more than
You can do projection UV,
Make it right now. You just
so
want
it's based off just like however you're looking at it.
and paint your candle. Now John said something about
Oh,
It'll
so
take,
would it
like-
only look good from one direction then?
It'll just like spray it across.
Candles at those stores where things are $1 or less. I think it.
I think this is good though. I think the smart UV unwrap is what I was looking for, because like the reason I have the gradient is just so I could look at the individual pixels, and there's like really no distortion on these. Like this looks really good.
All over the candle, and these are great.
But you can still see the like pixelation of it.
Every single holiday you can make glitter candles, or just a
So I'm just gonna try to start
That's
texture
right.
painting then, I guess.
About the old marred candles, our children did that last Thanksgiving, or no, it was actually Christmas, where they took the candles out, brushed on the glue, and they looked.
I don't know what I want to do for them actually though.
That they actually made it, and yet it was so easy to do it. It was a great time to spend with them as
So I guess I should just start
Have your
testing
kids tie into the whole holiday dinner
color.
or festive dinner. That's right.
The
schemes.
next
I don't
project
know
I want
what's
to
the
show you
word.
is something that's a personal
Palettes.
favorite of mine. I know back when I was in Boy Scouts, I used to always send away for those instructions in the magazines on how to make different contraptions.
Just got
Well,
like
one of my favorite was a hovercraft. And
like
very often
that.
you'd send for those directions, it would be so complicated, and when you finish with it, it wouldn't work. Well, this is a fail-proof
Whatever, it's
hovercraft
good
that you
enough.
can make out of some simple ingredients. Have you ever gotten those little CDs in the mail?
Okay, well I liked
from
the
those
original
online
color I
type internet
did
companies?
for his
You always
head.
throw in the
Where was
trash.
that?
Take the CD and save it, because this is going to be part of your hovercraft. The next thing you're going to need is the top of a dish soap bottle. Pull it apart, put the bottom part through the hole of the CD.
Yeah, I like
And then
this.
take the top part of the dish soap bottle and wrap a balloon around it, and then just put that back on.
Yeah, that's
top.
cool.
Put this down the table here so I can push on it. You're gonna need to push on it pretty hard to reconnect it. Make sure the bottle is open, the bottle cap is open, and then I'm
It's
gonna
like a
blow it up.
blue, and then it was like
Yeah, we
a
like these,
lighter
this
blue up
is a
there.
recycling project as well. Like John said, these are CDs you would
Then it
get
was
free
like
in
a
the mail.
purple
Normally throw out,
gem.
but we're going to show you how to make the fun
Why is it
hovercraft
like
with them.
erasing the
There you
outlines?
go.
I don't
Put
like
it down on
that.
the table, and you can see it flying around. Look at that.
Now,
There you go.
If we blew on that with a little air, we could take it racing across the table. We just wanted it to stay in one spot so you could see it today.
That's right. Just take a drinking straw, and the kids can have hovercraft races right in your own kitchen. It's so much fun, and once again, a great project for a science fair.
Now, this next project is really popular among preschool teachers. I know they tell me that they do it all the time. It's marble painting. You can see we've made some beautiful samples here. We've just taken paper, and we're going to show you how to do this and create wonderful works of art with nothing more than marble and a little bit of paint.
Yes, very easy to make. As you can see, the results are stunning. What I've done is I've taken a little tray right here, and in the bottom I put some black paint. We find that black paper, we find that neon paint on black paper gives probably the best effect. So put the black paper in the bottom of your tray, and here I have some marbles. I'm going to drop some marbles into each of the colors of washable liquid tempera paint, just like so. There you go. Thank you. Put those all together, then grab your spoons, mix the marbles up, and then drop some of the marbles on the side of the tray. And we're going to do it on the side because you'll see what happens when we start to roll the marbles. It will create a pattern. So there's a little bit of yellow, a little bit of blue.
Great way to teach the kids all their different colors while
That's
you're doing
right,
your
because the
marble.
colors will actually mix. So you can ask the kids, for example, what will happen when the yellow and the blue mixes together.
What, green?
You know, you'll get green. Hopefully we know that.
How are you testing me there?
There you go. And then let me just scoop these marbles across the paper.
He like constantly tests her on the colors.
There we go.
What are they mixed to
We
make?
created a beautiful
What are they mixed to make, Janet?
marbleized pattern. Look at that. And you can keep going on and on and on to
Right.
create a better effect. But you could do greeting cards.
Yellow and blue makes.
wrapping
Yellow and
papers,
blue makes.
photo
Green,
frames.
green, green, green.
Possibilities are endless.
Now, our next concoction I'm going to show you is a very simple concoction. I call it an instant
safe for
concoction.
now.
Most of us have vanilla pudding in our house. In fact, they come in the convenient little cups. Just take it out, add a couple drops of food coloring to it, stir it up, and the kids are going to have a wonderful, edible finger paint. Now, John and I like to give the tip that if you use freezer paper instead of finger paint paper, you're going to save a lot of money by doing that. And also, this is a great way for young kids to have a first paint. Because, like
Okay,
I
the
said, it
gem
is
needs to be a
edible
different
and it is
color
non-toxic.
than
In fact, a lot of times when people say
this.
non-toxic kids paint, it doesn't mean that it necessarily is going to taste good. But this pudding paint will taste good for the little youngsters. In fact, we heard a friend of ours telling a story that their child made this pudding paint in preschool, and by the time it was time to paint, they
No,
didn't have any
no,
paint
no, I
left.
don't like that.
But anyway, if you want to just take this paint, you can paint with it on papers. They can just eat it off their fingers. Or like I said, the freezer paper works.
It's edible
wonderful
paint.
with this paint
Is that what I
as well.
just
That's
tuned
right.
into
The
here?
next thing I want to show you is a
Yeah, I don't know why you would teach the kids to eat the paint.
household ingredients. That seems to be always
Maybe it's
used.
more
Now,
just
the
like
volume
throwing
is
the
just
towel,
an
throwing in the
essential
towel
and
like
it gets the creative juices
Fuck it, we can't
These are the
stop 'em.
first people. Like, no one was capable of making paint taste good before this. They definitely don't make the paint taste bad so that kids don't eat it.
Here's how you make your Nintendo Switch cartridges taste better.
Is nothing more than another straw.
Here's how to prepare Switch cartridges so that they taste good.
You know what I'm talking about? Have you ever tasted one of those?
Yeah, they taste bad specifically so you don't eat them.
And then hella people wanted to try it. I feel like well, no, that's probably not true.
Of course, mom and dad, you want to supervise the kids when they're doing this.
But I'm sure a lot of people that wouldn't have tasted a Switch cartridge now have.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. We hope we've been able to inspire you to spend time crafting and concocting with a child in your life.
Remember, the children are our future, and giving them the gift of knowledge is the key to unlocking some of the world's most priceless treasures. So take the time to make a difference.
You know that thing we thought of where it was like a guy goes back to war so he could get another Purple Heart?
Yeah.
I found out, like, to me, I always thought you just get one Purple Heart. That's always what I thought it was.
There are people who have like many, huh?
Yeah, I didn't realize. I found out John Kerry, the presidential, he ran for the president against Bush. He had 3 Purple Hearts.
How do you get that many?
I think it's for separate wounds.
So he got,
or like
I thought it was like
he got shot 3 times.
I always assumed it was like a career-ending injury thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what if you got like, if you got like pushed down the staircase and he got like 15 because he like every stair that he hit on the way down?
Yeah. They should just get it like at a certain. It should be like 3 Purple Hearts equals a pink heart.
It's the exchange rate.
Yeah, it should be an exchange. Like at a certain point, it's just like, why do you give me 3 the same metal? You're just devaluing my metal.
That was a really good tape.
I'll see if there's anything else. I was thinking I kind of need to make some food. I'm getting very hungry.
Yeah. I gotta think of like robot decals to put on, because like I'm so used to doing just flat coloring. I want to do like a seam on him or something like that. Maybe I could do something like this, like going down the center, and then there's like bolts on the side. Oh, it's just a shirt.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Damn, the Discord going off right now. I need to look up how Crash Bandicoot. I want to see. I really hope that they have the crystal from Crash Bandicoot on Modeler's Resource, because that's like the default crystal in my brain. So if I could copy that texture, that'd be very happy. Baby Crash? Man.
My name is Scott Gilchrist. I'm the pastor here at Southwest Bible Church. Over the next few minutes, I invite you to watch part of a class session I recently taught. I think the subject matter is vital. Now, it's not about a church. It's not about our church. It's not really about a religion as such, but rather about how you can have a personal relationship with God. I hope you'll find it helpful. Tonight I want to talk about God. And when I speak of God, I'm not talking about my God versus your God. I'm speaking about the God, the one and only true God, the God of the Bible. Everything we really know about God, He has revealed to us.
So how do you think? Are you here?
And I'm going to try to diagram God.
Oh no, the tape just started
No,
going.
I am.
So how do you, what does this affect? Like, is there?
But at the same time,
There's just like a gradient from purple to blue, and then they just put like max, or I guess minimum roughness on it.
I think Crash had. Yeah, Crash was shiny.
So if I wanted to emulate that, it probably wouldn't be too bad. So if I just do something like have like that and then blend it somehow, is there a blend? No, whatever. I can do that in Blender, so I'll worry about that in Blender.
Holiness. He's absolutely holy, and I would say yes, He is, and I would lump that here under His justice.
Is this God math?
He's a God of mercy.
Yeah, it's God math. It's called the ultimate question.
So you see what I'm saying? I've got the two sides of His character.
The Discorp is doing a draw pile right now.
Now man.
Just that app where you can like all draw and sync on the same canvas.
That seems cool.
Yeah, they're popping off. There's 20 people in the voice chat in there right now.
Relationship with God. And the Bible speaks of man's creation on the first page. And we're created in the image of God for a love relationship with God. Now I'm going to try to diagram man, and I'll tell you that, the second disclaimer, you can't really reduce man to a blackboard, but I'm going to picture man like this. We're a living being.
I sent the 21 Savage egg in there.
We're created and we have a body. And the Bible says we're a living being.
And immediately it was like several people are typing.
That about anything.
The 21 Savage egg?
Like an acorn.
That fucking, that gross mound of dirt thing that like they tear open and there's like a necklace and a coin in there.
Oh yeah.
He gives water and mineral and sunlight. Why, it'll do what it's programmed to do. It'll become an oak tree. But man was created in the image of God. We have more than mere physical life. We have an immaterial side that I would picture like this.
Where'd you post it?
The sub chat.
We have personality. We
Some
have
just put
to
hut.
think and choose. We're aware. And yet, at that point, I could say, well, yeah, so does my dog Chef.
Oh my god. There's so many.
Yeah, see, they're popping off. Maybe it's because they're all watching the stream together.
Oh yeah.
And he has that capacity. But the Bible
Yeah, I'm gonna send that egg in there like at least 5 more times.
The Bible says that man, male and female, he created them in his image. We have capacity.
It's just such a vile,
to know God.
like, hard to parse
And I'm going to represent this,
fucking
and I don't
thing.
mean to be technically accurate or try to reduce man to, but I'm just getting at this issue.
I guess I could technically join the Discord as Mippy Super.
To know God, to relate
Just hop in there and start streaming this in the voice chat.
Yeah, just not talk.
we have that capacity for God. Now,
That'd be cool.
man was not created
I'm
like
sure
a
they'd like
robot.
it.
This guy is crazy though. Like this is me when I'm talking about like an OC universe.
Be loved and to respond to God's love. And God
Okay, on one side we have God and then man.
Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve.
We'll represent this as a line.
Any of these trees, just do not eat.
Represent the universe as an egg-shaped
Good, and the
concentric eggs.
tree to that tree.
Adam and Eve, right? Wrong.
And amazingly,
It's all about the egg.
Adam and
very
Steve.
beginning, man chose to step
Or wait, no.
love, and I'm gonna represent
No, no,
the
no.
line here. The Bible calls it sin
Hey man, it's Adam and Steve, not Adam and Eve.
of the tree.
Yeah, look.
Call it good and evil.
We're just gonna draw an arrow. Sin
Now,
points
if you
over.
ride down the
Yeah.
slide of sin,
Surely die. Now he didn't die physically.
He didn't die. We recognize this with the die shape.
They died.
We roll a die because God died.
Went wrong.
But he was reborn.
The very core of their
We're gonna get a rubber band.
and we rolled a 10. That should not be possible. This is an 8-sided die.
is spiritually.
He works in mysterious ways, ladies and gentlemen.
There's something missing in life. You can see it a whole variety of ways.
We're
but
so bored.
I like to illustrate, my dog Shep. You give him a full.
This guy's
stomach,
hanging
a
in
good meal,
barely.
Full stomach, and
That looks like
an
an older version of the comedian before.
Go out to the backyard.
Yep, it in the butt.
He is-
Why can't I fucking draw like normal on here?
he just-
I think it's the spacing of the brush.
And if we could just raise our standard of living, if
I guess
everybody
that's a
could
little
just have
better.
enough
I just
food,
had to make the
if we
brush
just
bigger,
had
I
a nice
guess.
enough
Too.
backyard,
It's the spacing, I'm telling you.
Whoa!
If you go into the
Look, I
tool
made a
thing,
guy. Look at this guy.
maybe a nice day. And a backyard
wait, I don't see it.
to lay by, And we,
Like,
Oh yeah, does he have really little
there's
mouth?
his head right here,
right?
and then he's
Oh,
got a little
yeah.
arm, and he's got little
I see
feet.
the whole guy.
Look how well he reads, even from far away. And he's like sitting in a throne. What the fuck?
There's something in the interior of man that longs for
I was just
That's a good
scribbling.
way to draw stuff. Just draw a bunch of circles.
He longs for
I was just scribbling, dude.
but it's been messed up.
So what did I say? I don't know. I'll try to do his head first. I don't know. I'm on his chest already, so.
People recognize
Or wait,
go
go to your tool.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
In one of the-
find meaning
do
in
it
life
so
and
I can-
purpose in life, and oftentimes to find a love relationship with God, with other
Where's the
and,
where?
Okay, so go
take
to
this guy here and we'll just represent a man or a woman with-
stroke.
with an arrow. This person
Stroke.
realizes there's something wrong.
Spacing.
realizes
And
that
spacing, just bring it
realizes
down.
that they have a sin problem. In fact, the Bible teaches that all of us have sinned and fall short of the glory
Still
of God.
doing
It's
it.
not as if sin is just for certain.
Maybe
The Bible
Well, what is
teaches
adjust
all
strength for auto?
Everyone senses this, and so some people
Where'd it go?
will say,
God damn
well, I'm going to solve that by becoming religious. And so they
Adjust
become
strength
very
for
religious, go to
spacing.
church, get baptized,
maybe
join a church,
samples, input
do
sample.
things, and feel
Maybe
that
bring
they're
that up.
right with God because
Or it
of
could
their
be
religion.
anti-alias.
Somebody else says, I'm
I
not
don't
that
see
religious. In
anti-alias.
fact,
Oh,
I mean,
no,
it
that's
doesn't really
not it.
matter because if I just make the brush bigger, it kind of
And,
fixes it.
that guy's very religious on Sunday, but I know what he's like on Friday night.
In worst case scenario, I can just
And
draw
then
directly
he
onto
looks
the
down his nose at the religion.
texture. I think it's
Wait,
because.
that's very
Maybe
weird.
this person says,
Whoa, this is another cool guy.
I'm just going to be good.
But yeah, if I just. I think it's also because, like, look, if you look at how big the brush is here, like, that's how big 6 is here, but over here, 6 is only this big.
Yeah.
So it's like a different scaling.
I'd do unto others as I'd have. Didn't Jesus say that?
Oh, whatever.
Do unto others as you'd have them
What do
do
you think
unto
about
my religion.
if I do
Oh,
like
wait.
that?
I don't,
Is it different if you? Oh no, never mind. Sorry.
And the third guy comes along.
What do you think about if I do, like, lines like that along all the
I'm not all that that religious.
Vertices,
And I'm
kind
not
of.
even all that good. At least I'm honest.
That
You know
might
what I
look
mean?
kind of cool.
He sees hypocrisy in both of these lifestyles, and he pretty much thinks that it'd just be.
I'm not talking about my God. I'm not talking about your God. I'm talking about the real God
Grades on
from the Bible.
You know what I
That's
mean?
how he opened.
He thinks
God.
that God just stacks us up
Like
against
that, it
each
just
other.
makes
A lot
everyone
of people think this way.
think you're dumb.
A lot of people assume that we will be stacked up against other people. And so he looks around his neighborhood and he says, I've never done what he did. And while I may be not as good as he is, but I think I'd stack up against most of the people. And we kind of compare ourselves to one another, don't we? And we assume that God will do that he grades on the curve, that he compares us to one another. And it's a false assumption. I'll tell you that right now. These arrows
How do you know?
are built on
I
false
thought this was
assumptions.
about math.
The person who thinks he can get back to God through religion, the person who
Show me
thinks
the God
that
formula.
being good or trying to live a certain kind of lifestyle, and the person that figures that he'll be compared to others. God isn't going to compare us to one another. God is absolutely holy, the Scripture says. He's a God of justice. And he won't compare us to one another in judgment.
I wonder what these people thought
Someone else
this
says,
was
hey,
going to be.
I don't even believe in God. You know? I don't worry about what they're worried about. I believe you only go around once in life. You better get all the gusto you can get, you know? And this guy, he just thinks that life is made up of pleasure. And he's looking to fill that vacuum in his life, that emptiness inside his life, with pleasure. And it's not always just in a gross sense, you know, going around getting all the gusto you can get. Somebody says, oh, I just believe in family. Or I believe in career or helping people. But they seek to fill their life with something. They
There are
wouldn't
no
even necessarily
predetermined
admit that
deaths.
there's a God, or that they're seeking to get back to God and his love. They
What is that
simply
from?
say that life is made up of, and then
The
you fill in the
HLVRAI.
Yeah.
Benry says that, Act 1.
in every one of those categories. In fact, lots of people.
I was watching the commentaries back again recently.
I would say most people.
Oh yeah, I watched the most recent one.
Yeah, I watched the most recent one, and then it made me want to go back and watch more of them.
That's the main thing. And after all, when
But
it all comes out in the wash,
I realized
none of us are
he
perfect,
like
but, you know, and we have
full
to
body
have that.
tracking
And
for
you can just
HLVR AI2 or whatever it ends up being is
fall
like
into a
basically
variety of
confirmed.
categories. But my point in underlining
Because
Oh, really?
he said something along the lines of like, yeah, you can't do full body in cats, but if they ever do it, I'll buy full body like immediately. And then Wayne has full body now, so I looked it up, and you can do full body in cats now.
the real
So like the stars really aligned.
you can be religious. You can
This
I
looks
think he knows the guy too, right?
Yeah.
Right? Like he talks to him. I don't know if like not friends with him, but
the problem.
This looks really bad.
You're just a religious sinner at that point. You can turn over a new leaf and quit sinning. Well, can you? I've never met anybody that could. But even if you
If I make it darker and then I could just blend it.
the person that thinks that God just compares us to one another, he's not listening to what God said. God, the God of the Bible, has revealed himself as absolutely holy. And we don't understand that very well today, I don't think. We have a tendency to think of God in our own terms. We kind of create God in our image. And we've lived in a culture where you can bend the rules, you can break the rules. If you can talk slick enough, you can get away with just about anything. And I learned that early on in life, and you probably did too. I grew up in a home where I couldn't talk my way out of disobedience and wrongdoing. But as I got into school, I found out that if you talked quickly, well, you could get away with a lot of things, and people would bend the rules for you and that sort of thing. And we've lost our consciousness of God's holiness in many ways. So I think it's important for us to realize that the God of the Bible is absolutely holy. And I remember a lesson I learned when I was a younger man. I had a sports car, and I was speeding. And there's no question about it. I was speeding, and I got pulled over, got a ticket. And I thought, oh boy, you know. But I knew what to do. I'd had them before. And you put your sport coat on, you dress nicely, and you humbly go to court, and you plead guilty with an excuse, and you have your fine reduced. And this is a $27 ticket. And in those days, that was a lot of money to me. and still is, as a matter of fact. But I went down to Salem. I was living in Portland at the time, and I put my sport coat on, and I went down to my court appearance in Salem.
Yeah, I got this tape here.
Got to the court, and it was a formal traffic court. It was a room probably about this big, and about this many people waiting to plead guilty with an excuse. And I was sitting in the back corner, and the first guy came up before the judge, and there was just a formality about this judge and the whole scene. But he came up and says, well, it says here you were speeding, and how do you plead? And he said, well, guilty with an excuse, Your Honor. Well, what's your excuse? Well, I was probably speeding. I was doing pretty good. You know, I was probably going 70, but everybody else was. I was just going with the flow of traffic. And he came down with his gavel. Just cut the guy off. He said, everybody else isn't in court. And then he fined him. I go, whoa. Different kind of a judge here than I'm used to, you know. And, but I did notice he reduced the fine. So I thought, well, good. And I'd worn my sport coat, so I thought I'd be in pretty good shape. Next guy comes up and says, here you were speeding, you know. And this is back in the days when Oregon had this rule where you could, if you could prove that it was safe, there was supposedly no real maximum speed limit. I told this one time, and a cop told me there was never no such law, you know, but I always believed it. So anyway, this guy tried that. He got up there, and he said, guilty with an excuse. What's your excuse? He said, well, it was a clear day, and safe conditions, dry road, and I was probably speeding, but it was a safe thing. And he said, you asked that dead construction worker how safe it was. And the whole place just kind of got slow. And it was when they were building I-5 between Portland and Salem, and they'd had a fatality. And this judge was in no mood to put up with excuses. And so he said that, and it just changed the whole tone of the room. But he did reduce the guy's fine. And then the next person, I'm sitting there thinking, ugh. But then I thought, well, I still had hope because all these people were speeding on I-5. I wasn't on I-5. They were sinners. But I was on the straightest stretch of road in Oregon. And so when I got up to him, you know, he says, it says here you're speeding. How do you plead? And I said, guilty with an excuse, Your Honor, His Majesty. And he said, well, what's your excuse? And I said, well, it was a clear day and good conditions and very, very good visibility. You asked that dead construction worker how safe it was. $30. $30. I came down here for a $27 ticket. It went up. I had my sport coat on. I was saying, what? And then I realized, oh, he's been knocking these $42 tickets down to 30. He thinks I'm on I-5. He's talking about the dead construction worker. I wasn't on it. He's got the wrong ticket in his shuffle there. So I said, Your Honor, sir, one more word out of you, and I'll hold you in contempt of court. And he threatened me with a jail sentence. And I go, wow. And all of a sudden, instead of being just, I'm angry. He's got the wrong ticket. He won't let me speak. He's threatened me with one more word, and I'm sitting there, should I? Or shouldn't I? And I'm angry. And I look over here, and the bailiff's saying, come on. And I look at him, and I look at him, and I go, and I go over here, and he says, come on. And I said, he's got the wrong. He said, he pushes me through the door. He says, don't you mess with that, Judge. He said, you can appeal this. I said, he didn't even have the right ticket. My gun went up. I wore my sport coat. And he said, you can appeal it. He gave me my appeal procedures, you know, etc. Why do I tell the story? Well, I paid the fine. It was good for me, quite frankly. And I tell this story because a little traffic court judge with a ticket, the wrong ticket, still makes me mad when I think about it. A little traffic court judge with a gavel could just close my mouth, and he did. And it was a great lesson for me. Turn, if you have a Bible, to Romans chapter 3. Third chapter of Romans. Romans is the systematic explanation of the gospel. And Paul is writing about the good news. That's what gospel means, is good news. But before he can get to the good news, he must show the bad news. And so far, as you've noticed, all I've talked about is sin and man's inability to get right with God on his own. And you say, that's not good news, that's bad news. And the whole book of Romans starts that way. and he argues for 2.5 chapters the bad news. And pick it up at chapter 3, verse 10. He says, as it is written, and he kind of summarizes what he said by quoting from the Bible. He quotes several places from the Bible. There is none righteous, not even one. There is none who understands. There is none who seeks for God. All have turned aside. Together they've become useless. There is none who does good. There's not even one. That's a fairly thorough summary and indictment, isn't it? There is none righteous, not even one. There's not even Scott. You know, you can put your own name in there. And he says it about as many ways as you can say it. And then he summarizes. Look at verse 19. Now we know that whatever the law says, it speaks to those who are under the law, that every mouth may be closed. If a little traffic court judge with his gavel could close my mouth, how much more will God Almighty, who doesn't have the wrong ticket, he's got the goods on me, be able to close my mouth? You know, we spend 60, 70, 80 years developing our little excuses. Well, everybody else does it. It was safe. I didn't either. I've never hurt anybody. Oh, you haven't? When you think about the things people say, it's ridiculous, really. And God's Word was designed not, His law was designed not to save us. We can't save ourselves by keeping 10 little rules. We break those rules. It was designed to show us how sinful we are. And in fact, verse 19, to close every mouth. And once our mouths are closed, then maybe we're ready to listen to what God has to say. And so I start here and I emphasize this because we have this misconception that we can work our way to God by just being a good person or being a religious person or whatever. And I say these arrows really don't get off the ground. They don't get you anywhere near God. In fact, you could illustrate it this way. It is impossible to work your way back to God on your own efforts. If we were to line up over here at the beach at Seaside, and we're going to swim to Hawaii, think about it. It'd be a ridiculous thing to try. But we line up on the beach, and we'd be different abilities in swimming. I don't know how you swim. I know how I swim. I'd try to get washed back to shore. But I don't care how good you swim. I don't care how great a swimmer you are. You will sooner or later be at the end of your ability. You will be exhausted. And the best swimmer will only be in the deepest water. No one can swim to Hawaii. You won't even
No
on a map,
one
you wouldn't even get
can
off
swim
the
to
shore.
Hawaii.
It's ridiculous when you think about it. That's how thoroughly ridiculous it is for us to think that we could earn our way back to a holy and righteous God. He is absolutely holy, and He cannot condone sin. Now that's the bad news. But I'm here to tell you good news. God never quit loving sinners. He's absolutely holy, but He's also a God of love. And if you have your Bible, look at Romans 5, verse 8.
There's like God cheat codes, like ways to get into heaven, even if you're a sinner.
Yeah.
His own love toward us, in that while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. The good news of Christianity, the good news of the God of the Bible.
I mean,
is
God,
that He never
like
quit
Jesus
loving
already died
sinners.
for our sins, right? So why we even gotta
Provided
worry about this shit?
a way back
I think that's,
to God.
well, at least from the Catholic
He saw us
background that I have,
spiritually dead, helpless,
I'm pretty sure
to do anything about
the
it.
way it is like He died for all the,
Verse 8, for
or
one
no, He died to open up the gates.
Christ died for
So prior to Him, no one was going to heaven.
righteous man, though perhaps for the good man, someone
And
would
then,
Damn.
so He,
But
Oh, I
God
guess that's
demonstrates
BC,
His own
right?
love
That's-
toward us, in that while we were yet sinners, Christ died.
So like cavemen, there's no cavemen in heaven.
Christ came and died.
yeah, supposedly. There's a lot of, that's like where a lot of different religions split.
He wasn't stained with
The
Adam's
caveman
sin.
question.
He never sinned in his
Because I think it's like Mormons believe that there's like a set number of spots in heaven.
in order to die, not for his sin, but for our sin.
There's like, it's like 30,000 or something.
You shall surely die. That's That's a biblical principle. That's part of God's character. The wages of sin is death. The soul that sins, it shall die. The punishment for sin is not a little slap on the hand. The punishment for sin is death, separation from God. And
Punishment for sin is death.
Jesus Christ came.
Wait, what do you? How does that work?
He came as the long
What?
anticipated Lamb of
What is, like, how does?
Remember in the Old Testament, they had sacrifice after sacrifice. And
You
the
die.
Does that mean everyone who died because they were sinning?
Lamb
That's like why they died.
to wash away sin. No animal sacrifice
God.
can pay for my sin.
I hope that's not the argument he's making.
Of this one
No animal sacrifice can pay for my sin. That's what he said.
What?
That's great out of context.
John the Baptist came on the scene.
It's a
and
good
he said,
sample, yeah.
"Behold,
Are you
the
recording
Lamb of
this?
God," and he pointed at Jesus.
No,
And he pointed
but it's recorded.
Oh,
I have a
that's true.
tape.
And I am also recording it, but just really small.
who takes away
Yeah.
the sin of the world. Jesus Christ came to lay his life down for us.
No animal sacrifice can cleanse my sin.
Made reference after reference. to
Just
his
tweet that out.
He didn't merely come.
Yeah, that's the. It's not funny unless you say it the right way, though.
But if
Yeah.
that's all he did, he would only further condemn me, right? If I look at his life and I'm just told that's how I should live, it only furthers my condemnation as I realize how unable I am to be that. He didn't come merely to teach us. He was the best teacher of all time. And we rightfully humble ourselves before his word yet today and listen carefully to what he taught. But he wasn't merely a teacher. He came to lay his life down for us. And he said, I'm the good shepherd. I lay down my life for the sheep. And the Bible calls us sheep. In fact, way back in the Old Testament, the Bible said all of us like sheep have gone astray. Each of us has turned to his own way, but the Lord has caused the iniquity of us all to fall on him. So Jesus Christ came and he laid his life down for us. And the Bible repeats it many different times in many different ways to get that point across. Many people are confused about this, but Jesus Christ came and he was the just one. He was the righteous one. He was absolutely righteous. He died for the unjust. 1 Peter 3:18 says it this way. Christ also died for sins once for all, the just for the unjust. 2 Corinthians 5 verse 21 says, he made him, speaking of God, he made him who knew no sin, Jesus,
I know no sin.
sin on our behalf.
All right, I gotta come up with a theme for this guy now.
God in him
We got theme.
I've got the body.
laid his life down, not for your sin, but for my sin and for your sin. The wages of sin is death.
Let me get a good look at him.
For us. That's why he made such fabulous
Give us the twirl.
the repeated statements
Very
in the
nice.
Bible that ought to bowl us over.
Oh, no feet though.
He said, I am
Oh yeah, I haven't done feet. We'll do that now.
and the life.
Very nice though.
No one comes to the Father but through me.
So if you're gonna make it a Tom thing, you're gonna have to like.
He didn't say,
I guess
I'll
use
tell
I don't know
you.
if I don't think I will.
He said, I am the way.
You might have to use like the skin modifier or something to give him that like puffy
I
jacket.
am the way, he said. I am the truth. I am the life. And
Yeah, I don't think I will.
is salvation. Jesus came to lay his life down for us. Now, having said that, and I'm sure you've heard some of the texts that I've given you, and I think of probably the most famous text in the Bible, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have eternal life. The good news now is that God didn't quit loving us. He sent a Savior. But if you notice at this point, you say, well, does that mean everybody's saved? Then God so loved the world that he gave his Son and that everyone's saved. No. In fact, the Bible says that there needs to be a personal response to this. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten
That guy.
Son, whoever believes in him. Now, I want you to watch carefully because I feel like this is where this diagram breaks down, and I don't want to mislead you at all. But if I represent sin as the problem coming this way,
Oh my
if I
God.
represent sin with a line like this, then I'm going to draw another line like this, and an arrow back to God's love, and I'm going to label it faith. But I don't want to be misunderstood, and I don't want you to think that faith in and of itself saves a person. It is faith in Christ. Christ was God's solution for sin. Christ is the Savior. God's only Son came to this world to die on the cross for us, and it's faith in Christ that saves. And the Bible says in John 5:24 that he who hears my words, Jesus said, and believes him who sent me, does not come into judgment, but is passed out of death into life. Now, you're here under God's justice.
Oh God, why are these so close together? Fuck.
Spiritually dead,
This is
unable
annoying.
to do anything about it yourself. Jesus Christ comes and he dies for you and for me.
Can I really easily, like...
The moment a
Oh, I can just
person
move that.
believes
Okay.
in Christ, trust him,
Yeah, you go,
trust
like,
him as their
up there.
personal Savior, they move from death to life, back into that love relationship with God. Immediately, the Bible says. You pass from darkness to light, from death to life, from separation from God to relationship with God. And that's why Jesus said, you remember that religious guy came to him in John 3, Nicodemus, and he was asking Jesus questions.
John 3, Nicodemus.
And said to him, Nicodemus, you must be born again.
And then he invented
And the
nicotine.
Bible teaches that when you believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, you are born again. And so if I could picture it, it would be like...
And Jesus said, Damon, ride us.
Spiritually dead. You weren't physically dead or emotionally dead, but
The holder.
dead. The moment you put your faith in Christ,
Cowboys.
takes away that sin. He takes it away.
Oh my God, he just erased the soul and replaced it with a T.
Born again. Now, it's a term I know that's been misused and abused, and people talk about born again this and born again that. But I'll tell you something, I'm not going to quit using it because Jesus said, truly, truly, I say to you, you must be born again. He insisted on it. He said, listen, that which is born of the flesh is flesh, but that which is born of the Spirit is spirit. Don't marvel that I said to you, you must be born again. We, born into Adam's race, we have Adam's kind of life, death life. We die every way, don't we? We're dead spiritually, and we die physically and emotionally. We have things don't work right even with those closest to us. We have conflict and heartache and bitterness, and eventually we end up dying physically. But when you're born again into Christ, you inherit his kind of life.
You make your guy like a jester, like clown kind of guy.
You'll notice I've drawn these.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I think what I'm going to try to do is just make, like, his body type reminds me of a Dark Souls enemy, kind of.
In other words, we're not
With, like, the big hands and the skinniness, you know?
Yeah.
going to be around.
I
just
think I
thought of
might
that
try
'cause
to
the
do...
pointed shoes.
Either
Yeah.
eternal
Those are clown ass shoes.
love relationship
Or I guess specifically jester.
or
Like
eternal life,
jesters and clowns are kind of different,
or down here,
even though they are.
Don't get
kinda
it twisted.
justice.
They're in the same like family
Or
tree.
death, because of our sin, the wages of sin being death. And so we are in this forever, either in right relationship with God in his love, or having spurned his love and his provision of Christ, eternal justice and death. The Bible
I
speaks of
earned
heaven
it.
and hell, and it speaks about both of them repeatedly. Now, it's so crucial to understand this. If you have a Bible, I want you to turn to John chapter 1. John chapter 1. The Gospel of John is a great book of the Bible. It's a simple book in that it's written with very simple language, but it gives us the great truths about Jesus Christ. And Jesus Christ is the centerpiece of what I'm talking about here. And he is the centerpiece of the Bible, and he's certainly the centerpiece of John. And so he's speaking of Jesus Christ in John chapter 1. And he says very clearly that he is God, and that he is God become flesh. Verse 1, in the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Verse 14, the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. When Jesus Christ came to this earth, he was not just another man. He was born of a virgin. He was God in the flesh. And when he came to this earth, history like
That like jump scared me.
Oh, really? I didn't even think it would make it through.
It wasn't even that loud. I was just like in a trance.
But look at the reaction to him.
I just completely zoned in.
John, John the Baptist is spoken of here, and he came and he pointed him out. He was a witness of the light. But then he says in verse 8, he was not the light, but he came that he might bear witness of the light. There was the true light, which coming into the world enlightens every man. He, capital H, Jesus, he was in the world.
He,
The world
Jesus.
was made through him,
Did you say capital H?
and the world...
Yeah,
You capitalize he when you're talking about God?
about God, yeah. Or that's how they know the difference in the Bible.
Between what?
Between just saying like he about somebody and he, God. They would always capitalize he when they're talking about God.
People in your office, who is he? He's a
Mm.
swindler. He's just someone... Don't talk
It's
to
like
me
a
about
proper
him.
noun.
The world, by and large,
Yeah, like he is
the
risen.
world didn't know him. He came to his own...
Well, actually, that's the beginning of the sentence, so.
He came to Israel.
I kind of like this design. I mean, it's obviously super blobby right now, but this general shape for the foot,
Oh, yeah,
like
the,
with
bug
this.
feet.
Would not receive him.
Well, I'll make these into arrow shapes.
What Israel said? Crucify him. Crucify him. They told Pilate, the Roman, crucify him. He said, well, you want me to crucify your king? And what'd they say? We have no king but Caesar. Now the Jews hated Caesar, but they preferred Caesar to Christ. It's an amazing thing. And I don't want to leave this back in dim history for us. Verse 10 speaks of the world.
I'm just trying to move these UVs so that they're like
Israel at the time.
not touching each other. Because I keep having this where like one of my drawings bleeds into the other one.
And the only time they use his name is when they hit their son with a hammer, Religionists, people that go to church all the time, still don't receive him all the time. But, look at verse 12. But, as many as received him, individuals with a secular background or a religious background, a moral background by man's standards or an immoral background, whoever, as many as received him, to them he gave the right to become children of God, even to those who believe in his name. Whoever will believe in him, the Bible says, will not be disappointed. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever will believe in him will not perish, but have eternal life. And so when a person realizes that they're a sinner, and that they can't help themselves, they can't pull themselves out of their own problems, can't pay for their own sin. The wages of sin is not just going to church a bunch, That's always, I always get a kick out of that because it seems like a lot of people think of it as a terrible punishment, Well, you have to work it off one way or another.
Yeah, so this looks really fucking ugly right now, but...
Yeah.
Oh, wait, he's not even here, is he?
Christ came and died. And
Jesus just came in and dropped a comment and then left.
puts their faith in him.
Unless you're not watching.
Look at verse 12. He uses
I don't know actually.
Because I only have one viewer right now.
person,
Yeah, I think it's me.
those who believe
Maybe he sent that a while ago and I just didn't notice.
truth about him and you receive his person. You then what? Become his child. Now, how do you become a child physically? Well, you're born, right? And that's what he goes ahead and says. Look at verse 13. Who were born, not of blood, nor the will of the flesh, nor the will of man, but of God. Born of God. When you believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, when you receive him personally, you are born. And notice what he says, not of blood. Being a Christian is not like, I talk to people quite often, and I'll have men who I don't know much better than this. I'll say, where do you stand with God? Well, my parents were religious. I said, well, that's great. But being a Christian is not being born into the right bloodline. Is not born of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, Being a
Taking
Christian
notes?
is not saying I'm going to do it. You know,
He's just writing down Christianity is not a race.
is not being born of the will of the flesh. Nor
Pop
the
quiz,
will
is
of
Christianity
God.
a test?
Nothing that
I mean, a
priest
race.
can confer on you, or an organization can state, now you're a Christian. No, you're born of God, God's Holy Spirit. And when you believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, He comes into your life, and you are born anew, born spiritually. And then the process begins of that life working its way out. But it's a change from the inside out. And people maybe won't even notice any difference immediately. Your life, but inside, there's relationship with God now. And it will begin to work its way out in every area of your life.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the most time-consuming part.
He's a new creature. The old things
I
have
thought
passed
modeling
away.
was going to be
New things have come. And over a period of time,
bigger,
sometimes
I guess.
dramatically, there'll be a real turnaround. Other times, over a period of time, you'll see change. But always, there will be that transformation of life because there is real relationship with God. Now, notice I said eternal life and eternal death. And even as I kind of wrap this up, I would point out that we need life. We were spiritually dead.
I'm gonna do big puffy pants.
Oh, the big puff pants. That's a good idea.
Still there says, in him was life, and the life was the light of men. When Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life, he gives spiritual life. And we really need that. Now, let me illustrate that.
Is this like a college lecture, like a college class, you think? Or is this like a church?
30-06, terrible hunting accident.
That's a good question.
Shot dead. And I come
It could be
along,
like
and there's
a,
this dead
like a
body
theism
there
class
that's
or some
blood
sort,
and
right? Like
I said, oh, no problem.
just the study.
Yeah,
of
maybe.
religion.
And I just get the pliers out.
Because he said, I mean, he opens with the not my God, not your God. So it's definitely not a church.
But would you like, in a class like this,
It won't do to just
would
have
they
what
really,
killed me taken
like, would he be
away.
so obviously on one team? You know what I
He
mean?
takes away our sin and he gives us life.
I guess wouldn't they just be like teaching them kind of
And
detached?
maybe even as I've been speaking, you've
Whereas
been
he's,
Let me-
he's
oh,
like very clearly.
I'll read the only thing that's on here.
relationship with him. And the
It's a
Bible
picture of him, and then it has this quote. Life presents us with many questions. These questions range from the trivial to the very important. However, there is really only one question in life that deserves to be called the ultimate question.
of sin is that we earn something with our sin.
And then we find out that by watching the tape.
Death. But
Yeah, I guess.
What is the, I don't know the question yet. He's like about to wrap up.
is eternal life in Christ Jesus our Lord.
My question was,
God offers salvation,
oh my god, I would love to be the audience for this.
and that's why we need to
I have a question. Um,
that's how you
can animal sacrifice
can't pay for it, you can't earn it.
cleanse my sin?
They'll clean their life up and become worthy of Christ. You can't. You need to take them
Did God invent skateboards?
and you can respond with
Can I speed if I prove that it's safe?
our own abilities.
There's no way that story was real. It sounded too much just like a god story, you know?
Yeah, it was like one of those stories where it's like the guy gets like three guys get wishes, and it's like
Yeah,
the first
exactly.
guy wished for this, and then he got fucked.
And you've maybe not known quite what to do. Listen, I would like
First
to
guy got
encourage
fucked. Don't try what he did.
Don't wish.
Like,
Just don't
you're
even
waiting-
wish.
everything about him.
you're waiting for court, and then the guy just comes in and he, oh man, don't do what he just did. That guy just got fucked.
I'd like for us right now to just bow in prayer. And as we bow, if you see this tonight, if you understand that Jesus Christ came into the world to save you, and you realize that you're a sinner, and you would like to be forgiven and saved, you can right now invite him to come into your life. And God knows your heart. The words aren't magic words, but it's typical to receive a gift by saying thank you.
Wait,
So if you'd like
you're
to
not
receive
supposed to be
Christ,
pink. What am I
Bible
doing?
in your
God
heart,
damn it.
pray words similar to this. Lord Jesus, I need you. I confess that I'm a sinner. I thank you that you came into the world to save sinners. I thank you for dying on the cross for me. And I thank you that you rose again from the dead and conquered sin and death. I invite you to be my personal Lord and Savior.
Thanks for coming back from the dead.
Thank you for forgiving me.
Thank you for
Take control of
potatoes,
this person. You want
peas,
Speeding
napkins.
tickets. Wait, no, not that one.
Father, I thank you for the
Father,
simplicity
Father, I
of
thank you
the gospel,
for chalkboard.
for the grace
Father, I thank you for chalkboard. Thank you,
and I
thank
thank
you
you
for
that
the
you
animal
have made
sacrifices.
yourself known in Christ. And the good news is that he came to die.
Sorry about Jesus, man. He was a cool guy.
We thank you tonight.
I
In
offered
Jesus'
this
name,
classroom as sacrifice.
amen. As I said in the class, the most important issue in
Oh,
life
it's a
is your
one-on-one.
response to Jesus Christ. I quoted the verse several times, the wages of sin is death, but the free gift of God is eternal life in Christ Jesus our Lord. God gave his Son for us, and he offers him to us as a free gift.
I'm really happy
When
with
you receive a gift, it's typical
With
to
what?
say thank you.
my pants.
Oh yeah, that like
Faith
saggy
in
pants
Christ,
thing looks
you can
good.
receive Christ personally.
I think I'm gonna do a
Placing
vest
your
and
faith
make
in
him sort of a pirate
If you'd
enemy.
like to,
Oh,
right
okay.
now, you
Or not
can
even
pray
pirate,
along
I guess,
with
but
me.
just like I'm imagining like a,
Lord
you know, the
Jesus,
enemy. I think
need
it's
you.
the Higa in
I thank you for dying on the cross
in
for
Breath of
me.
the Wild that have like the
Oh,
mask,
Confess
yeah.
the
that I'm a
scythe,
sinner.
or the little hook things.
I was thinking the
I thank you
Higa,
that you died and
like
rose
Naruto.
again and paid for my
Oh
sin.
yeah.
I invite you to be my Savior and Lord.
He's
Come
just
into my life and make me the
change it.
kind of person
I have a very good
you want
movie
me to be.
coming up that won't get caught.
Now, if you prayed that prayer, let me assure you that Jesus
Part of me wants to have you just play something like obviously super copyrighted, so I could check if that system actually warns me, but that's like such a dangerous way to test that. It's definitely not worth it.
I'm willing to bet Scooby Doo is like up there because I feel like I've seen a lot of like, 24/7 Scooby Doo stream, 24/7 SpongeBob stream, 24/7 classic animated series. This is really good though. It's a kung fu movie called Deadly China Hero.
Deadly China Hero?
Yeah. It's just this movie has a lot of anime mechanics to it, I guess. Like there's a lot of rules of like magic. There's like boss enemies and stuff. It's the classic thing of like when a movie has tiers of enemies.
Oh yeah. It's like the boss fight structure.
Yeah, the big boss fight is a guy who is like flying around in a chair.
Is this a trailer or is this the...
This is the trailer.
I want to put something over... I'm gonna... My OBS, I'm realizing now on my stream you have like a copy of my stream on the bottom right, which is kind of...
Oh yeah.
Maybe I could put something there.
I definitely want to watch that. They just listed like all my favorite people from these tapes. Like Sonny Chiba.
I wish it looped better than that.
事嚟送你錢啊！因為採訪緊一單新聞，香港政府通緝緊3個義和平嘅壇主，好刺激㗎。對唔住啊，一得閒我就會返廣州揾你㗎啦。13。
3張廣州嘅船飛。嗱，係佢哋啊！快啲嚟捉人啦！
Can I like trim the video?
I have no idea. I don't think so. Well, you can. No, I don't think so.
I know I can crop. I guess I could just do this. This wouldn't be that hard actually. This is really funny just having this in my like peripheral because I can't understand any of it now. So it's just like yelling constantly and I'm not like looking at the subs at all.
Yeah. I don't even know if the subs work. Like, I don't know if the subs are in English. I can't see.
I suppose I could put a face cam down there too, but that's not important. I could do the... Did I show you the fucking... What was it? I put it like unregistered AverMedia cam, like going across my webcam.
Oh, yeah.
And I used that in class.
Yeah, that's so good.
That would be a good... If I did a face cam, it would be something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, the crack sound. Did he just break his knuckle or something? What was that? Okay, so there's like 2 subs. There's like Chinese and English subs.
地方啦嚇。我夠知啦。暫時屋租幾貴得㗎？點租啊？師傅，我啲病人遲早醫完中傷，我未醫嗰陣啊，你話人家幾唔該制咧？你咁多嘢講係嘛？你諗下啦。黃師傅，你呢鑊一定搬緊㗎啦。喂，我係喎。
Who are you?
主派嚟㗎，你估加租信你？唔使拆啦，加3倍租。睇你個樣真係冇咁鬆交㗎啦，揾定地方搬把啦。唉，羅漢先。嗱，我契表哥係半人鬼嚟嘅，得教翻你兩個鬼話，睇你唔使生嚟人家好嘛？好啊。早晨叫什麼東西啊？掘魔靈。掘魔靈。早頭有咩名堂啊？咩啊？掘泥咁奇怪。掘泥。咁唔安咧？唔安啊？掘啱個罐啩好似。掘啱嗰罐。係啊。嗱，撞咗人啫，講聲鎖你，咁大條大把可以行嘅咧。鎖你，鎖你。
嗨，这些广东人真是没礼貌。
爹，我们现在怎么样？
我们找个地方休息会儿，再去打听那班银僧的下落。走吧。
係表哥，係表哥誒，係表哥誒。哦，白表哥。你點解當個 love？洋人打個招呼嚟。乖過你，乖過你。Good morning。乖過你。Good morning。乖過你。Good morning。乖過你。Hi Robert。我問下呢個。I'm sorry, Benjamin。I call you later。拜拜，拜拜。Robert 表哥。哦，契表弟。我識。哦。契表弟啊，咁走啊？你話啊嘛，呢度啲平哥好筍噶嘛，我主要你介紹嘅。哦，係 B 士。喂，咩叫 B 士啊？唔知啊？即係口盲咁解啊！口盲咁解啊！今日咧好多客喺入邊試緊身喎。唉，我呢度啲電掣。
I really like having just like little bits of English every once in a while.
Yeah, that's cool.
我落去即係啲電掣上嚟再同你傾過。唉，隨便 B 士，隨便 B 士啊！
How did I do this? Okay.
哇，洋酒嚟喎！怪爛地啊！人家話好近嘅，人家兩蚊啖咋，隻眼前一刻跟住關低啊！你信唔信啊？係。大鄉里都未試過，爛地你都未試過，你真係兩餅嘅你。係啊，我都未試過。喂，咁咪試下啦。驚係啊！嚟嚟。啊！你盲咗我隻眼啊！而家點算啊？而家嚇？還死要唔知飲多啖火火。嚟啊！喂，留翻兩滴，留翻兩滴，篤隻人哋啊！嗱，係咪先嚟啊？你啊，嚟啊，求下你啊！
I haven't really been paying attention enough. Is this like what kind of movie is this? Is it like a comedy at all, or is it like a very serious like fighting kind
It's an action movie, I think, would be the best way to say it. So there is a lot of humor in it, just like any like karate movie, you know.
Yeah.
冇啦。
你哋黃飛鴻嘅徒弟就可以立亂大字得㗎嚇？你哋寶芝林嘅人，唔通寶芝林隻狗啊？唔係咩啊？係我好崇拜黃飛鴻師傅㗎，未請教。嘿，啱啦，我就黃飛鴻師傅個徒弟梁潘，佢就係我師弟牙茶叔。係潘哥、蘇哥、小聖王呢3位就係我細妹，青霞、曼玉、楚紅。做乜笠個豬籠上身啊？佢哋？咦，咪笠咗半係嘛？真係識開玩笑，仲唔同我啲客 say sorry？死咗你
Say sorry.
Mr. Wong 啊，佢哋寶芝林咧想話搬鋪喎，諗住揾翻間闊落啲嘅鋪位。聽講你好似有間吉鋪嘅，係就喺個鋪頭隔離有好闊落㗎，前後天井，走馬大騎樓。如果寶芝林租嘅話，3折。咁大隻狗乸隨街跳，我務求同黃師傅學嘢啫。如果事成之後，我俾翻3個月租你做佣金，咁就唔好講鳩阿積佢啊，夾乸。呢位黃生，叫我師傅得啦。在下姓黃，上司下虎，獅子嘅獅，老虎個虎，好仰慕黃飛鴻師傅你㗎。客氣。阿黃師傅對呢間屋滿唔滿意？佢滿意到黑地啊！如果真係呢個價錢嘅話，我決定將寶芝林搬過嚟啦。如果唔變嘅話，再平啲都得。最多初二16做埋啲燒肉2份啊，點話？大家都開館啫嘛。哦，原來同道中人。唔敢，其實我好仰慕黃師傅，想拜黃師傅為師㗎。黃師傅太客氣啦。唔係真嘅，相請不如偶遇，大家就飲杯，我請。師傅應承
個師公唔飲酒嘅。應該嘅，應該嘅。嗱，咁就一言為定啦。好啊，阿潘阿叔，係你哋同阿黃生啊搞埋啲租約先。師傅大人約我去見一位新上任嘅千總大人，我走先。好，唔收晒。即係千總大人咁耶咧。內室有人練緊拳係嘛？千總大人喺度輸下筋骨啫，請黃師傅請。你就係黃師傅啦係嘛？在下黃飛探見千總大人。斟茶，即刻斟茶。
You say chimchar?
飲茶，嘈。
本地嘅慈愛，知道黃師傅係民團總教練，教出嚟嘅徒弟都係獨當一面嘅武學專才，所以想同黃師傅見下面，以後一定要多多幫忙。大人言重，黃師傅坐。師傅大人喺入邊用緊福壽膏，一陣就出嚟啦。傳聞黃師傅係少林正宗，號稱拳腳相傳。黃師傅嘅不殺無影腳，大家都好聞名啊！知道拳係咩拳呢？公字伏虎，虎鶴雙形，定係十形拳啊？大人，呢啲係武術界嘅朋友俾面，胡亂作上去嘅啫。大人多多包涵。黃師傅，你咁就唔啱啦！非技自取係武術界嘅關嚟㗎。黃師傅。
I feel like I've heard seafood a few times.
I've definitely heard. Well, I know that in Chinese, they have a word that is very similar to our N word.
Oh yeah.
That is basically their
So it's just everywhere. Maybe this tape will get my channel in trouble, huh?
What do you think about a baseball hat? I'm trying to think of stuff to hide the head, you know?
You don't like this head, or you just want to...
Well, just something simple so I don't have to do too much with his head.
I like the hat.
Backwards. Doesn't really go with the pants.
Let me see like a far
Maybe a big puffy sweater too.
Maybe a big puffy hat.
What would that look like? Oh, I know. Well, what goes with puffy pants?
I feel like a ball cap goes fine with it.
Well, I'm thinking like other clothes in general. Like, where are puffy pants?
I have to think on that. I don't really know. I don't think I can answer that satisfyingly. Gambeta. I need to move.
Oh, here we go. Fight scene.
Yo, what an idiot.
你飲酒。飛鴻應承個家父從來唔飲酒。大人，我管道仲有啲私務要趕住翻嚟處理。告辭。咁辛苦晒，黃師傅慢走。黃飛鴻喺地方上都好有名氣，你唔好搞佢啦。呢啲咁嘅刁民，我唔俾啲下馬威佢，佢一定會阻頭阻勢。大人嘅財路，又點可以俾呢種咁嘅人阻住咧？真係多謝各位父老咁創愛，飛鴻無德無能，點擔得起呢個道德重整會會長嘅重任啊？飛鴻，你唔使太謙啦，依家時代啲後生仔啊，冚唪唥都冇道德觀念嘅，去邊度揾到個好似你咁年少老成、有型有格先得嘅？所以我哋特登預備咗塊正人君子嘅牌匾嚟賀你新館開張，等你啊雙喜臨門啊嘛！多謝多謝。
That looks like someone's head out of the corner of my eye. That would have been a really good bit. For sure I just heard like sew a little bean.
So a little bean walked in.
我就打上100兩。
不要管他。
咁啦，不如借我支鐵槍過你啊！啊！你個仆街！
Oh, this is taking forever.
爹，你个黄师傅为人蛮不错嘛，你对他那么冷淡。
江湖凶险，不要轻易信人。我们是来追寻能人寺那些淫僧和打听你妹妹下落的，不要节外生枝。
爹，能人寺。
我们进去看看。想走，打死你！走啊！
Those punching sound effects are great.
真人教主特使恭候多時。特使到嚟，本座有失言，恕罪恕罪。小空真人好耐冇見，教主託我問候你。自從喺北方落嚟廣東，好耐都未見過教主。佢身體好嘛？教主佢好好。只係近日佢因為義和拳受清廷壓制嘅事，有 有啲唔係幾開心啫。只要我手上批女人賣咗喺南洋，就有大筆資金運用，請教主佢放心。但係我哋有3個壇主喺香港俾英國人扣留咗，有啲咁事。係清廷叫英國人做嘅，我哋已經想辦法救佢哋。邊個？
我去揾黃師傅。
我係黃師傅啦。
唔係你，我揾黃飛鴻師傅。
啱啦，我就黃飛鴻師傅嘅徒弟梁寬。
邊個打得你咁傷㗎？係梁人子嗰把義和拳嘅入爭。梁人子，喂，你講清楚啲啊！梁人子其實係間貿易寺，專門拐帶婦女，然後賣落去南洋做妓女。我個妹就係喺北方俾嗰班人賣落嚟南方。
你點知㗎？
我跟蹤線索，追蹤2年半，嚟到廣州，佢哋係義和拳邪教，靠販賣人口為生。我同阿爹夜闖梁人寺，俾佢哋打殺，阿爹仲生死未卜。
咁就要話俾師傅知啦。插我㗎你，咁冇機會能夠放過嘅咩？咁點啊？若然我哋能夠大破梁人子，將功勞歸晒俾師傅，嗰啲人仲唔將功贖罪啊？戇居，佢咁樣冇功俾人打成咁，我哋去咪俾人打到似餅咁？喂，自取咁得唔得啊？到咁上下通知下滿拖馬嚟，人贓並獲，咁啊唔使講嘢。
誒，裏邊有咩機關啊？裏邊。咩攞多當出嚟見人㗎？
一人下鑊嘛，咪當無數咯。
真係梁人子？唔敢啊？梗係啦，我冇你咁好武功，打上嚟我好蝕底。家就貪你唔打得又唔使得，你話個個都要寬哥咁大隻，啲入爭一睇就知我哋有警棍啦，係嘛？咁啊係。哇！而家主要補鋪頭，睇住九姑娘同埋佢，你以為你立硬大功啊？師傅必然收你做徒弟，我話嘅。咁老虎搏一搏啊！
幾位施主係參神定求福咧？
冇啊！阿少爺小姐聽見話呢個求姻緣好靈勁嘅，想話嚟求支姻緣簽啫嘛。
哦，我哋都要求姻緣，好靈㗎。
我想試試啊，試試。
阿奶媽，帶哥去啊！
嚟啦！
女施主，求支簽先。
我都係啊！呢度好似好得人驚咁嘅，唔好嚇我啦。下次。
你若果想求姻緣，今晚就要喺度休息。今晚子時紅鸞星就入你個命宮，你感受到啲靈氣，咁你就有好姻緣㗎啦。
喺度過一晚。
呢件交低俾我，你哋出去救啲女仔。好，快啲，執完香機先。阿潘阿嫂，出嚟斟茶。阿姐，呢班馬騮仔去晒邊？幾有錢嚟？阿陳生，你瞅瞅先，唔使客氣。阿潘阿嫂。 唉，黃師傅，或者佢哋食完飯去荔灣唞下涼都唔定咧。我一早就話咗，叫佢哋唔准出去噶。呢班馬騮仔啊
That one sounded a lot like English for some reason. I heard like, what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
黃師傅，
誒，你咪嗰日賣武鬼姑娘？
係潘哥同蘇哥佢哋喺能人寺。
咩能人子啊？死未？依家仲綁住嚟打？你！喂，咩啊？笑咩啊？大家都綁住啊嘛！
This is weird. Is there a reason why my Photoshop like brush isn't copying the color perfectly?
Your Photoshop color?
Yeah, like I select it here and then I draw and it's like a different shade of blue.
Maybe,
It's just like doing a darker shade of whatever I pick a little bit. Very specific problem.
It might have to do with the color standard. But is the opacity turned all the way up? Like, it might have to just do with its grabbing transparency. I don't know. That might just be an easy thing to look up.
Oh wait, okay, I think I got it. I think it was grabbing... Like, I think it was... Oh, what the fuck? Okay, I see what it is. When I put this mesh overlay thing, there's also like a slight gradient with it. Like a slight color tint with it. That's bad. I'm just trying to make the gradients like cleaner in Photoshop because they aren't looking great on the actual model right now. they in a giant flower? What is that?
What?
Are they in a giant flower?
No, it's gonna be like a ponytail. Like a Chinese braid type of deal.
Oh, I meant in the movie.
Oh.
They're not anymore, but they
Yeah.
were just fighting in like a gigantic flower.
Yeah. The guy's like magic.
You decided against the hat, though?
Yeah. Didn't feel like it fit. Maybe I should do a flower for this guy.
That could work. It's like on the top
Make
of his
him
head.
like a mortal enemy of crystal.
Yeah, what is the opposite of a crystal?
Leaf head. Yeah, this will be a fun dynamic bone too.
That is true.
Okay, now we got something. I'm glad I misheard you or misunderstood.
This is a much better workflow in Photoshop. Because I can like select and only affect one small part of it. Whereas every time in the other in Blender, like anytime I do any small change, it like fucks up every other UV. Here I can just isolate it really easily. I'm now realizing the ones with like solid colors, you can just kind of scrunch them down a bunch.
知你武藝高強，但係都唔可以任你胡作非為。
阿叔，佢講咩？唔係話師傅條大聲公嘈到我耳都聾埋啊！你咁聲唔到？
品大人，黃飛鴻一共打傷46名僧人，其中大部分傷勢好重，有啲可能終身殘廢。同時，能人子損毀嚴重，需要重修。
求大人主持公道，老衲一生嘅清譽就俾個惡徒所毀，求大人明察。哇！你收埋成袖都冇咗衫喺裏邊，仲話人屈你？
係呀，我去進香，半夜都有個鹹濕和尚入嚟想及我啊！我哋都係呀。
咁啲女人喺邊？個和尚又喺邊啊？
大人，能人子的確係滿布機關，而且供奉邪神，禁錮婦女。飛鴻係親眼所見，所以要出手自衛。
指一邊供奉咩神，有佢哋嘅自由。你話人哋禁錮婦女，你又無憑無據。黃飛鴻，本官今次都唔幫你啦。師傅叫人幫你喎，當我聾㗎？本官決定暫時收押黃飛鴻。
你得我咪出唔到先，師傅交個名屈你嘅啫噃。
咪嘈！本官暫時推堂片刻，你哋唔好行開啊！參見大人，你哋聯保黃飛鴻大人，
我哋省城4個商會聯名擔保黃師傅，希望師傅大人唔好將黃師傅收押，等過咗廟會之後咧，我哋慢慢再查明呢件事。係咯，如果大人認為
I just heard
我哋可以
I heard one right there.
大班3先生加入擔保㗎，
咁即係揾英國人嚟壓我啫。本官詳細考慮之後，鑑於4大商會聯名擔保黃飛鴻，而且案情確有可疑，決定將能人子主持及途中收押，黃飛鴻暫時釋放，等本官調查之後再作定奪。冤枉啊！
師傅，我哋聽日可以出師啦。
你點搞㗎？係啊，4大商會同英國佬出晒面嚟幫佢，你呢嚿生豬肉啊，砌唔入㗎。佢哋知道黃飛鴻喺廟會嗰日出師啫。我睇下佢隻獅王叻得去邊。你將包藥攞俾黃飛鴻飲，你爭我嗰幾百兩總債就一筆勾銷。咁唔得㗎，唔得。得我就拉你入監獄，到時候你就求生不得，求死不能。
今日我哋獅子掉落海一出嗱，肯定殺殺咧。飲茶。
點解啲茶酸酸地嘅？係咩？梗係啲茶葉壞咗，你有福伯買過？
哦，梗係個賊頭嚟啊，打斧頭。
Wang Fei Hong. Give them up in a real lion. It looks like a real lion. Huh? Lion? No, a real lion. 喂，沙宣先生，係要拉人喎。
咁而家點啊？今日好日子，唔好拉人啦啩？係咯。獅子跌埋開！向前行！哎呀，黃飛鴻師傅好嘢，黃師傅好嘢！上坡，係。
Yeah, that gradient looks a bit better. Smoother.
梁先生，我完全聽唔到你講嘢，我聾咗。
我正話喺入邊已經同黃師傅商量好啦，個耳仔唔多方便，就由我同大家講啦。知府大人見黃師傅德高望重，亦係民團總教練。如果告佢破壞廟宇同埋逼死出家人嗰啲罪名，咁大家就好難落台㗎啦。所以黃師傅決定暫時行開下，離開廣州返佛山。寶芝林暫時由衙門查封，一切人等不得進入。
你講大話！師傅唔會離開寶珠林嘅，呢度我哋屋企嚟㗎。聽我講，我已經決定咗，你哋講乜嘢我聽唔到。不過我講嘅嘢希望大家記住。師傅，
黃師傅，
雷大人講嘅嘢係真嘅。師傅，你敢唔家父啊？你敢封寶珠林？我打官司打晒佢身家，打殘你。
我唔記得同你講嘅死龜公，你開設不道德場所，證據確鑿，衙門已經決定封你鋪，由聽日開始唔准你做生意啊！
皇上，你講得我住啦。
睇下點？黃師傅，我有事，走先。
係啊，你實有事啊，喪事啊嘛。阿嫂，你同我執幾件衫，我走啦。我走係唔想拖累你哋，官府根本就係針對我哋暫時係鬥佢哋唔過，君子不吃眼前虧。我首先返佛山醫翻好對耳，你哋喺度千祈唔好輕舉妄動。師傅，對唔住啊，男人大丈夫唔好流眼淚，該交流咯。點同呢？佢都唔係男人。
咁我係咩人啊？
師傅，阿歡，以後喺碼頭唔好再同人殺氣。師傅離開咗之後，要睇住班師兄弟。
我師傅，我哋兩父女已經離開省城，俾條路我哋行啦。
我聽唔到你哋喺度講乜嘢啊！我聾咗啊！
哦，原來他是吃錯了西藥，耳朵才變聾的。
可以相信他們。
他的脈象很亂，的確像是中了毒。我係山西 幾個中毒以致失明耳聾嘅意外，我哋一齊參住，希望能夠醫翻好。
我都諗咗好幾個方案，苦於能醫難自醫，就請鐵師傅嚟幫忙。
The theme just keeps hitting me harder each time. It didn't hit me at all before.
The theme?
Yeah, the theme song for this.
Oh yeah.
That's the thing, I can't follow it. It's all over the place.
Yeah, you don't know where it's gonna go next.
He just keeps singing. I think this is when they're making him powerful through acupuncture.
I think they were curing him from poison.
Oh, okay.
Is he having like a revelation?
咩雞佬啊？都冇名你叫咩？我叫黃師傅，叫黃師傅係7字。黐線！你啊黐線！啊你再嗌雞佬，我丙你啦！
阿哥啊，我哋而家咁嘅環境，仲同人殺氣？
咩環境啊？我始終係雞業嘅中堅分子。雞佬，雞你老母！官兵你都打，想死啊？睇唔到係你嘛？最叻落快，拉！
喂，夜就由街頭趕我哋落街尾，由街尾趕翻上街頭，人哋又唔趕，即係分明黑我哋啫。
得罪我哋上頭，奉旨趕住你哋嘅，唔走就打。哎呀，我而家好驚啊，冇王法㗎！你夠膽咁多人面前打我啊！我喺度吞晒雞毛落肚。
佢叫你唔好同人殺氣㗎啦，以後點喎？哎呀，龜公搞姑娘，乜你搞成咁啊嚇！我特登嚟揾你哋嘅，我收到風咧話雷超咗要趕住我哋啊！廣州呢度啊冇得踎㗎啦！嗱，我而家搭到條水咧去香港石塘咀嗰度做，而你一流龜公人才咧實掂㗎。
掂有乜用？我都冇水腳。
我都係久休復出，做咗輪先湊夠錢去㗎咋，幫唔到你哋啦。嗱，你哋諗定嚟揾我啦嚇，我走啦嚇。阿哥，咁點啊？
有咩點啊？都冇水腳，冇得去㗎。唔怕，我仲有啲金收埋香之館。
Alright, I think I've got an idea for my guy now. I'm making a romanceable NPC for Bindo Plain. I don't know if that's actually going to be a thing. Probably
That's
won't,
the
but
idea.
that's the idea. And this little flower thing is going to be like a mouth with a bunch of teeth.
Oh.
So it's like a really... Everything about the Bindo Plain, like, every person should have one element of, like, horror. It's like fucked up, like, Animal Crossing type NPCs, but their things are like, I'm the flesh man. I'm the brain eater. And you just have to be nice to them anyway.
我告到北京要告佢哋。
冇啊，哥，你醒下。
冇翻到佛山，匿埋喺附近嘅鄉下，同埋北妹兩父女一齊。3日後係13行新子奠基典禮，我哋要捉走鬼佬大班沙士，到時黃飛鴻會唔會左手左腳，斬草除根？我已經派咗人去對付黃飛鴻啦，佢耳仔聾咗，走唔甩嘅。咁最好啦，黃飛鴻幫英國人捉走我哋3個壇主交俾清廷，我哋一定要捉到沙士。等英國人俾啲壓力滿清政府，先會放人。放心啦，廖康師兄，而家慈禧已經注意義和拳嘅神功，我哋義和拳始終有一日會突重，解過而家清廷班走狗，入宮掌權。你要小心自己嘅身體，知一個殺一個。原來封咗寶章同香脂菇嚟做豬仔豆，你一月生仔冇屎忽啊！冇屎忽！聽到晒我哋頭先講嘅嘢，黃飛鴻好翻就一定嚟收拾你兩個爛壇。你真係冚家鏟啊！黃飛鴻多管閒事捉咗我哋3個壇主，佢邊個整蠱係應該嘅。你得閒冇事等閃哥走去拆佢鞋同我作對，快啲講！黃飛鴻係冚家鏟，佢就叫你救命！我唔講，黃飛鴻係大英雄。講啊！黃飛鴻係點樣做？黃師傅長命百歲。咁口硬，講！黃飛鴻係任從。黃飛鴻係你老豆。好識死嘅，呢啲人屎不足食，冇經到隔離左右。大方大圓，挖個窿埋咗佢。係，我送出去。嚇你兩個淫賊！點啊？點啊？快走！本座送你哋去西方極樂世界，服侍你哋師傅啊！你隻可唔夠我隻勁啦！好，
Not quite tired, but you know, it'll hit us eventually. So he's just.
Yeah, I'm starting to slow down.
I think this texture painting thing, I really underestimated this.
Yeah, it is a process.
I'm also just like really like there's a lot about this character that I don't know if I really like the way he's looking right now, design like the texturing wise.
I think it's looking pretty good for the PS1. Like the style, the pixels look good. I think.
I just don't know if I like the way he's like. I guess just his actual design. Like I don't know, the color scheme feels a little off to me. I just want to do more detail, like to make it look more robotic, I guess, but I just don't know what to do. I guess I just got to do like metal texture, but
I mean, I would just look up some at this, like if stuff doesn't look right, but you're not sure why.
龍小姐真係慘啊！其實你都幾靚仔啊，眉清目秀又好功夫，仲虎背熊腰，嫁咗個老公好似你咁，都幾好啊嗬！人笑你又笑，成個戇居仔咁。喂，我係咪生得好靚啊？你係咪好中意我咧？傻根根，就算我嫁俾你都冇用咯，十下咁。
燕儿，去城里配好藥啦。
爹，已經配好了。
食埋呢劑啊，我睇你個症就可以清體噶啦。
多謝鐵師傅。
合咩氣啊？
咁麻煩你走一趟啊。
馬上過啦。爹啊。
幹什麼？
他能夠聽啊。
他前2天就已經能夠聽了，不過他今天進步得特別快。哎，你去哪兒？
學死人咯！
佢做咩事啊？
或者佢等我開心啦。
黃師傅，
快啲啦，咁到啦，
黃師傅，
師傅，
佢咩事啊？
你快走啦！來一少個衰人封咗寶芝林同香脂罐，用嚟收埋能人千分人真同啲女人。佢發現咗呢件事，就俾人打成咁啦。黃師傅，
師傅變晒到嚟講嘢啊！俾啲成日帶淚光眼神佢睇下好過啊！呢個係你最後機會嚟。雖然我師傅又孤寒又老土又橫聲，有時陰陰濕濕，但不失為一個好師傅。嗱臨拜師咧，你都幾了解我。冇錯，我觀察力本區嚟講都數一數二嘅。喂，乜你聽到㗎，師傅？你話啦，你好翻都唔單聲啊！你都識話我陰濕啦。對唔住啊，師傅，個天會罰你嘅。哎呀！唔係咁正棍係嘛？繼續放！
喂，唔係咁好義氣啊嘛，留低個垂死喺出邊。
你唔係驚得咁緊要係嘛？唔都唔晒嘅，很熱很熱。
咩嚟㗎？
黃師傅，
I wish I may。
佢哋仲有個大陰謀啊！
係咩陰謀啊？
佢哋打算後日喺13行週年慶典嗰陣，用條蜈蚣嚟綁走沙仙大班啊！
咁目的係咩咧？
根本佢哋就係義和團啲人，想威脅清廷，放走嗰啲同黨啊！師傅，我諗我都係唔得噶啦。不過我仲有最後一個要求，就係想你。
do they like share words between Chinese and Japanese? Like some words?
Maybe.
I've like
I think-
recognized a couple.
I think that maybe kanji is based on Chinese or something like that.
師傅，我未食。
咁你又定晒價？
攰都要唞唞啊嘛。
唞你個聲頭啊！又嚟？
唔係啊，好似中箭來又中箭啊！
陣，我有種攬住親人嘅感覺。咁你咪當係你親人咯。走吧。哦。捉住佢！
It actually kind of works. I just decided to try to scribble around on there to make it look like rusted or something. I kind of like that. I don't think I like the sharp outline though. Maybe that's one angle I could take this. Have them be like have each face be like a segmented little piece, I guess.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think I am gonna go get some coffee.
Okay.
And then I'll be back for the. I'm gonna do the long haul until 1. From 10 to 1. It's not even that long of a haul.
1 a.m.
Oh, I'll be back. Yeah.
Okay.
12 hour.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I'll be out.
Are you gonna leave Mippy Super going? Oh, he's already gone. I don't know what this is. It's just a movie that Connor put on. It's interesting though. Yeah, it's a flower, but yeah, definitely I could see that, like a little chicken up there. If you saw, you can't really see the full thing right now, It's a little cropped, but yeah, he's got a little flower on his head. I need a name for this guy still. I literally just now realized I haven't even fathomed that. I have no idea what I'm gonna call him. I'm sure Connor will face a similar problem with his guy. So we're gonna have to put some thought into that, but I'll probably just come up with some random shit. I don't know, it doesn't really matter.
相傳，腳係佛山無影腳，拳係乜嘢拳？我而家話你知就係追拳。係咪追拳嘅呂洞賓追緊提狐狸先關啊？唔係，係追羅漢，爭眉怒目，力亢龍。你知用咩招啊？係寒霜子擒滿擊空最追燒。錯，最先學長空陣前連環擊。我又錯。我唔係唔飲得酒，我飲醉咗酒，打人拳腳太重，次次都打死人嘅。係真唔係啊
The texture is looking a lot better.
Yeah, I decided to try to do more of like a segmented thing. And I've also been changing the UVs as I go so I can do like flat lines.
Nice.
That's made it a lot better.
Yeah, a little like, just like the dirt kind of texture. It's really good.
Thanks.
I like subtle kind of.
I just kind of
just like
scribbled it.
Yeah.
Something too, this one and this one are identical. And I feel like I could like barely even tell. I just copied I just moved the UV on top of this one. So they're in the exact same spot.
Nice.
I didn't even think to do that. But it was just like a nice little time saving thing. But yeah, I think this is what I was missing, was just like detail like this.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like feeling like I didn't like it. I'm coming around to it a bit more now.
Hey, okay.
Yeah, just hearing English every once in a while is like comforting.
That guy goes, "Master, save me! I've been slapped by hundreds of people." There we go.
The credits are good.
Oh, we got bloopers. I didn't realize. This is kind of cool. The bloopers without the audio is kind of cool. Like, it's a nice choice. I guess it's a fighting movie, probably.
It's just because like the specifics of what they're saying isn't really important, I guess, for the
I
joke.
guess, yeah, they probably did just have it over the credits. They had one song for this movie.
It's true.
Ba 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 ba.
Oh. That freaked me out. Yeah, I was worried the tape was going to run out while you were gone. And then I would be left with nothing. What would I do?
Well, next up we have Best of Delima 2, a Pocholinga production.
The Pocholinga? Sounds like Spanish.
Caucasians are not like you and me. Don't you agree? They put sugar in their pork and butter on their rice.
What? The fade in.
What do you take to a potluck picnic? Jello mold with grated carrots in it? Caucasian.
Don't want no Caucasians round here.
Come here.
This rules. This is so good. It's Hawaiian. He's doing a parody of Short People.
But it's white people.
He's all up in the face of an Asian guy. Caucasian.
Is this just like a skit, or is this the whole tape?
I'll rewind.
Oh, nice. That looks way better. I can't believe I'm still on the fucking torso. This is crazy how long the texture painting takes. I guess I should have expected that.
It's a Hawaiian comedian, and it was like on Hawaiian TV. But it's a skit show.
Okay.
This guy's name is Delima. I had another tape like this that's more famous. Ray Stevens is like a Southern guy, and he would do the same thing where it's skits, but they're all pretty much songs, but they're not parody songs all the time. It's more just like funny songs. There was a lot more of that, I think, in the tape era.
And then they just go around like hand out their tape to people. Like,
know the tape get one secret digital destroyer code that will make a VCR blow up in 1 trillion pieces. Thus all the channels going to burn out except for channel 11. Furthermore, when you rewind the tape, the sucker going to play one subliminal 40 gigahertz which will make you and your dog get diarrhea for 1 year. And if you don't believe me, for trial. But don't you come running back to me when the machine starts smoking, Hey, this is what's official FBI warning like that. And none but you guys are not power yet. I was just trying to protect myself. And now, more hilarious than ever before, more preposterous than you thought humanly possible, more ridiculous than allowed by law. It's the best of Delima 2.
the smart UV unwrap made this so much better.
Yeah, I use it way more than Just regular UV unwrap.
Because like when I was looking at it before, I was like, how the fuck am I gonna make these all squares? Like I couldn't even wrap my head around it. But this one, it's like I'm just slowly, as I go, I'm just reshaping them into squares, and it's like feels very natural.
From Osaka. I weigh 3 tons. 1 ton in Derry. And 2 in the
Isn't that the dress he was wearing in the future thing? Is that just like a standard Hawaiian dress?
Oh, yeah, that probably is.
Women admire my unreal physique. And the way we wrestle.
Yeah, the way I'm doing the textures for these, I'm literally just fucking like scribbling on it.
And the powerful hand. And the overdeveloped pituitary gland.
It seemed like this one's gonna be mostly parody music.
I think I might change it then because Ray Stevens got picked up by Twitch.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like those guys, if the one thing you could be pretty certain of, it's like this is what they're making their money off of.
So yeah,
their
maybe
song.
change
Yeah,
that.
I figured it was pretty low production, but I thought it would be skits.
Maybe just fast forward a bit and see if there's any that aren't skits kind of thing, or should we just call it?
It's alright, I'll just find a different one.
Just close it, yeah.
On rectum scale. My second cousin, Shamu Noe. Back in Japan, I am a big star, but not as big as Roseanne Barr. It was the fall of 55. I was a poor flower girl in the barrio of the city. One Sunday afternoon, a handsome young soldier passed me by and caught my eye. And I said, "Can I have my eye back, please?" I asked him his name, and he said Ferdinand, but I could call him Percy. I was wearing a simple dress, red, orange, pink, that rose green, and that was only the sleeve. And I was wearing this obsession with elephant. It caught his nose, and he said, "Can I have my nose back, please?" Obsession to little Kano. Made from the essence of 155 balloons.
YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Oh, now it's gone. Okay, I guess internet just kind of slowed down for a second. That was weird. Why did I just leave this stupid little thing like this? I don't... whatever. I'm just not realizing how dumb it is that I left this, like, square hella tiny for no reason. Wait. Oh, wait. It wants to be like this? I guess that makes sense, actually. What is it? Did you change the tape, or is this the same thing?
I changed the tape.
Oh, okay.
This definitely won't get cut, because this wasn't even meant to be on the tape. Yeah, like, I don't know if you saw, but just there, the cameraman caught a view of somebody looking at the camera and putting their hand over their neck to say, like, no, turn it off, turn it off.
I didn't see that. So this is very small, like,
Yeah, it wasn't even, it's not like the footage is protected, it was like the event was protected. You were supposed to have cameras. That's usually how they go. But people bring them and then they make their own tapes.
so this is a bootleg rodeo tape, basically?
Yeah, it's like one step above. It's a bootleg. There's production companies that would do this. They were essentially like YouTube accounts before.
So was the dude telling him to stop just like an audience member who didn't want to be on camera, or was that like a staff
Well,
member?
these aren't all filmed by like the same people.
Oh,
It's a company that would buy tapes from guys who would go to the rodeo. So it's like if you caught a blooper, you could just sell these tapes to them. That would be a cool movie.
The
Like
bootleg
people trying to
rodeo
hustle at the rodeo, trying to catch bloopers so they can sell it to the VHS company.
Do it like Nightcrawler, where like they start they
I was
like
about to say that exact same. Yeah.
they like intentionally cause bloopers.
That is basically just Nightcrawler go with bloopers, but that wouldn't be that bad if you did like good stunts and stuff. Like you did realistic stunts and got a bunch of good bull riders and stuff.
Yeah, and it'd be fun.
Yeah, people pay not a fuck ton, but so many people go out to see that. Oh, this is my favorite part. The clown section.
There's not enough makeup. I can just see the normal guy.
Some of this is crazy.
That's just Tony.
Rodeo clowns are an interesting subset of clown.
Why
Have you
is
ever
that?
seen the show Baskets?
Seen what?
Baskets on FX, which it does Zach Galifianakis.
No.
It's really good. It's about a clown who studied at like a French clown school, and he's like super serious about the art of clowning, and he has to get a job at a rodeo to be a rodeo clown. So he's just like out there doing like these intricate miming things really slowly for everybody. Everybody hates him.
Is there a simple way that I could just like break this off, like make a seam here and detach this thing right now without redoing all my UVs? Like I don't want to lose.
You select the face and then just press U. It should just become its own.
Oh, see what I mean? It's just like.
Just selecting the one face though on the body.
Oh, there. You mean okay.
And then U it.
And smart UV.
No, just regular. You proportion more.
It's perfect.
Does that work? Or?
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. Just because I noticed that this is like a very front-facing face, and it wasn't getting a lot of detail. So just I feel like I should widen that out a bit. It's weird to wrap my head around when they like want to be distorted like this, kind of. Because that kind of sucks, because I want to draw flat edges around it, so I want it to be a square.
Well, this is so. I'm glad that I'm here for when you're doing UVs like this, because this is the critical. That what you just said is the critical reasoning why we use quads and like try and lay it out in straight lines. It's to make the UVs seem like more within the aspect ratio of the mesh. That's why it's always set up into like squares and stuff, and it's not usually into rectangles on my poly's one. When's the next rust?
What?
When's the rust reset? Next week?
Yeah. So, well, this Thursday, I guess. Apparently, Joe just told us that fucking... Joe just told us that our fucking base decayed and we like, lost everything. That sucks. Oh well. I mean, I haven't been playing. It's not that I don't like Rust, it's just that I don't want to play it by myself. Oh. Okay, we didn't even... That's good.
Yeah, I just had a period where I was like, oh no, I cannot get on Rust.
Yeah. No, I get that. It's a daunting game.
Well, and now
I'm sorry,
like,
were you in the middle of saying something about UVs still?
How far did I go?
You were just on like how the difference of like, oh, I want flat edges, like why that's like an integral learning thing for UVs.
It's just no. I mean, I think it was done unless I got cut off.
I don't know if I cut you off or not.
You get what I mean, though.
Yeah. So like right here, like it's distorted because it's like a slanted face. So if I distort the UV so that it's like happy like that and then like that, then when I draw the line across it, it's like this ugly slanted line. I feel like that looks worse.
Well, yeah, it's not perfect.
So I feel like I should just keep it this way. I feel like this looks better.
Yeah, it looks more like paint or something.
So just like an interesting thing I'm wrapping my head around.
From what I can kind of tell, the two things that make people quit Blender are rigging and UVs.
I could see that with UVs for me, but I'm getting to the point where I'm getting it better. Rigging, I was probably at that point with rigging too, honestly, for a while. I don't remember
include painting in rigging.
Yeah. I could see that then with weight painting. It's just like so unsatisfying just being like, yeah, you just gotta mess with it. But it's just like,
Yeah.
that's all it is. You just gotta fucking, there's not like an easy answer. Like you just have to sit there and,
Yeah, it's you literally, you have to make just sacrifices to Blender. You have to like get yourself in situations where you hate everything about your project, and then you have to fix it. That's how you really learn it.
yeah, and it really does feel like a waste of time of just like, I just made this like hideous fucking thing. Like I hate it.
Yeah, exactly. It sucks. It doesn't feel like you're learning at all. But you are, like, realistically, you're way more learned than someone, who just didn't do. If you hadn't done that horrible thing.
Yeah, exactly. And I think having you has made this a lot easier for me. Like, I think my track to learning this shit has been a lot smoother than others.
Yeah, I will say there's probably been probably about 5 different occasions where like you could have spent weeks on stuff.
Yeah, and you just kind of like shortcutted that.
Because all my stuff, you have to watch videos on how people do it for their own specific thing.
Yeah.
I've watched so many furry videos.
So many what?
So many furry videos, like mascots.
Oh god, yeah.
And anime girls.
It's funny how like you really have to go through that. Like it's funny how like the big dogs in that area are just they're only that group of people. Like, those are like the council you have to refer to.
Yeah.
People were talking about that in the Moop Discord too. Of like, they sent like a really good tutorial series, but like every one of the models that they're doing the tutorial on is just one of those ridiculous like huge titted anime girl models, and they're just like just
just dynamic tutorials.
Yeah. I think Dynamic Bones has been like my favorite thing to learn.
Yeah,
it's just
so nice.
so easy, and it's so funny. I've liked this a lot too, though. As much as I'm complaining about this, I'm really enjoying this. Like this, really, I could definitely see myself like maining this, I guess.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Because it's like texture painting like this. It's just pixel art, and like I having that like foundation pixel art has been like very helpful for me in this.
That's kind of how I feel when I was doing the programming tutorials. I was just like, okay, I see where I'm like, this is definitely my brain. Even though I know how to do. I've learned the process of model making.
Yeah.
It's definitely not the first thing I go to. I get so distracted. But programming it's like in a game where you're crafting a bunch of stuff and you have a big recipe. You just have to do it step by step. You just get locked in.
This one looks good, but I feel like the gradient is like more distinct on this one than the rest of them. I think I gotta blur it again.
I was looking at a long time ago, but a while ago, I was looking at some game studio. I think they made Oxenfree. You've heard of that?
Yeah.
They made a couple games, and they are I feel like a definition of like a mid-level indie company, because they hire regularly, but also like they don't make like huge games.
What else have they made? Like Oxenfree is the only thing I know of from them.
But I looked at their jobs one time, and the main thing that they required is for a programmer it was just game designer, I think, like in programming or something. It was just like a member of the team, and it was that you had to have 2 games on Steam. That was the main thing. You had to have published 2 games.
That's pretty cool.
And then you get a job at a company. You get to work at the company that made Oxenfree. even if Oxenfree wasn't even that cool or interesting, which I thought it was pretty good.
I don't have much of an opinion on it. I think I just like remember it because I
Yeah,
saw
it's,
like the
like,
Game
not
Grumps play it or something.
It's not like a crazy game or anything, but oh yeah, okay. So they have this new game on
New game
PS
out.
or PlayStation 5. After Party, I think. Oh, this place was founded by Telltale and Disney alumni.
Oh, damn. One of those is a bigger hitter than the other, but still very cool.
Which one? I mean, I guess that's true.
Disney, yeah.
But if it's Disney games, though, it's kind of...
I guess that's true.
Telltale's been in a lot of stuff. Work with us. I would like to work at Night School Studio. Yeah. The ideal candidate has shipped 3 or more console and PC games as an engineer or equivalent, and then the rest is just like Photoshop, experience on projects, and knowing shader logic or shader code is a plus, obviously.
That's one thing I'm gonna have to... I know that that's like looming on my horizon eventually too. I don't understand shader code at all.
Narrative games, hell yeah.
What?
But yeah, this is full time. That's tech artist and then full time game designer.
Oh yeah, I
Same
filled
things.
out... I forgot about that too. I filled out that whole fucking resume thing, I guess, for Face Punch, and then the fucking website just gave me an error and like wouldn't send it.
Oh damn.
So I was gonna try again today, but I just forgot.
I wonder if they got a ton.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is if it's down because they got so many submissions, it makes me not want to send it now, but whatever.
I've seen this page for like the past year. And I feel like this is such an easy, I don't know, 3 or more shipped games. And then I'm eligible for a job.
Yeah, it
at a
feels like
company.
attainable.
It's a Unity-based company. Look at this game. This is their most recent one. Oh, this looks awesome. This is like my shit. This like style.
Yeah, that's a good style.
This is like what I was thinking really for COP pretty much. I mean, maybe not as geometric, but I like it that it's this type of environment. The game is actually but it looks stunning.
I barely heard any of that.
Really?
Yeah. The game is fun. If it's not fun, why bother?
What would you choose to be bad? Why would you choose to be gay?
Is that from something?
Like Mad Men?
Oh, I haven't seen Mad Men.
I mean, he doesn't say that, but
I don't know the
why
original
would you?
quote.
Why would you choose to suck dick? What's the guy? Do you know the guy's name from Mad Men? John Hamm.
Fuck. It's somewhere in my brain.
You know John Hamm?
Don Draper?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it, but you know.
You know, like how
cultural
John Hamm
osmosis.
talks.
Yeah.
I don't think I could even go that low.
Okay, now I gotta redraw that eyeball thing. But yeah, I was sitting here trying to figure out what to do with the chest. I'm like annoyed that I'm doing another fucking chest emblem thing. Cause I was telling myself like, don't do the Iron Man thing again. Cause I do it on like everything, but I fell into it.
You could do like a panel with like buttons or something.
That's what I was thinking of too, and then I brought up like reference for stuff, and I saw a guy with like an eyeball, like a camera, like a wall of cameras, and I kind of wanted to do that. But now that you're right, I should probably.
They kind of look like
looking.
a Sentinel, like the colors at least. The X-Men.
Oh, is that? I don't even know what those look like really.
They have like purple. They have a similar purple and blue.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's a very similar color palette. Oh well, the Sentinels just have these like vertical lines in their chest thing. I could do something like.
You want to know a cool thing I found out about, or did you see this on Twitter? It was the way that Kingdom Hearts did lighting.
No, I didn't see that.
It was an explainer. It was trigger volumes instead of actual lights. Every character had textures, and then they had a tinted texture that was like a brighter version of it, and then a darker version of it. And they had trigger volumes where you would if you walk into a different trigger, it would change. It would like blend between the two textures.
What the fuck?
So they had no dynamic lights, but if you look at it, they look so good.
That's an interesting way to do that.
That's the way that it's the same way that Guilty Gear does it.
Look at this.
They just do it per level instead of in areas. That's cool.
That's just because the UV fucked up. But I might want to, I don't know if I want that.
Oh, what if you did a TV screen?
It does already kind of look like one.
It looks like mine. Hold on, look at this.
I guess, but that means I'd have to like. That's like a lot of work, I feel like, if I wanted to like make it animated. That's like a whole nother thing I'd have to delve into, is like learning what the fuck, how to animate a texture. Oh yeah, here Connor, do you want to give a full fucking tour of your dude? Jesus wanted to see what he looked like.
Oh yeah, so I haven't done any coloring yet. What?
You're doing smooth shading on him?
Oh yeah, I can turn. I should actually turn flat on. So I haven't colored yet, but it's gonna be just like a regular looking dude with a regular haircut, kind of a mullet. And then he has this like alien sucker thing that's gonna stick out of his head, and it's like a worm.
Oh, I thought it was a flower.
There's gonna be, no, it kind of looks like a flower, but it'll actually, when you look close, it will be a worm with teeth. But otherwise, he's gonna look like a very normal man, just like a nice guy, but he has an alien parasite head. And I made his shoes weird, but I might just fix that. But he's got puffy pants.
Jesus says he thought it was a palm tree or a chicken.
The chicken thing actually kind of works. Yeah, this'll this'll have to be. That's like gonna be a detailed paint.
Yeah. I kind of want to fix the UV here. I don't know. It's just confusing. This is like one thing I don't really get. Like this isn't making sense to me why it's like that. So that would be ideal, I guess. For some reason.
kind of looks like a. Oh well, no.
I guess I could move it up here. Oh, what the fuck?
I'm kind of one thing. Near the end of this, I'm kind of thinking I should, or well, it's good to like dedicate some time to asymmetry as well. Like near
I guess
the
that's
end.
true. I haven't. I've made everything I make symmetrical.
Yeah. And it's really just better as like final touches, because it's so hard to fix it once it's done.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, well now
You
I
can
can do
also
this stripe design,
Look at
and it'll look a little better. And since it's bigger, it'll be like a higher resolution thing, so it'll look more like TV static, I think. Hello again, Stinky.
Oh, Stinky's in the wink.
Yeah.
Stinky's on the brink
Of extinct. Okay, and then now I need that darker purple. Give me that dark purple. Do you think there's an easy way to do this? I think there probably is an easier way to do this than hand drawing all these.
I'll ask the chat if they have any suggestions for VHS tapes.
Oh yeah.
I guess types of genres. We got caught before, so you know.
No Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, no Scooby-Doo. We put on Scooby-Doo. Okay, first of all, I was so pissed that Scooby-Doo vs. Batman was even in the case to begin with.
That was
That begins
already
the whole thing. This is my court defense. Look, I thought it was Mystery of Mount Moon.
I plead not
it made
guilty
no
with an
sense.
excuse.
Maybe.
Your Honor, everyone else was doing it. Stinky Burb asks, what genres can I choose from?
Rate every Scooby-Doo monster ever.
He did also say that. I chose to omit that.
Dracula.
Is Dracula a genre?
I don't know. Is Dracula a genre?
Hey Siri?
Let me look through the tapes. I'll see if there's... Well, okay, I got one tape called Men Are From Venus. No. How does it go? Women
Boys
are from Venus,
Jupiter.
men are from Mars, or something like that.
Boys go to Jupiter to get more stupider.
Yeah, but this is about their origins, supposedly. But it's a really bad stand-up. It's just really bad stand-up.
I think you
like
should
the
put
worst,
it up, but...
most boring stand-up in the
No,
world.
that's like my cringe Achilles heel. That's like one of the few weaknesses I have.
Okay, I could give a little bit of... Well, no, I won't give any context, really. But,
It hurts
yeah,
me.
it's not that it's that bad. I'm pretty sure he gets laughs. It's just really boring, and the premises suck. Like, it's all about gender. The whole thing is about gender. So, yeah, I'll put that on. That definitely won't get caught.
What do you think about that? Now it looks like a vent. I feel like that's actually too high res. I'm gonna X out every other one.
I meant to say, a lot of things that you've been making have looked very similar to the stuff I made for Whole.
Really?
Including Consumed. That was so Whole-esque.
Oh yeah, I could see that. I was thinking of that. Like after I made Consumed, I was like, it reminded me of all those like shorts you used to post on Instagram and stuff like that. I probably was inspired by that. Hole.
I want to make my main guy for Hole in VR chat. Once we figure out Cloth, that'll be really cool. Because I kind of have a good idea for a game for him.
We're pretty close with Cloth, I think. I mean, I got that scarf working.
The whole game I'm thinking of is like a platformer, basically. It's just like platforming and gliding, and just like falling down a big hole. But you like, you have a big, God, you have a big cape, and it just like puffs up as a parachute, kind of. That's the main like movement mechanic.
That looks way better. What I just changed it to. I like this a lot.
Oh yeah, that is cool. What if it was gold? Could you see that? Like, could you imagine that?
Isn't that an Eric Andre thing? What if it was purple?
Actually, no, it shouldn't be. That looks great. This is awesome. This is like you. I feel like you've totally nailed the PS3 look, or not the PS3 look, the PS1 look.
Thanks. I've been looking at it.
That texture looks like something you would download off of a model rip. It looks like correct.
I was very surprised how easy it was to make this medal. I didn't even mean to do it. I was just like, just started scribbling. And I was like, yo, that kind of works. And then I just kept doing it. PSP. See, now I was originally thinking of these top ones being just flat colors, but now that I've added so much detail to other shit, it looks weird having that just be so flat. Whoa. So now I gotta enlarge these again.
Translator.
Translator. Where did that just come from?
Oh,
Oh, it's the stand-up.
Translate what he said is this.
What's up? What's the deal with translators? Can I just like mirror flip it? Yeah, nice. Yeah. The feature film begins whenever Connor decrees it so.
Mars, women are from Venus video series was filmed around the country at various seminars. In this series, John Gray teaches you in his humorous and insightful way the differences between men and women. The first video is an overview on the main differences.
It's trying. It's making its way through it.
If we're going to have good relationships, particularly between men and women, we have to realize that it won't be good all the time. That's a wonderful awareness just in itself.
Women are funny.
From time to time, it's going to break down.
Look at that black
We're just
guy.
speaking different languages, and that creates a big part of the problem. My book, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, I talk about these differences with a little story. Imagine that thousands of years ago...
Is this stand-up? This sounds like a seminar, like selling his book.
There were the Martians and there were the Venusians. And the Martian culture was very much the way adolescent boys are. They like to blow up things, they like to race their cars, they like gadgets and gizmos and things. They're all into
We do be
science,
buying
very
like spy
goal-oriented.
gadgets.
Now Venus, that's very Venusian, that's feminine, the feminine qualities from Venus. All Venusians have a master's degree in psychology. They study people. The Martians study things and objects out here. Give me a carburetor fix and I'm happy. Or put me on my laptop computer. I just got the new techno-gadget laptop, and my plane was delayed for an hour and a half, but I was happily using my extra battery.
New laptop drop.
made my Martian side very happy, doing something. That's men, and we can identify a lot of the qualities that make men and women look different as Martian and Venusian. Venusians are all into gardening, organic food, you know, feeding, food, nurturing. These are all Venusian qualities.
This is so satisfying now that I have the like I have like a better understanding of UVs. Like this is like a lot of fun.
Live happily on Mars, and one day the Martians happen to be fooling with one of their gadgets, telescope.
Wait, what were you asking? The bottom left thing? Do you just mean this? This like image? Oh, bottom right. That's consumed. That's the fucking that's that video I made for the Scorpy stream. I just have it there because it's blocking. I can move it. Down the bottom right you could just see, yeah, the gator is the consumed. So I just have it blocking because there's a duplicate of my stream down there, so it's kind of dumb to just see the same thing twice. So I figured it'd be funny to just put something down there. Yeah, I don't know if I showed you that or not, the video I made for that contest. I could play it on stream if you're curious of it, but yeah, this is just like a loop I took from it. I forget there's a delay too.
Isn't this super cool looking?
What the fuck? What is that guy? It looks like he's like pulling his head open or something. Here, I'll play consumed up here real quick.
My video mixer has a great mirror function.
So the whole reason I did this is because there was a contest where it was just like make a video using these assets. So he just gave us a handful of like pictures and sound effects, and this is all the sound effects and all the like where I used them. Actually, I could turn that up a little bit. Oh wait, I have the file on my computer. Just now realizing this little thing is still in the way. Damn it, whatever.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So I mean, it wasn't really much of a contest. It was more of just like a jam, like just make stuff and then have fun with it. But they did do voting, and I got like 28th out of like 130 with that. So it got shown on stream to like 1,200 people or something like that, which was really fucking cool.
was like the guidance system. That's where we want to go. And the warmth in the heart said, it was a new experience for Martians. I care as much about them as I care about me. This is a wonderful thing that happens to a man when he falls in love. So quickly they invented space travel. They built spaceships. Ever notice how phallic a spaceship looks? Looks like that with thrust that takes off, and the spaceship took off. All the Martians went to Venus. They had great relationships. The Venusians said, oh, more people to study. This is great. We'll have more communication. And the Martians spoke another language, and the Venusians was great. We love language. We love to talk. More words to say, as a matter of fact. And they were just like us. The difference is a little bit more exaggerated, but their relationships worked. It didn't matter that they were so different. What made it work is that they knew that they were different. Whenever there were problems, they would consult a translator. That's what we call a therapist today. That's all we do as therapists, is we translate. What he said is this, what she said is this is what he really wants, is what she really wants. You want to give that? Sure, I just didn't know it. So the Martians and Venusians had this way of communicating using the dictionary, the phrase dictionary, had the translators, and so they didn't, whenever they got mad at the other person, they felt offended or how dare you or rejected, they would first go, maybe I misunderstood them. And then they would check it out and realize that it wasn't as bad as they thought it was. So here's a few examples of Martian-Venusian behavior that maybe many of you will relate to today in your relationship.
I like that one.
One of the most common things we Martians do, I'll refer to myself as a Martian here, is after a day of work, solving problems.
I like to imagine it's zoomed in close on him and he's floating.
You didn't know what to do to solve them, or just didn't get it done. You see a Martian smiling, it means he just did something. Okay, yep, I did it. You know, you ask a guy to do something, what did he say? No problem. I can handle it. Trust me, I'm the one. Okay, that makes the guy feel good, but sometimes you get
Men fix things, women shop.
all stressed out. So what do you do if you're from Mars? You go to your cave. Every Martian has a cave, and the cave is the place you go to recuperate.
How far can you go?
It's like a de-stressing chamber. It's like a decompression chamber. It's a place where
This is my favorite.
That is very important for men.
But this is also cool because I could technically have a camcorder plugged into it, and I could have me in there, and then have the sources.
Oh, that's good.
So it has a built-in stream option. Or
So
webcam
I kind of want to
option.
use that. I have one of those like old style video cameras that I can hook up with the capture card, and I kind of want to use that as a webcam. That'd be funny. I think Scorpy was doing that on his one of his streams, but it was just because his like actual webcam was fucked up or something.
Why do we want to take a vacation? To forget our problems. If you can take a vacation from work, then you can completely forget work. Then you come back rejuvenated. You come back more creative. You come back loving your work, wanting to be a part of it. Your energy is back, having gone away. Well, see, Martians have spent millions of years developing that talent of vacation. We go to work, and when we come home, we're on vacation. Women say, well, we gotta talk. We gotta talk. He says, talk. I've been talking all day. I've been solving problems
Lance,
all day.
your
I need to
message
take
got
time off."
flagged as inappropriate. I will show it,
because on
nevertheless.
which is where their
It's
DNA
like
comes
weirdly
from.
restrictive. Can I turn that off?
They have a whole different ritual. They
He
come
didn't even
home from
say
their day at
anything.
work, and the way they de-stress is to come home to the people they love and form circles.
Is it just shit? Is
Yeah,
it?
you probably can't change it.
Is it just because he cussed? Is it like assuming I don't want?
It's probably that, yeah. You probably have the most restrictive.
Therapy is the greatest therapy in the world for your Venusian side or for the Venusian in us. You talk about this happened and this happened and this happened, and then you feel better afterwards. Now this is probably the most important thing to remember, men, and it makes complete sense if you understand Venusian. If you don't understand Venusian, it doesn't make sense at all. Because it is
What? It says don't show potentially. That's
This is the
unchecked.
point to remember about women. In order to forget the problems of the
Women.
day,
This is a really good effect, too.
we watch TV to do, we fix our carburetors, we have our
Hold
hobbies.
potentially.
If you just have like
There we go.
a roaring laugh track behind.
Just hold it, and every time he does a joke, flip it on, and then play the laugh track. That'd be good.
Remember what's bothering them to forget it.
There we go. Allow all comments. Now you could say whatever vile shit you want.
Right? Doesn't make sense from one perspective, but from another one.
It doesn't make any sense.
They remember it, and then they forget it. They sort of have to go through this little list, okay? This happened.
Just flip on the invert and the shake. Holy shit.
It's almost as though they don't have to carry the weight around with them all on their own. If they can just sort of share it with somebody. You see, when a man loves someone, he wants that person to be happy, particularly a woman. With my wife, my greatest goal in life is to make my wife happy. And that's true of any man that loves the woman in his life. When he falls in love with a woman, his goal, my goal, is to make her happy. And that's why things go well in the beginning. Because he thinks he can make you happy. And also from her side, she thinks he can make her happy. Then she finds out he's not as good as I thought. And he finds out she's not as happy as she was. And there's big problems that result.
But yeah, I'm doing my best to try to replicate the Mega Man Legends enemies. I haven't really had those up as reference though. I've just been kind of doing it from memory. But now I want to actually look at them. Because these dudes, I like these guys' aesthetic a lot. Every one of them has the big red eye.
So when she starts to talk and share, which makes her feel better, he starts solving problems.
I think I am gonna just start going into the Scorpio chat with just Mippy Super playing this.
I'm sure they'll love it. Like that's what they're doing right now.
Yeah.
Like
I gotta do that. That's the only audience for this.
Yeah, I've gone in there before and just like streamed myself doing Blender.
Oh, that's awful. That's terrible.
And I've streamed my perspective when I was playing VR chat too. It's pretty like low barrier for entry.
Imagine if I owned my business and somebody came with a complaint and I just sat there and looked and went, that's terrible.
Oh, actually, I know I keep getting distracted, but I'm waiting for my coffee to cool.
Your what?
Still burning. Check this out. Hold on.
Are you planning on getting the texturing done tonight too?
Yeah, but I don't plan on getting it as good as you have.
Well, okay. I don't know what to say to that.
All these relationships, look, I can share with this person, I can share with this person. The secret is for us men to understand with women is they need to talk maybe 10 times more. Okay? Now, I don't even know if that figure's true. But men need to have numbers, okay, to hold it in their mind, okay? 10 times more, alright? So basically what that means...
Women, they talk a lot. This is like the lowest barrier of entry you could have for stand-up. It's like gender comedy is just like such a low bar, I feel like.
Yeah, like it's been just completely decimated at this point.
Like, what are you gonna say? What are you gonna bring to the fucking table that nobody's ever thought about? The thing that they've been talking about since they were in fucking
I will say
middle
this guy
school.
is doing it a different angle. He's doing a seminar style where he's talking about everything like it actually happened. The Martians and stuff. He's talking like it was historical fact, and he's calling himself a doctor. So that is kind of funny.
Yeah, it's something.
If you are trying to trick people, that's not bad. Hey guys, I'm a real doctor. So men are from Mars.
I just like the concept of just being like, yeah, I'm gonna do a whole comedy special about how weird women are.
Yeah, that is the key to this, is how much more he talks about women than men. It's always women do all this other stuff. Men do this.
Men, Martians just want to sit in their garage and fix cars and.
Yeah, it's always the men just want this.
Again, that's what it's just coming back to, is like, it's the same joke. Everyone makes these same jokes. It's like men are just simple and women are complicated, and I don't understand women.
Yeah.
He is doing it in a unique way though, so he's at least trying. This is so fucking cool. Seeing this
He
like,
sucks, though. He does suck.
yeah, seeing this like become an actual like texture atlas as I work is so fucking cool too. So I
Yeah.
like, because like whenever, I feel like this is one of those things that whenever I would like look at a model in a video game or something like that, and like if I somehow saw a texture, I was just like, I don't know what the fuck that is, and I don't want to think about what that is. I don't understand, like, it's just like something that I didn't even fathom. Like some shit like this. For some reason,
Yeah.
all the Rust textures are like saved on my fucking computer, which is kind of cool. Actually, this one's very self-explanatory. Maybe this isn't the best example, but like the weapon ones, this shit too. Like that. This is a good example.
Oh yeah.
Just like I would just look at this and it's like, what the fuck is any of this, you know? But like now
Yeah.
I'm creating one, and I like, and piece by piece,
Totally
getting a
makes
better
sense.
idea. What?
Oh, it totally makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, it's these are. I still gotta get a while to go for these.
That I was gonna say that I would like to show you sometime because it changes
Is
the
this
way
bump
you would do
map or
sculpting.
normals?
Normals
Okay.
and bump maps. Basically, what it is you sculpt a really high detail model with just a fuck ton of polys, and then you make a low poly version around it, and then you take like a 3D picture and bake that onto. You bake it basically.
So I've done everything except the 3D picture. I've made a really high resolution sculpture and then retopoed it. So like I've definitely done that.
Yeah, I think I tried to show before, but it's like level 3, and we're on level 2. JJ, I have no idea how many VHS tapes. Honestly, probably today like 5 or 6. There have been a couple that we've cut
Yeah, we
quickly
haven't gone to
because.
completion on everyone.
Oh yeah, but I wanted to show the chroma key effect.
Oh yeah. Does that take like setup? Is that like a time thing at all, or are you gonna just be able to do it right now?
No, I can do it right now.
So I'm coming home, I'm just doing something. My wife will come home and say, how was your day? I give her a real clear signal. Fine, okay, all right.
How was my day?
What am I telling her?
What are you, insane?
Don't want to talk about it? Don't need to talk about it. I'm forgetting it right now. But she thinks I'm like the woman in the support group. I need to be drawn out. Then she starts getting specific, which is what women want us to do for them. Well, how did that meeting go with so-and-so? And I'm thinking, why she asked me about the meeting with so-and-so? Does she think I forgot to bring my notebook, or I was late, or is there something she's going to tell me I should have done? Is she mothering me? That's what we start to feel. She's trying to control my life, which makes us want to go deeper into the cave. One woman said she was a cave buster. She said her husband digs tunnels now in the cave. He's got a light down there, he's digging tunnels. Now the sad thing about this cave phenomena is that some couples have been married 20, 30, 40 years. And the whole marriage, the woman has been trying to get him in that cave. And all it takes for one day, this is why it has such a dramatic effect, this information. One day somebody telling her, he's not going to get upset with you if you don't go in there. He'll actually like you to leave him alone. She goes, I couldn't leave him alone. He wouldn't feel loved. I go, no, just the opposite. Go shopping. Spend his money. Come home and thank him for what you did that day. He'll go, I didn't do anything and she loves me. That will bring him out of the cave. See, many women have thanked me. They say, I always felt it's my job, like Nurse Mary has to stay there when a person's sick. I mean, when somebody's sick, you wouldn't want to just go out.
This is just like this guy's thinking of it.
But the truth is, what men want when we're in our cave, ignore us, and if we're in a bad mood in the cave, act like everything's fine. Act like everything's fine. You see, what makes a man stay in the cave longer is more problems. If you're thinking there's a problem, then we have to solve that problem before we can come out of the cave, or we have to forget that problem. But we can't forget it because you keep looking at us like, okay, talk. What is it? We need to forget the problem. And what's interesting, remember how women remember the problems in order to forget them? If men can forget the problems at work, then they can remember. They can remember what's most important to them, which is you. They can remember what their life is really about.
I should probably eat something.
When a man goes to his cave, then he comes out. If he has the time to be there, then he's much more approachable. He's much more genuine and loving. But unfortunately, when a woman pursues a man into the cave, she never gets a chance to come out. It's a feeling a man has to have that nobody's trying to get him to come out, then he comes out. But as soon as you try to get him, he stays. He now heads the other direction. And women are backing off.
What was
living in that state. Now here, there's so many ways this unfolds. In some relationships, he goes to the cave, 20 minutes,
Have you done the chroma key effect?
what happens? As soon as he comes out, she goes, Now
Oh, is that
she knows
it?
what it's like, and she leaves him.
I can't get the chroma key to work right now, but I have luminescence key or luminance key or whatever.
That's cool. What the fuck are those words? What is that? Are you blending between two sources right now?
Yeah. 2 tapes. This is why I need a mixer, so I could have the 2 audio sources and also play stuff behind the other one.
Whoa. Is this Mr. Bean?
No, it's Trading Places.
Is it Rowan Atkins in it?
No.
Oh, I thought I saw his name.
So then I come out, I walk up there, well, hi, honey, how's your day? Like, I just noticed you was there.
Why don't you get a Mr. Bean
That's
tape?
what a man will do, 20 minutes, an hour, something. He doesn't know you notice you're there, and then suddenly he sees you. See, women don't understand this, because when they see, when you're in the
Music
home,
works
they
great
see you.
for it.
They see everything in the home, if you've noticed that. They have radar vision. They really see much more than that. Their eyes are different.
Yeah, I remember the scene in Joker when he's like bombing at stand-up. That was as soon as he was setting up for that, I knew it was gonna go fucking awful, and I was just like, no, God. I guess just because like that's really relatable for me. Like, I guess just doing like a high effort gag like that. That's obviously you put a lot of thought and like effort into, and it just falling completely fucking flat. But you just like have to keep going through it. You're in a spot where you're like forced to continue the full length of it, and just hope that they come around to it. Like, it's just so easy for me to put myself in that. Yes, maybe. I can't hear you. Whoa. Whoa, this is crazy. Have you watched Mr. Bean's CPR? I don't know what that is. Do you know what that is?
I think he was saying VHS.
I hope so. I prefer that there's like a Mr. Bean
Well,
tape.
actually, I mean, I feel like he does have a CPR bit or something.
He's like teaching how to do CPR.
Maybe.
I feel like his back is a little empty. Maybe I could put like an access panel on his back or something like that.
I can't play this movie. There's boobs in it at one point.
I mean, if it's through the chroma key like this, we won't even be able to see him.
Yeah, that's true. This one of any of them would probably get caught. This is a full-fledged movie.
Yeah.
I'll just skip ahead because there's one like point in the tape that I edited.
So wait, when you do your MIDI mic sound effects, are you coming through Mippy Super or your normal account?
My normal account.
Oh, okay. So if you joined as Mippy Super, would you just be completely anonymous, huh?
Yeah.
And you
Couldn't
would you be
hear
able to
me.
talk or anything?
I could plug in a mic.
Oh, okay. I like the idea of joining it, of dropping it in, but not joining on McDogsman for a while, and just like not drawing that connection, and then
Yeah.
then eventually you could just join in, and like
I would just try and speak up like using the tapes.
Take credit for your happiness whenever you're happy.
Like every time a conversation starts, it just like try and find like a yeah in the tape.
nice. Look at that back plate. That back plate, though.
Oh, that was a wonderful
Ooh.
movie. Yes, I wrote that movie.
I could do a little bit of shading on it.
I directed it. Did you like the photography? I filmed it. Okay, you like the script? Yep, I wrote that too. Men on an emotional level take credit for your happiness. Now, intellectually, I know I didn't write the movie, but on a feeling level, I did.
On a feeling level, I did.
That restaurant. Yes, you like my restaurant?
I didn't write the movie. I feel like I did.
All right, I made her happy. See, this is a secret single women don't know. You're on a date with a guy. You don't have to tell him how wonderful he is. Tell him how great the food was at the restaurant. He goes, yes, I brought you to this restaurant. Yep, I took it.
Should I be I'm not going to do this, but if I was going for like full PS1 accuracy, is there like a range of colors I would need to limit to? Or did they just have like a full range of like 256 or whatever?
It probably is a limit. Probably the same limit as the pixel limit. But I don't totally know. You could look it up. I don't know how you do that though. In Photoshop, I think there's technically a way where you can make the same things in different color image.
The way I would think about it is just like you just limit yourself, right? Like you just I can only use these colors, kind of thing.
Yeah, but the way color limiting works, it's more about like steps. So like certain colors just wouldn't exist.
Yeah, I want this panel to like stand out a little bit more.
Well, suddenly I was completely up to it. You didn't like my movie? I directed it, I produced it, I starred in it. Those were some of my moves in there. You know, I was like, how am I really getting into the whole thing? So I was just immediately hurt on an emotional level. And I didn't say I'm hurt now. I just it was.
And his home, and his fiancée, and his friends. If he were somehow disgraced and arrested with the police and thrown in jail even. Yes, I'm sure he'd take to crime like a fish to water.
You'd have to put him in the wrong surroundings, of course, with the worst sort of people. I mean real scum, Randall.
We've done it before. This time it's in a good cause. How much you want to bet?
The usual amount?
Why not?
That looks really good. Hell yeah. It's so fucked. Did he die?
Where do you see up?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Flash the dolphin. You know that dolphins are the smartest fish. Well, Flash the dolphin knows how to read. She's teaching her friends Flash to read too. So maybe one day they could both read to you.
Should I be able to understand this?
No, honestly, this is one of my favorite things that I have.
Is this the one you edited?
Well, I just taped it over.
You just recorded over with Beanie Babies tape?
Yeah.
Why are they retired? What is this? They're just being put down? This This is like
actually played tape.
like in loving memory.
Maybe it's because she sprained a limb, but Flash never learned how to swim. I'm sure Flash is happy that you caught her. Just be careful not to leave her in the water.
Okay, so here's a question. I guess unless this still has more to show.
That'll just be going.
So when I use a texture atlas like this, how do I make it where like this is matte and then this is shiny? You know what I mean? If it's all one
Wait, say that
material.
again.
Like how do I make it when it's all in one atlas like this? How do I make it where like this is all matte and then this is all shiny? If it's all one material, you know what I mean?
Well, now I'm lucky
Wait,
to be here with
I don't think you'd want it shiny.
This?
I feel like it would betray the pixel thing, right?
That's how they did it in Crash Bandicoot.
Oh.
I think, unless I'm wrong. But
I guess, yeah, PS1. I'm thinking more N64.
in Crash Bandicoot, they got fucking... This is like really shiny.
What is it now, Coleman? Will you be needing me any more this evening, sir?
I turned the specular down like all the way on it too. But yeah, like that. I feel like that looks really nice.
Good night, sir.
Oh wait, where'd the... It's because there's no light. Oh, I think the light also has no specular.
So what you have to do is make a new texture that is a roughness map, basically. So it actually should be pretty easy. You could just import that image, and like if you go into the shader tab,
You see what I mean though? Like on the shoulder gems, that looks really good. But then on the like chest piece, that obviously looks stupid. Make sure you're cutting if this is just a straight movie.
yeah, I'm about to turn it off. But if you just copy that, or if you just drag the image into roughness as well as color, you could already see like a different effect than what you have.
Like that?
Oh, I'm looking at YouTube. Hold on. Yeah.
It looks the same.
Maybe choose if you, well, no. If you make another copy of the image, basically what you're going to do is just make a texture that defines how rough certain parts are.
Okay. Well, maybe
And
I'll
it's just
tackle that later. I could also just make a duplicate of this material and then... Oh, whatever. That's lazy. Okay, I think
Yeah,
I'm
don't
gonna,
do that.
I think I'm gonna go
You
eat.
can't read that in Unity.
I'm gonna go eat, so I'm gonna just leave this for a bit. But yeah, be careful not to just show really.
Yeah, I was reading a much better tape.
Okay. Just that looks like something that might get picked up. Right, I'll be right back.
Billy Ray Valentine?
Yes?
Move it.
Hi, welcome to the world of Fender. My name is Ray Riando, and today we'll be discussing the electric bass. Fender really revolutionized the musical community when it came out with the precision bass in 1951. And today we're going to be talking about the precision bass and the hardware, the amps, and actually playing exercises, and you will even get a chance to play with the band today. So I hope you enjoy the tape, hope you have a lot of fun, and let's get started. I'd like to take a moment to describe the parts of the electric bass, starting with this area here, what's referred to as the headstock. And on the headstock, we have the tuning pegs, the actual tuners. And getting to the neck area, we have the plastic, which is the nut. This is the actual neck. And inlaid in the neck, the metal pieces are what's referred to as the frets. And where you'll actually play on the neck is just behind the frets, the fretted. So like first fret, you're going to be actually playing in this area. Moving up on the neck, we have the body of the bass, and we have the pickups of the bass, which just pick up the vibrations of the strings when you attack them. That's what gives you your sound. We have what's called the bridge, and we have two controls on the bass. We have a volume control and a tone control, and I'll give you an example of the volume. Just like your knob on your stereo, the volume turns it up and down. And then I'll keep it up for a second. I'll show you the tone control. And you'll notice a subtle difference in the highs to lows. See, it got a lot lower there. And then it'll go back to the higher end. And you also have two pegs, which are the strap holders, which hold the strap, which you can see that just fastens on. One is here on this part of the body, and the other one is on the back end of the bass. Now I'd like to take some time to describe the amp to you. Now Fender makes a wide variety of amps, different speaker configurations and different things that you can, different features and such. This particular amp that I'm playing through today, I'll describe the features of this amp. All the amps have your input jack, your 1/4-inch input jack, and this amp you have your volume control, you have a bass control, you have a mid control, a treble control, and a nice feature on this amp, you actually have a jack for a headphone. So those late night practices at your apartment, you won't disturb anyone, so you can play with your headphones. And then you have the actual on and off switch, the power switch. I'd like to give you examples of each of the knobs, and I'd like to start with, first of all, with the EQ, I'll just leave it what's called flat, just in the middle. And I'm going to start with the volume control, and you can hear how this works. Again, just like you're on your TV or your stereo, just turning up in volume. So I'll start it low, and we'll just move up a little bit at a time. Okay, so we'll start with the volume. Here we go. And back down. Okay, I'm going to put that back up to the middle position. And I'll give you an example of the bass knob. Same thing, it's going to go up in volume with the low end of the speaker of the instrument. So here we go. Back down. Okay, and we'll put that back to the middle. And we'll give you an example of the mids. And this is a little bit of the bass control and the treble mixed. So here we go. We'll put that back up to the middle. And lastly, we'll do the treble. And this is going to be your high end of the amp. Here we go. And those are your controls. Okay, I'd like to show you some examples of how the tuning process works. First, you need to know the names of the strings. The lowest string, the closest to you, is the low E string, the E string. The next string over would be the A string. The adjacent string is the D string. And the highest string, or farthest away from you, would be the G string. Okay. For purposes of tuning also, one thing that works really good, you can use an open string, so going back to the E.
But sometimes, just because of the low frequencies and the nature of the string, sometimes it's hard to register on the actual tuner. What works really good is using a harmonic. How you do a harmonic is, we will do a 12th fret harmonic on the E string. And how you do that is you're just going to touch the string over the actual fret, over the metal, the 12th fret, so where the double dots are, and you're just going to touch it and not press down to the neck. And then you're going to pluck with your right hand, and that would be a harmonic, which gives you the same note but higher in pitch. It really registers very well on the tuner. Let's start with the tuning. Let's start with the low E, so I'll go ahead and hit that. And as you can see on the tuner, it's right where we want it to be to show that it's in tune. The green light comes on and it stays right there, meaning it's not sharp or not flat, meaning it's in tune. So there's the E. The nice thing about this tuner that I wanted to say too is it picks up whatever string that you're playing. You don't have to change it for each particular string. So let's go ahead to the next string over, which will be the A string. We'll go ahead and pluck that, the harmonic. And again, the green light comes on right in the middle, showing that the A is in tune. To the next string, which is D. Again, we have the green arrow, meaning in tune. And we'll do the last string, G. And again, we have the green arrow. Let me show you an example of what it looks like if the string is out of tune a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and detune this. And I'm going to hit the G. And as you can see, it's lighting up red on the left side of the arrow, meaning the string needs to come up. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the tuning peg up in pitch until I get the green arrow, which I got, meaning it's in tune. And let me show you the flip side of that. I'm going to go ahead and tune it a little sharp or up. And as you can see, it registered on the right side, meaning that you need to come down in pitch with the tuner. So I bring it down until I get the green light. And you're in tune. Okay, now that I'm in tune, you can tune to me, and I'll give you the pitches, starting with the low E. The next string, the A string.
Here, Connor, I'm not back, but I was gonna say, do you mind if I just make your stream full screen?
The D string.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just so it's something on the stream, I guess, while I'm gone.
And lastly,
or I guess maybe I should do. Yeah, I'll do that so you can still see the tape.
You can like next time you do this, it might be easier if you just like have it all in gallery mode, and then in OBS you make different windows for each screen, and then you can move them around.
And what's real important is to have just kind of a
that might be a good idea.
That you always kind of home spot that
I guess I'll just leave this.
Display that you'll get very.
Or in OBS, I'll move
distances of each of the strings from where your thumb
Yeah,
is.
just put the overlay just over the middle bottom.
Yeah.
Where I'm resting right now. As far as playing the string, we'll just start with the index finger. And what you want to do to get the tone.
Yeah, I'm just gonna run to Taco Bell
and play across the string.
See if they're still open.
I'll use that to try and do this really fast. Try and get like a general layout.
Hard or too soft.
What are you doing? You're doing your UVs right now?
Yeah.
God damn it, I didn't mean to move.
Actually, the smart UVs look really good already.
I hate that you can't control Z in OBS when you move something.
And another thing, if you notice, when I
This is the body.
after I pluck the string, the
Oh, dang, yeah.
lower, I let my finger rest.
The thing is, the hands, like these fingers look good, but the other side, I guess it's just mirrored.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird little like slices in there. I definitely see that.
So I am going to go through and do some manual stuff, but I did the seams pretty well, I think. I've always done it wrong, I think.
Let's talk a little bit about the notes on the neck.
My original thing was like, if it was cloth, where would you like stitch it? Like that's what the seam was. But it's really more like you try and find a tube, and you like define a cylinder shape.
That'll be good too, because when I come back, I'm gonna have to unwrap. His head is gonna be weird to unwrap, I think.
And another point
I think his legs and his arms will be kind of easy. His hands will be weird.
Should be the only
But yeah, so I'm gonna have to tackle that when I get back. So hopefully you're
Also,
little jam will get
you
me
might have
easier.
to like scale the textures and stuff. Well, no, actually, you just have to.
So if I were to make a texture atlas instead, what I would do is just rescale this to be double the size, and then just scale it down into the bottom left, basically.
You know, what a lot of game designers do, I see, is they'll make like something like what you have there. They'll just like make random things on on an atlas, you know, and then just try and assign it to everything. Like just use those textures.
That's true. I do
Like
have
you
like
could-
4 drawings of the same texture, basically. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. If I would have
You
just
have,
made
like,
one big one.
You have like the dirty metal part. You have like you have a bunch of stuff you can put on.
Yeah, especially this. This one. This actually, this is just now hitting me. This fucking texture is wasting so much space. 1, 2, 3. I could just put all those UVs on this one thing.
Yeah.
That's like such a simple texture. It would actually look better because there's like jumps in it. I'm gonna do that when I get back. I gotta go.
On the A will be the same pitch as the next string open, which is also A. And you can hear those two, if you're in tune, should sound the same. Same pitch. Okay, now we'll start with the second string, the A string. We have the A, open A. The first fret on the A string would be the A sharp.
Oh wait,
The second fret on the A string.
did he leave? Okay.
The third fret on the A string will be your C. The fourth fret on the A string will be the C sharp. And the fifth fret on the A string will be the D. And again, that D on the fifth fret will again match the next string over, open D, same pitch. 2 different ways to play the same note. Okay, let's do the D string. We have the open D. First fret on the D string is D sharp. Second fret on the D string is E. The third fret will be F. The fourth fret on the D string will be F sharp. The fifth fret on the D string will be G. And again, the next string over from the fifth fret will be G, open, same pitch. Okay, lastly, the G string, we have the open G. First fret on the G string is G sharp. The second fret on the G is A. The third fret will be A sharp. The fourth fret on the G string will be B. And the fifth fret on the G string will be C. Okay, a couple of the notes in there that I want to discuss, all the sharp notes. What you have is the letters used in music are just the alphabet A through G. So you have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and the whole process starts over in a cycle like that. Those are called natural notes, and all that it refers to is it's a note that is not sharp or not flat. So it's just like if you have an E is an E, an F is an F. Okay. The other things I want to address is the sharp note that we were talking about. The definition of a sharp is if you take a natural note and move it up 1/2 step, the very next fret, you get that note sharp. For instance, the first fret on the E string is an F. If we move that up 1/2 step, we get F sharp. And that's the definition of the sharp. So it's an F, move it up 1/2 step, that would be an F sharp. Okay. There's also what's called a flat, which is just the very opposite, is a natural note lowered 1/2 step. So if we go up to G, the third fret on the E string, and we take that note down 1/2 step in pitch, we get a G flat. So G to G flat. That particular note that can be both a sharp and a flat is called an enharmonic note. And don't let it get too confusing. It's just actually the same note. An F sharp is played here because of the F sharp, and also a G flat. It's the same note. So let me just go through one more time, and I'll tell you both of the notes, the sharps and flats, too, quickly. So we have the open E, natural note. First fret on the E, F, natural. Then we have the second fret, which could be an F sharp or a G flat. Then we have a G, G sharp or A flat, and then A natural. On the A string, we have the A natural open. First fret, A sharp or B flat. Second fret, B natural. Now when we get to B, there's not going to be a B sharp because B and C, the two natural notes, this is
Fabricated rhythm, fabricated rhythm, fabricated rhythm, fabricated rhythm.
At the Hollywood studio of Able Image Research, a new way of creating animation is being developed. They are using the computer as a tool for making characters move in believable, lifelike ways. From the breakthroughs here has come animation which would have been impossible just a few short years ago. In 1984, a challenge was placed before these filmmakers. They were given a storyboard depicting a robot who had to move like a woman. This had never been achieved using computer animation.
This is a classic story of a commercial that can't and shouldn't be made, but it's like the little engine that could. We had to build the robot and her environment in pieces. It means everything from the smallest finger joint to the torso, to the neck, to the body parts, the leg, the arm. 18 pieces had to be put together and created for the computer. This entire image really never existed outside the computer itself.
Once the basic design was completed, a foam model was made. This provided three-dimensional measurements needed by the computer. For accuracy, the model was sliced into cross-sections, and all the dimensions were fed into the computer and stored as digital information.
How's that?
That's pretty good. Okay, now the bottom lip looks a little thick. Maybe we should take...
Want me to translate them all up?
Yeah, maybe from like 25 to 34 or something. Okay, well, I think that looks better.
The biggest challenge was making the robot move, which would bring her to life. Director Randy Roberts invented a technique called brute force animation, which did the job. A live model was filmed, and the spots painted on her body were used to make a skeleton drawing with the computer. This stick figure animation is called a vector graphic. Once the motion was correct, the robot and her space condo had to be filled in or rendered. These 3D computer images are called raster graphics. These pictures required millions of bits of information which the computer had to calculate. But the result is one of the most unique commercials ever made.
Even in the year 3000, the question will be, what's for dinner? The answer will be in a package that saves energy, nutrients, and trouble. A package that can last the 3-year journey to Jupiter and back and back and back. Even in the year 3000, we see the brilliance of food in cans.
Of excellence from Benson and Hedges. A dream of gold and a world of excellence from Benson and Hedges. Dream of gold and a world of excellence from Benson and Hedges.
Once upon a time, there lived in a castle surrounded by a moat with crocodiles in it a handsome prince who just loved macaroni. So he put on his California screamers and skated to the Super Duper to buy some for his dinner. And on his way home, he met a witch who found him rather attractive. But the prince was shy and said, "Cool it, sweetheart." Well, the witch thought he had lousy manners, so she turned him into a frog.
Take that, you macaroni lover, and until a beautiful princess kisses you, you can eat flies.
But lucky for him, a gorgeous princess with great knockers came sauntering by, and the frog said, "Want a smooch, honey?" But the princess really didn't take to the idea. But then another enchanting eyeful appeared, and the frog said, "Lay them hot lips on mine, baby." But she had other business to attend to, and the frog was beginning to get discouraged and thought maybe flies wouldn't be so bad with gravy on them. But then a third curvaceous cutie came tripping by, and the frog said to her, "My lust abounds. Plant one on me, oh, you kid." And the princess said,
He's rather short, and green's not my color, but what the hell?
So she tenderly embraced the frog and planted a real smacker on his toady lips, and the frog turned back into a handsome prince. So they decided to get married and have a family and live happily ever after. Do you take this virile young stud for your happily wedded hubby?
You betcha.
Do you take this delectable cupcake for your happily wedded wife?
The following computer simulation of a high-speed flight around the Los Angeles vicinity was produced to demonstrate a capability of scientific data visualization. Landsat views the Earth from 570 miles up and is capable of seeing features that are approximately 30 meters square. A 30-meter square area is approximately the same size as the area inside the bases of a professional baseball field. This is Los Angeles, California on July 3rd, 1985. We are now traveling toward the Pacific Ocean at about 200,000 miles an hour and will drop down behind Santa Catalina Island about 26 miles off the coast of Los Angeles. We're going to fly through the isthmus of the island and then cross the coast north of the Santa Monica Mountains. As we head south, we can see features such as Marina del Rey and Los Angeles International Airport. We see the Palos Verdes Peninsula in the center now, along with the Long Beach Harbor. Now, we're moving down into the Orange County area. The bow-tie-shaped feature now visible are Balboa and Lido Islands in Newport Bay.
Okay, I'm back.
We're heading toward Los Angeles, and in the center of the screen is downtown.
It's looking good. Let me get a front-on look.
Hollywood and Beverly Hills
Very
are below
nice.
as we move into the San Fernando
Yeah, I'm
Valley.
not like 100% happy with it, but I like at least that the eyes kind of match the Mega Man style.
Yeah.
Alright, and the closest I can get.
I thought you were doing happy, though.
Yeah, I had a hard time getting that, really. Because I can do it in simple shapes, like if I were just do a triangle or something, but I don't know.
I think the eyes are fine. I think it's just that he looks like he's like frowning almost.
Yeah, I think it's the tilt on his UVs.
Let me revert back to
We can see Mount Hardy at
the
the
old
top right of the
ways.
screen. And as we pan the San Gabriel Mountains, we can note in the foreground the Santa Fe Dam and Recreation Area, the Santa Anita Racetrack, and golf
Okay.
course.
Oh, I gotta move this.
You can now see the Rose Bowl with the surrounding.
What do you think I could do to make his eyes look more happy?
It took 5.5 days of non-stop computer time on a machine.
I mean, the obvious
capable of
thing is
computing
scrunch
4
up
million
the
instructions
bottom,
per
I guess,
second.
but that doesn't
Over
really
3,000 digital frames were generated to make LA the
seem to
movie.
have worked that well.
That represents more than 2.6 billion bytes of data.
That's a good question.
That is equivalent to enough
Maybe
characters
it's
to
the
fill
top of the eye. If the top of the
1.3
eye was more
million
rounded
pages
rather than
of
it being
text.
like flat,
That would be a stack of paper over 44
because it's given it a
stories
little
tall.
bit of like.
Techniques developed during the
It does have a
creation
little
LA
bit
the
of that
movie
like
will be used to
sad
help
eye
scientists
direction, I
analyze
guess.
the large quantities of data being
You know what I
sent
mean?
back
Like if
to
you
Earth
draw
by
eyes
satellites.
like
Yeah.
that, you know. But I think it might just be because the eye shape is kind of, it was kind of like that, right? Yeah, that's it. I think that's a lot better.
Just a little big.
Yeah, because you just have that shape right there, you know, that angle. Just inherently makes it look a little bit more sad, I feel like. Right now he looks a bit surprised, but it's better than sad, I guess. What is this tape?
It's just about computer animation.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he just still looks sad.
I mean, you don't need to extend it upwards, right? You could just change the shape a little bit. If you kind of like just round it out more, I guess. I don't know. I think it's a very subtle thing. I think literally if you just like just arc that
I'm just gonna look it up.
top
How did-
flat a little bit.
What makes eyes look happy?
Alright, Jesus, you still here? Oh no, he left. What do I do first? Arms, head, legs. What should I start with? Arms are gonna be
Okay.
easier, I think.
I think I know.
So maybe I should I'm just gonna do the head. I'm gonna knock out the head first. This is gonna be hard though, I think. God, I almost feel like I want to just put everything on seams. God. There's so many things that need to be on a seam in this. Yo, that's a really good visual on the tape right now.
Yeah.
That was good.
Oh, there's some bangers on this tape. Like originals. There's some Pixar stuff.
Oh. Oh, look at this. Is this a blood cell? What the fuck? This reminds me of a Whippy card. What? This is sick. What the fuck? Damn, that tape's gonna be like distracting for me.
Maybe I should just go simple. Like Animal Crossing style.
I'm gonna clear all my seams and just see what it looks like just by default. Cause I kind of was just slapping them on here randomly.
I mean, those are happy eyes.
That's true.
I'm just gonna do that for now.
That doesn't look that bad, honestly. What? That's kind of fucked, actually. I would definitely need to put a seam here on the gem thing. What about his neck? Oh god, yeah, that's fucked up. Okay, I mean, can you help me on this, actually? Like, give me advice on what you think I should do?
Oh, this is really good. This is like classic.
This is such a good tape. God, this is like the best one you found. Where did you get this?
A thrift store very close to my house.
Or rather, it's my favorite one.
Bananas. This is before they really had rigging.
So it's just kind of morphed around.
Yeah, like everything about these are like just programming basic shapes to move in the same direction.
But yeah, so I mean, I think the most obvious one is the one around his neck. I could probably do another one here, right?
Okay, wait. Sorry, what are you trying to do?
So I mean, maybe a seam here, and then the neck could all be the same.
Yeah.
Should I put one
The
here
best way to
too, or
think
is
of it
that
is like
redundant?
if you were to if your texture is a scroll, that you are trying to wrap around. Then you define like the end rings of the scroll.
So the fact that there's like this lip here, I mean, I want to, because of like what you just said, I want to try and make like maybe this a loop. Well, no, because actually I want this to be separate. I feel like this should definitely be separate, right? The gem. That's easy if that's just unfolded. Same thing with this. This thing would be pretty easy if it was just like unfolded like that. But what about
that's true.
What about like this? Like my first thought was this, just make the whole thing a seam, but I don't know how. I don't know if this would just unfold like normally. Actually,
I mean, it's not too critical. I feel like because all your textures are pretty like defined. You know, you're drawing all the edges.
That's true. So this is that, that. I guess that's okay. Is there anything that like jumps out to you about this, like being a shitty UV right now?
Not really.
This is the top of the head. Yeah. This is a bit of a weird one. Why is this like separate from the rest of the neck?
Did you define the end of the neck as a seam? Like the very bottom ring?
No. Should I?
That would be how you get that, what you're looking for.
Like that?
Yeah. Oh, maybe not.
Maybe this seam?
I was thinking maybe seam might just affect unwrap.
No, it just changed just now when I did that.
Oh, okay.
See, look.
Yeah.
But it's still not all one.
You can lower the angle.
It's not a huge deal. It doesn't really matter that much. I just kind of assumed it would do that.
If you lower the angle, it might.
What does that mean?
In the Smart UV, before you press go, there's like an angle.
What should I change it to?
Like 15 would be like the lowest, probably.
Oh. That keeps them a lot more square. I actually like that. So that versus that. Does it seem like they're closer to squares, which is good, and there's less distortion? Does it seem like they have less space? Is that a problem?
What do you mean? No, it's better because you can just shrink it all down.
Okay.
It's better to have it in a general square shape so that when you shrink it down, it fits into a square nicely.
I'm gonna apply that same gradient again. I like that. This is so cool. I really like this. I feel like this is gonna go a lot faster now.
Yeah.
Because now, like, another reason I took so long on that last part is because I had no fucking idea what I wanted to do for, like, the actual color scheme, you know?
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier to decide when you can see it like that.
That looks so cool, too. I just like how this looks. This is, like, way too high res, huh? Is that what the problem is? I can't see any pixels. It's fading too good. Oh, never mind. I know why. There it is. There's the chunks. So I just like to use this to see if there's any, like, obvious really bad distortion. And then before, what I did is I just drew over this, but now I don't think I want to do that because that caused a bunch of annoyingness of, like, random colors reappearing. So I think now I'm gonna just clean slate it. Now that I approve of the look of it. I guess I'll just do a base color.
That looks great.
That looks so funny. Why is it bleeding over to that other UV? Is that other UV, like, attached to this? What UV is this? Oh, no. Why are these, like, connected?
I don't know.
There we go. Just move it up and add them. I guess I'll just keep doing this. This is what I did last time, is I had to just keep fucking with that as I went along.
Yeah, you just have to keep fixing it.
It's a little face. It's so easy to accidentally make shit like this. It's symmetry.
That would be funny if the little guy is right there.
Yeah. That's the mastermind. This tape is, I feel like it's too good. It's too good to be shown here. Like, it's just distracting. I want to keep watching. I don't want to work.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff we should just make a bunch of, like, just don't give a shit. Just like, okay, and then the guy runs into him. Okay, and then that thing falls over, and just show that it falls over. Just make a bunch of, like, low resolution things like that.
Nice, the Power Ranger mouth. Actually, wait, that's not quite as clean as I want it to be. I want that to be a little more defined. I want this to be a little less defined. Yeah. And now, there's so much. Oh my god, it's so easy to be expressive with this. This is so awesome. Okay, actually, does it continue down to those faces too? Or does it stop there? It's a good design question for myself. Is this a Rube Goldberg machine?
Oh yeah, this will get muted, I think. I gotta skip this.
Why?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I should. No, it's a music. It's a famous song.
Just tell me when it's back up. I just like hid the video. Oh, I just realized I didn't do the puck ears. I forgot about those. I gotta do that. I guess they're just gonna be kind of stuck onto the side of his head. So whatever. Let's make it a hexagon? Septagon? What is a 6? I don't know, whatever.
It's back.
That's a good touch. I'm glad I added these. What? What? What happened?
Whoa.
It reverted back to my old texture.
You chose the wrong texture up at the top.
It's still... what?
Maybe go to the material then. I mean, that's where it is. No, it's just in Blender.
But if I just go to where I have it saved...
No, I just mean what it's using. Don't change any sources. Just go in Blender and change the material. It's just using just in the shader.
In the shader?
Yeah, you just had it. Go back.
Go here?
Yeah, that one. Choose that source.
Is
that image.
What? I don't know what you mean.
If you were to choose a new image, go to where it says it, yeah.
But it has the right image loaded in.
Oh, I can't read it.
The image just like undid my texture work I did, and like reverted back to the fucking rainbow one. I haven't done a ton, so it doesn't really matter. But
like, what caused it?
I don't know. I went over here and I. What?
You can't Control Z.
Maybe.
Oh, it was when you added something.
I'll just go to before I spawn this thing in.
Well, the UVs are still there. It's just applying that texture for some reason. Oh, well, but I guess you didn't copy and paste something?
Yeah, I don't know why this happened. That's frustrating. It's not that big of a deal, but if that had happened after I had done a... Oh, wait, it's back. I just Control-Z'd a bunch and I brought it back. Okay. I'm gonna save this.
Well, if you press the shield next to where it says texture, it'll save it.
Okay. Alright, well, I'm back to where I started then.
Also, in image, if you press save, that helps.
This image save?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me add that thing back in. Let's hope I don't make the same mistake again, whatever the fuck the mistake was. This is weird. Does it just repeat the texture if I drag it out like this? I have it like out of where the texture is, but it still has a little bit.
It repeats.
Okay. It doesn't matter because I'm just putting it there until I find space for it anyways, but that was just interesting.
Did you just put the Mippy Super on for a sec?
What?
It's just for this little song. This is a very good combo, I think.
Wait, what do you want me to do?
Just put Mippy Super up on the main.
Oh, like on the big screen?
Yeah. I couldn't understand that. You cut out a bunch.
Oh, wait, do I sound weird?
Yeah, I can't really hear you. Still the same.
Testing. Hello there. Testing. I guess I just got to be louder.
That's weird. I don't know.
I don't know what's changed.
Really, yeah. Nothing's coming through. Same stuff.
Hello, testing. Is this any better? I'm talking.
Nope.
What the fuck? Is it on your end? I went to the listen tab.
Maybe
and it sounds normal to me. It's kind of hard to tell because this is really loud. Hold on. Hello. I'm testing my thing. Hello there. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wonder why.
Oh wait, are you hearing my YouTube?
No,
stream?
I'm not hearing your YouTube.
Okay. I hope that's better. That was a really good. You're right though. That does mash up really well.
They use that credit song at the end of that movie for a bunch of stuff. It's a perfect, like, just loop of a generic, like, I love the generic, like, rock song. But this is my favorite tape.
Like breathing in the gases, but this is a really great.
It feels like it, like, means something.
The overturns moving across the surface.
It makes people seem crazy. Like you studying lava.
This is Shelly Pahoihoi, and it's a real.
Shelly Pahoihoi?
It forms when the lava lake overflows. As you can see, it's very brittle and hollow in the center.
It's, yeah, this is crazy. It's like bubbly lava that hardens like glass. So it looks like you can walk over it, but then you stand on the bubbles and it pops, and you just go through the glass.
And it's into lava?
I can't think of a worse.
No, but it's like, it's glass, so it stabs you like glass.
Oh god.
Look, oh, yeah, she just went down.
The broken lava is very sharp, and nasty cuts are inevitable when you fall through. The saying goes around Kupainaha that you either wear gloves or bandages.
Jeez.
And if you look at what's, like, nowadays, it's so much more protected. Like, these people just went out with basically nothing and just tried to avoid the lava.
In order to get a good shot of these accretionary lava balls as they come down the channel.
Is it especially quiet?
No, it's
oh no, yeah, really low. Never mind. I was right-clicking your screens.
Oh.
It's a pleasant surprise to run into this flow.
Flow.
We're shooting this at full wide angle from about 20 feet. By sitting on a log, I am able to get under the worst of the very intense heat so characteristic of flows. Notice how the sides of the flow solidify into a channel for the fluid center. This is a typical forest scene after a flow has passed close by. It's June 22nd, 1989, and we are in a grove of llama trees just east of the Wahaula Visitor Center.
Llama
trees. The National Park
trees.
Service is attempting to prevent flows from overrunning the structure.
There ain't
by
no llama
spraying the
trees,
oncoming
come on.
lava with water. The hope is that the water will cool and solidify the flow front, forming a barrier that will divert the main body of the flow. While the water is successful in causing the surface of the lava to skin over,
This looks a little
it seems
wonky.
unable to extend its cooling
I think I
to
gotta
flow
bring the
interior,
mouth forward
which
a little
readily
bit
breaks
if I'm
out
gonna
once
do it
the
like
water
that.
is removed. This fire crew is trying to fight a holding action along a 100-foot wide front. The limiting factor is water. The delivery system is simply
It's also
incapable
I need to make it
pouring
move
enough
out
of
for
it
where his
onto the
nose
flow
would be,
to
I guess.
completely and permanently solidify the front.
I didn't really think about a nose.
These fire crews are a real credit to the park in their dedication to their job, even in the face of an unrelenting onslaught of lava.
p.m. Floor joists have just ignited.
It's interesting being under here with the floor on
Yeah, if
fire,
you have the stream
but I
turned
don't think I'm
down,
gonna stay much
you
longer.
can't hear that ringing like at all. Like I haven't noticed it at
It's
all. I
always
don't
been
think
nice
it's
to
really a
come back here
problem.
to
Yeah.
Wahaula and sit in the
I mean,
shade
I can hear it
after
when I think
afternoon out on the flows. I can already tell I'm gonna miss it.
The heat from lava can be extremely intense, and it is easy to get thermal radiation burns on exposed skin.
What the fuck?
Here Ken Han is taking the precaution of wearing a firefighter's suit.
I'm wearing one of these bulky heat suits because I'm going to have to stand right beside this flow for several minutes to measure the temperature as it crusts over. Volcanologists are often seen on television wearing these things, so most people expect us to have them on all the time. We actually use the suits rarely because they're so cumbersome and hard to run in.
hard to run in.
So you're gonna need to be running.
It's early April 1990, and we're tracking lava flows that are burning through the forest just outside the town of Kalapana. In order to figure out which way the flows are headed, we have to either walk the scorching flow fronts or crash through the flaming jungle just ahead of them. We work early in the morning because just a few hours in the heat and smoke exhausts us completely. The very thing that everyone has been dreading is happening. Lava flows are headed directly into the small town of Kalapana. Christina Helliker, Tari Maddox, and I are on nearly round-the-clock watches as we try to predict the lava's course for civil defense officials. At first, the lava seems to move capriciously, destroying some houses and bypassing others. Large volumes of lava are now entering Kalapana, blocking access and making the evacuation of people's belongings difficult, if not impossible. We are monitoring the temperature of this flow to see if it is the main front or just a minor breakout. The onslaught of lava into the town of Kalapana has begun in earnest by early May. 3 slow-moving Pohoihoi flows are cutting a wide swath of destruction through town. Even though our primary work is to provide assistance to civil defense, it is impossible not to become caught up in the human drama that is being played out as people's homes and lives are overrun by lava. Some people choose to pack up everything, even moving entire houses, while others simply walk away and let Pele take what she will. In the aftermath of most natural disasters, like floods, fires, and hurricanes, you can still locate the street you lived on, and rebuilding is usually an option. Not so with lava flows. At Kalapana, houses, possessions, and even memories are permanently buried beneath 50 feet of hardened rock.
It's February 18th, 1992, and this is a new outbreak on the west side of Pu'u'o'o Cone. We got here just a few minutes ago after a 4-hour hike. We are looking down on a line of small dome fountains that are slowly being drowned by flows from above. I got a call from geologist Jack Lockwood about 9 last night. He said that as he drove up to the park, he could see a bright glow out on the East Rift Zone. A few phone calls later, I was able to determine that a significant breakout, which is being called Episode 50, had occurred around dusk. By the time I tried to line up a helicopter, I couldn't find anyone who would fly before 8 a.m., and I wanted to be out here by dawn. Fortunately, I found 3 geologists who were willing to help carry equipment, and we began hiking from the Manu'ulu trailhead around 1 a.m. USGS geologists Maggie Mangan and Christina Helliker are going out to get a lava sample.
I wonder what good getting a lava sample does.
Tells them what kind of lava it is, I guess.
Long enough to get a nice glob of lava, but not so long that the cable becomes stuck to the channel wall. They've picked up 2 good samples so far and are now going to try for a 3rd. This time they seem to have hooked the Big Island. I have the same problem every time I go fishing. We are over on the west side of the flows now. The vent we were just standing beside is in the center of the picture, and the cinder cone towering above is Pu'u'o'o. Although episode 50 lasted only 2 weeks, episode 51 soon started up very nearby. Throughout the whole time, and indeed even during the Kupayanaha days, this lava pond inside Pu'u'o has been active. It seems to act as a reservoir for lava before it is erupted at the vent. The rim of the pond is frequently falling in, so standing out here is always a trip. The fumes can be really nasty and often contribute to poor visibility. Sometimes we photograph late into the evening and spend the night up here. It's a kind of spooky place. I never sleep very well. This is the lava pond that the current vent drains into. When the pond level is low, the lava pours down the steep falls. That glowing material in the foreground is called Pele's hair. It consists of very thin filaments of volcanic glass that have spun off the frothy surface of the lava and adhered to nearby rocks. We've managed to work ourselves around to where we can see back into the tube. I'm crouched down so as to avoid the worst of the heat.
Yeah, this dude is very
It's so bad out at the
sad.
very edge that by the time I get the tripod set up, I feel like I'm about to ignite. I think that if I handhold the camera, I may be able to shoot for 30 seconds or so before the heat becomes unbearable. There. Now we've got a good view of the entire lava falls. The volume has been increasing over the past few minutes. Now, when the lava hits these boulders, it shoots outward, forming a dome-shaped spray. I'm throwing rocks in to measure the speed of the flow.
You're forming a dome-shaped spray.
Shortening in this view makes it look like I'm on top of the tube, when in actuality I'm standing just behind it. Brad Lewis and I just woke up to find this event has broken out in full force. Up here on the slopes of Pu'u'o, we have a great view down toward this little cone as it tosses glowing balls of spatter into the air.
Also, I have
to the left of the cone, another vent has opened up.
Hold on, I can't really hear you.
I'm very interested in this process, which is why we're down here dodging
That's better,
the
yeah.
cloud and trying to stay out of the yellow clouds of
I don't know how helpful this will be, but it's something that I thought was cool when I found out about it.
As luck would have it, it seems
If
that when
you
I'm at full wide
make a
angle,
new
the
image
spatter falls
in
right
the
on the
generated
lens.
type, you can
When I'm
choose
zoomed in
UV
tight,
grid.
it
Have you
flies
seen
out
that?
over my head.
I didn't get a ton of that.
You didn't hear that?
Not
I
entirely.
recently picked up on using
Just,
a woodworker's face
Just look at
shield
my
to block
blender,
radiant
and
heat.
it'll,
It works great because it
I'm
covers your
making
whole face, and especially your ears,
Okay.
which
when you
always
make
seem
an
to want to
object,
catch on
you
fire
can, or a
first.
new image, sorry, you can go to generated type and choose UV grid, and it makes this.
This little channel overflow
So
is
the idea
forming
is,
polypophyte.
with a higher poly model, you can
It
see like,
looks more like a billowing undulation of lava.
you know, your UVs are good if these come out straight, you know?
Oh, so that's kind of what I was doing with the gradient already, huh?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
But there's also another type that
Buddy
is
Lockwood and
helpful,
I have been out here less than half an hour,
especially
in
for
which time
pixel
the lake has risen at least 8 feet.
stuff, which is
I think
just
it's
color
going to begin
grid.
overflowing shortly.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. If you have a higher, you have like,
I know the light's lousy, but this is a great example of Ellie's hair being formed by lava dragging its skin along the channel wall. First the lava sticks, but then the flow pulls it away, stretching out these long, thin strands. This is a great shot of the surface crust rolling along the channel wall. This type of spattering on the lake surface is called gas pistoning. It's hard to judge its height from our location, but when I recently spoke with helicopter pilot Brent Traft, he told me that he had seen jets of lava spurting up over 30 feet. All this brown material on the backside of the vent is Pelly's hair. Like the Pelly's hair formed at high lava fountains, it is produced when globs and droplets of molten lava are pulled apart. Thin strands trail out behind the pieces, quickly cool, harden, and drift downwind. When we were standing on this surface a couple hours ago, we were on the lookout for overflows like this one. It's a little uncomfortable to see just how easily the surface breaks up under the weight of the new lava.
Episode 52 began before dawn on October 3rd, 1992. The vent here is beside these two geologists, on the southwest side of Pu'u'o Cone. From there, the lava cascades down the cone till it hits a ridge where it splashes up into what looks like a small fountain. I'm scrambling up the side of the cone to get a better, but much hotter view.
Hotter view.
Getting dropped off by helicopter in the midst of an eruption can be a bit dangerous, because it takes a while to figure out just what is going on and where the best escape routes are.
Yeah, that's like a big part of what they talk, or what this guy talks about. It's just like
here, a large chunk of the
everything
channel
about
wall
it
has come adrift.
You have to be ready to
You could
run
have
away.
easily blocked the channel,
Which is
by
really
putting
dangerous.
overflow on my side.
Getting just as close as they can while planning to run as fast as possible.
This channel is unusually large and fast-moving. Here it is flowing over a small drop and forming a huge standing wave, like the rapids in a big river.
There is always a lot of heat rising above eruptions, making for unstable air and a very bumpy ride. Although I take a lot of aerial footage, I end up using very little of it due to the excessive motion. Still, if I have to film a burning forest, I'd rather do it from the air, where I won't get hit by falling trees or blown up by methane explosions. This flow is coming down a steep slope. Part of it is on an older flow, and part is burning through an ohia forest. It is traveling so quickly that many trees have been completely surrounded without yet catching on fire.
So what did he mean by that? Is he being forced to film this? Like he's not
It is a beautiful green oasis
into this?
with a newly formed black sand beach.
Talking about his
Unfortunately, it lies right in the path of the advancing lava.
So he said, like, if I have to film a burning forest, I'll do it from the sky.
This flow crossed the road here last night,
Yeah,
November 7th, 1992, treating these pre-dawn visitors to a dose of smelly smoke from the burning asphalt. The flows are moving with surprising speed, considering the flatness of the topography. They've reached the walls of the heiau, and there is no pause in sight.
This is being weird. I can't, like, draw on that
through the bushes.
that part of it. What the fuck? What face is that?
It has taken hardly any time at all to fill in this whole enclosure. In a day, the flows have cut straight through the heart of Kamoamoa and are expected to reach the ocean within the hour. Within the past few days, the flows have covered most of Kamoamoa and advanced more than 100 yards seaward. This event was photographed by USGS.
Yeah, opening back up Gary's mod and like
this is one of the things that can happen
downloading.
Gets into a lava tube.
So I re-downloaded it. Oh, I guess I already had it downloaded, but just opening it up and just to get the footage for that portfolio thing, it was just like made me want to get into that more again. That was really fun.
I was gonna suggest we should do another
like playthrough.
These bubbles are huge.
It's like a dark
on the order of 50 feet in diameter.
You know, with like the basketball thing where you just running across the scene.
Oh yeah, I haven't played on the new map at all.
These bubbles are also
they
formed by the interaction of lava
they did
and
that
water.
so they could improve it.
Most are 5 to 10 feet
Oh, I didn't even know that.
So a few are as large as a
So
two-car
the original's back, and
As they reach their maximum size, they quickly cool and shatter, blowing irregular shards and slightly.
Are they not really
sheets
like
of
significant
translucent
changes?
Volcanic glass out into the wind.
It's like the way you start. You start in a part
Pele, which translates to seaweed of Pele, the Hawaiian goddess of fire.
In general, it's the UI that's
the wind is blowing away the steam.
That's good. That definitely needed an overhaul.
Water
it's
splashing
not
onto
way,
it.
I mean, it's not way different, but the menuing and stuff, like the loading. Basically, they've had like a few things that they've had a
I have long been fascinated by the motion of lava flows on nearly level ground. They often surge forward and then abruptly stop when they overextend their lava supply. When they start again, the hardened crust is frequently rafted along on top of a cushion of liquid lava. Here we have an unusual view of the fresh lava under the old crust as the sheet flow moves down the road toward us.
I feel like I could definitely use this as a base for a Tom Friend model as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's another great thing about this. What we're doing here is like we have this foundation
just before it went over the
to like make more of them.
I think it's really interesting how the surface crust flexes as it goes over the edge.
Hold on, can you start over? I didn't. You cut out again.
That's why I like this more than drawing. You can reuse it.
Yeah.
Over and over and just change the colors at will.
That is very true.
I've had the song from School of Rock in my head all day.
From what?
Down the cliff.
From School of Rock.
I know that movie, but I don't remember the song.
The song at the end is like, "Baby, we was making straight A's. We was stuck in."
Surface flows out here this
I
morning.
probably remembered if I heard it, I guess.
Exceptionally hot where I'm standing.
If you wanna be the teacher's
A lot of spatter is also being blown back on shore, contributing to these large steam clouds.
I love that movie. It's one of the best movies possibly ever made.
This is a good flow to sample from, because I can approach it from a side where I probably won't get splashed by a wave.
Duality of like male relationships, I feel like, is all of that director's movies are about. And
when waves wash over the flow, the water
feel like
doesn't boil off immediately.
you either want to be the kid above the guitar, or you want to be the crazy kid on the drums, or you want to be the chill kid.
Every time a wave comes in, it causes the lava to back up in the channel, often resulting in an overflow.
Like the guitar players.
As the overflow rolls up the side, it hardens on the channel wall, building it higher.
He's also
it reminds me of the coil method of clay pot construction. There was a bench out in front of this littoral cone, but it fell into the ocean a couple days ago. Now the main tube shoots a 2-foot diameter stream of lava straight out into the surf. Huge spatter explosions result from this violent interaction of lava and water. These explosions can begin without warning. Recently, one person was killed and several others very badly burned in separate incidents. I think that so far in 1994, this is the most spectacular event.
My memory of that movie is I remember watching it like on the way home from a trip or something. It was just like on our like DVD player.
This is what some of the smaller bubbles look like in slow motion.
The in-car DVD player.
Oh, I know what I'm thinking of from the flower.
It's early afternoon, and we're flying out to these new breakouts just south of Pu'u'o'o Cone.
This is what I'm trying to
15 to 20 foot high dome are
okay.
spectacular from anywhere, but only when you get close like this can you easily see
The Demogorgon.
Getting the best footage is clearly a factor of being in the right place at the right time. Staying alive is a factor of not being in the wrong place at the wrong time. There is a fine shifting line between these two, and in a
Have you watched
space of
Stranger
only a few
Things?
seconds or feet,
I watched
can
the first
unknowingly
season.
go from relative safety to extreme
Actually,
danger.
I watched some of the second
Here,
season.
all my
I
senses
don't
are
remember
in
seeing the
heightened
Demogorgon
and I become
episode
acutely aware
like
of
when
even
it
the
comes out
slightest
of like
changes in
it
my
like crawls out of the portal thing.
when I can't account for a change.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna have any show to like only watch the first season of, I mean, that's not a bad choice. It's not that the rest is bad, but like the first season is just like a lot better than the rest of it, I think.
An increase in shallow earthquakes and an actual
Like they haven't really matched the first season.
Soon the expansion became rapid, and it appeared that a large pulse of magma was entering the volcano. Scientists readied for a possible summit eruption, but after a few hours that activity subsided, and then these fountains broke out. What the volcanologists would really like to know is whether this lava is new material or like the same old stuff that was being erupted before the summit event. Geologist Carl Thornburg is preparing to collect a sample of spatter which will yield this information when it is analyzed for its geochemical and mineralogical composition. The fumes are especially bad this afternoon, and without our masks it would be impossible to stay here. Geologists Jim Kawahikawa and Jennifer Reynolds are hiking out to the upper end of the vent, where Jim will use a sensitive electronic instrument to determine the amount of lava supplying these dome fountains. Up to now, we've watched geologists.
What were you saying about
channelized flow and from a dome fountain.
directors of movies are all about men?
This is the technique
about Richard Linklater movies. They tend to be about men.
I don't. What other movies would I know from him?
Appear to flow like water. It is much denser.
Boyhood.
Oh yeah.
The weighted cable could be.
I haven't seen that, but I know of it.
Retrieve it aggressively.
Slacker. That's about a guy who goes around and. Well, no, that's a little different. But it's mostly just about it. Like whenever he
It's August 18th, 1996, and I'm lucky enough to be nearby as the lava tube that feeds the vent shatters its solidified crust.
Which I feel like isn't that bad.
Spreading lava flow covers the vent.
No, he's just writing what he knows, I guess.
Anyone unwise enough to have ventured down there for a better look would now find themselves trapped between the devil and the deep blue sea. Though sometimes the lava mimics flowing water, many of the other shapes and forms are unique to these cascades of molten rock. I'm climbing down inside this skylight to get a good look at the incandescent tube system. It's rare to be able to see this far inside of a tube. Even though it's incredibly hot down here,
it's rare to see this far inside of a tube.
From here you can see that the intense heat has remelted the rock on the tube walls, and even the
I
roof
see that
has
far
begun
into
to
tubes
drip.
every day.
It's almost dawn on January 30th, 1997, and I am photographing from the west rim of Nepal crater. Last night, scientists at the Hawaiian Volcano Observatory reported that large earthquakes and strong tremor were indicating the underground movement of lava in this area. These fountains broke out here about 3 a.m. Now that dawn has arrived, we can see that the west wall of Pu'u'o'o collapsed overnight, giving the cone a decidedly bisected appearance. Fountaining has been tapering off for the past half hour, and I think there's going to be a shutdown here pretty soon.
This 2-kilometer-long fissure just ripped open a little east of this morning's eruption site. We've been out here all day hoping another one would erupt. Fissure eruptions are very rare and short-lived. What an opportunity to see one close up.
The noise is incredible, and the ground's shaking like crazy underneath it.
Some of these fountains are shooting 100 feet into the air. Fortunately, we're standing on the upwind and uphill side of the fissure. It's approaching 3 p.m., and most of the other fountains have shut down, but these are getting more interesting. If you look carefully out there in the middle, you can see ribbon spatter thrown up by the bursting gas bubbles. We're sitting on the backside of Pu'u'o'o, watching 2 active vents spatter below us.
Oh.
Geologist Carl Thornburg is waiting here
The
out of
hell?
the line of intense heat and fumes to try and snag a sample of spatter.
Why is that happening?
What?
If I switch my texture for the base body is like disappearing when I
It's pretty
switch
hard
into
running through the
object
deep,
mode.
soft cinders on this steep slope, but big spatter bursts are always a powerful incentive.
It's probably just the view options or object.
See? What the heck?
Yeah, maybe go to. Oh, is it in rendered? Oh.
Brad Lewis, Jenda Johnson, and myself are up on the north rim of Pu'u'o'o,
Jenda Johnson?
documenting the eruption of this spatter cone that has formed within Pu'u'o'o crater.
Maybe
The activity seems to be
go to
cycling
the
between
shader.
vigorous spattering and gentle effusion. Carl was up here earlier
Okay, well,
this morning
it's not
and
happening
reported
now,
that it
so.
was actually fountaining.
That's weird. That might just be like a memory leak. Sometimes that happens.
It's bizarre.
These cascades of incandescent spatter are so mesmerizing that I have to hold myself back, or I would use up all my videotape and batteries right here.
He talks a lot about his production, behavior.
I imagine him being like, he had to
it's
hold
a good
himself
thing
back
I
because he'd be like a
restrained
moth
myself
to a flame.
Because it's equally impressive here.
Just like dive
about
into
100
it.
yards from this 50-foot
I love
high
it.
cone.
I love it.
It's
Also,
just
a
so
lot of lava is being
iridescent.
thrown out as spatter. The majority is feeding this 12 to 15-foot high flow.
There it is.
This impressive crater cone that John filmed was short-lived. By the time I saw it, it was almost completely eaten away. Brad Lewis and I are flying in on a late July morning to get a closer look at the activity in Pu'u'o'o. A massive river of
Pu'u'o'o.
lava is welling up in the vent and immediately pouring down into a hole in the crater floor.
Yo, they're in the vents? That's kind of sus.
By the time I get set up on the ground, Brad has climbed to the summit of Pu'u'o'o and the lava lake is filling up.
Yeah, I just saw lava go into the vents.
I've joined Brad high on the rim, where we can actually look down into the vent as lava bubbles to the surface
Lava?
and fills the
Anything
lava
to say?
lake.
That was an electrical.
We're even happier to be this high up when the lava starts overflowing the lower walls of the crater where I'd just been.
Bum, 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 bum.
These huge drain holes just opened up in the center of the lake.
It's funny, I'm just scribbling
like
to
someone
find
pulled the plug on
what
a
UV
giant
is the one
bathtub.
I want. Because
The lake level
I'm just
is
too lazy to
dropping
go
very
back into
quickly
the
now as a huge volume of
UV
lava
mode
disappears
right now.
underground.
Where the fuck? God damn it. I thought this would be easy.
Seriously draining, it'll come out elsewhere now.
There it is.
We just turned around in time to see a surge of lava overflowing from this smaller shield to the south of Pu'uo'o. Cheryl and I just arrived at the coast to find this violent explosive activity in progress.
Oh,
Explosions
nice.
are tossing spatter and football-sized bombs hundreds of feet in all directions. A large littoral cone is building as red-hot debris piles up on the edge of the cliff. As dusk approaches, these explosions provide a constant fireworks display. Concealed beneath clouds of swirling steam, waves of seawater are rushing into the open tube mouth. The water flashes to steam, sending fragments of lava rocketing skyward. Geologist Dave Sherrod is cautiously approaching the cone to get a better look. Blasts from this cone are extremely unpredictable, and collecting molten samples can be hazardous.
Yeah, back to that whole thing of be ready to run away at any
100-foot high
moment.
spatter explosions dwarf Dave as he works into the night. I was standing on this levee just a few minutes ago when I heard it begin to crack. I managed to get the camera set up a few feet back in time to catch lava breaking out and rushing from the channel. As the flows advance towards me, the heat becomes intense, making it increasingly difficult to film. Even though I'm wearing protective clothing over every part of my body, I'm still going to have to move before the lava gets much closer. These big surface flows broke out as the eruption restarted after a brief pause in late May. The channels are slicing their way through the bordering forest. In some places, trees are being knocked down and burned, while in others, the lava flows around them, creating tree molds. This lava pool was recently exposed by a skylight collapse. Inside, eddies are forming downstream from the lava falls, just like in big rivers. Surges of lava coming over the falls cause powerful splashes in the skylight. The bench where lava enters the ocean is beginning to break up and disintegrate right below where I'm standing. Huge chunks are calving into the ocean and exploding at the water's edge. Nearly a third of the active bench is ripped away in a torrent of lava. The collapse carves a canyon 30 feet deep and 100 feet wide. Streams of car-sized bubbles are forming where lava rushes into the ocean. The rest of the bench somehow stays intact, but is still jiggling and looks very unstable. Lava comes bursting out in several places with deafening jetting noises. Emerging from a cliff in October 1998, lava is winding its way down a channel into the ocean. A thin veneer of
I don't know why I
plastic
interpreted
crust
that as
twists
like
into ropes as lava
that was like the
squeezes
origin
through a
story of
narrow gap.
lava.
Yeah.
Northeast
I
Brooklyn,
kinda heard
1998. Lava
The ropey
made its
crust
beginning,
coils
seeping
and
into the
adheres to
streets.
the edges of the channel, eventually forming a new lava tube. Pu'u'o'o continues to disintegrate in February
Stop saying
1999.
Pu'u'o'o, man.
As gaping holes coalesce on its
Sick
south
of hearing
side.
Pu'u'o'o.
Once towering 1,000 feet over the surrounding terrain, repeated collapses of the summit and lava piling at the base have reduced Pu'u'o'o to half its original height. Just a moment ago, these giant lava bubbles started bursting from the center of the bench. The explosions are rapidly increasing in intensity and begin to bombard the coast with red-hot spatter, forcing everyone to quickly retreat inland. Within 10 minutes, the jets of ash, rock, and steam have grown several hundred feet high. These littoral explosions rain debris, including some very large rocks, well inland of the bench. This sped-up footage from August 1999 shows how lobes of Pohoihoi coalesce into a sheet as they fill in a low area. Continued input of lava inflates the sheet flow from several inches to over 2 feet thick in about 5 minutes. This process also happens on a much larger scale over the course of weeks, producing individual flows that can be as much as 20 feet thick. What an incredible sight! This bench is collapsing just as we fly over it. The eruption paused today, and as the remaining lava drains out, large pieces of the unstable bench cave off and explode. "12 days later, lava begins to rise from deep within Pu'u'o'o, refilling the lava lake and trying to return to its normal path. Downslope, lava is cascading into abandoned skylights and disappearing underground. The skylights fill, overflow, and gradually build a series of perched ponds that begin to feed new flows. A series of intertwined channels is feeding multiple flow fronts that are attacking the eastern side of a large forested kipuka. These rubbly flows form when fast-moving lava pours down the steep slopes of the volcano. The rapid movement of the lava through these channels causes the lava to shear or tear into smaller chunks. This rubble piles up at the front of the flow where it spreads out in a fan. Eventually it is pushed to the side to form levees as the lava channel migrates downslope. Pieces of the levees are torn off and form lava balls that bob down the channel. Today is December 5th, 1999, And we've got another set of large flows that are bulldozing their way down the eastern side of the flow field. As the fronts pass by, we can see the channels following behind. If these crust over, we may get a brand new tube system developing right here. Since we were out here 2 months ago, most of the lava has been pooling in a huge depression at the base of the slope. Now it is flowing across the coastal plain in hundreds of small flows like this one. That fume back there is coming from the lava tube that is supplying these outbreaks. This is an experiment with time-lapse sequences of sheet flows to study their growth over time. Bulbous toes merge together and form a solid crust. Then the liquid interior pushes the brittle crust upward. The crust cracks, and occasionally the pressurized lava spurts out. In 4 hours, this flow inflated about 5 feet. The inflated front of this sheet flow just burst open. These bubbles are formed by sudden release of pressure.
Oh yeah, I forgot the original design had like a hat. I didn't really do that.
Essentially, water dissolved in the liquid lava is boiling to the surface. These bubbles are forming by a very different process. Vegetation engulfed and burned by the lava releases gases, producing flaming bubbles and noisy jets. Flowing lava has eroded the inside of this tube, sculpting its walls into a subterranean canyon. The bench collapsed here yesterday. The collapse severed a deep lava tube, creating this beautiful fire hose flow. The lava stream is about 3 feet in diameter and shoots 15 feet straight out from the sea cliff. On top of the folly, a big surge of lava is bursting from the main channel and rushing down the steep terrain. I'm back on the ground now, looking up. I think the surge has reached the base of the slope, but I can't see where it's gone, and it's making me a bit nervous. I heard it before I saw it. The trees above me are exploding into flames as lava floods from the channel. It's moving awfully fast, coming over both sides of the ridge like liquid fire. My first instinct is to grab the camera and run, but instead all I can do is stand and stare.
That is you're right, that's like a really recurring theme. Them having to just fucking book it.
Like, naturally formed lava. It makes me think
I've
like
never
that's just
seen lava move like
happened.
this so far
Maybe
away
we
from
all
the
see
vent.
the lava and we're just like, whoa.
It's drilled into us. Just get the fuck away
Trees
from
are
lava.
still standing as the flowing
Yeah,
lava
it
pours down
freezes
in
you.
multiple channels. It's one of the most beautiful.
Yeah, I did that
sights you
UV
can
thing
imagine.
update where I just made it them all overlap on that same one texture, and it like didn't change anything. It looks exactly the
The
same.
lava made it to the ocean in record time, establishing a new lava
At least for
and
the
ocean
circle,
entry
the
in less
chest
than 2
thing.
weeks. Lava is continuing to nibble at the edges of Royal Garden subdivision as it spreads across the coastal area. These slowly moving flows give us a chance to study how the skin forms on Pohoihoi lava. Small bubbles of gas escaping from the lava come to the surface, which immediately chills to form a plasticky crust. The bubbles stretch out into long glassy strands as the lava toe moves and expands. This millimeter-thick crust continues to thicken and solidify. As the lava flow inflates, the expansion causes thin shards of hardened surface glass to pop off. Lava has finally reached the ocean after a painfully slow advance across the coastal flat. Lava flowing over the sea cliffs produces intricate draperies before tubing over and entering the ocean. Cheryl Jenda and I are flying with HBO volcanologists to investigate a large breakout near Pu'u'o that was reported fountaining this morning. Downwind of this dome fountain, the air is searing and laced with sulfur dioxide.
When did they say this was?
Cheryl and I have to wear
99?
heat protective clothing and gas masks to
Say that again?
When did they say this was? Like 99?
Because there are flows
Yeah.
upslope of us, we also have to be alert to
But
new
what we've seen
breakouts
is
that can
like
cut
6
off our
years of
escape route. Flows near the vent are very fluid and can move extremely fast.
Like at the beginning, it burned all the houses, and now it's just like the whole island is lava.
As the steam clears its sunrise, rivulets of lava come into view.
Rivulets? Is that a word? Never heard of
guess.
that.
Incandescent streams are chilled by the waves and shattered into steaming chunks of black sand, adding to the new beach in front of me. This new land is notoriously unstable. Pieces are breaking off right before my eyes. Larger and more lethal bench collapses are a possibility I always keep in mind. All good things must end, and our beautiful ocean entries have come and gone. The lava tube system gradually plugged up in mid to late January, and now all of the breakouts along the tube system are above the poly. These flows can be quite large, but don't last very long. They're piling up on top of one another and building a line of low shields with small dome fountains at their summits. We are watching an overflow above us and would like to get closer, but the shield is a virtually impassable pile of hot, shelly pohoihoi. Fortunately, it doesn't take long for the flows to reach us.
Well, it's coming too fast towards me now.
These unearthly features are called hornitos. Hornitos are like tall, skinny spatter cones, but they've grown over the tube system rather than over a vent. It's rare to see a hornito in action, since they only spurt lava sporadically. We did manage to catch this one, building just a little at a time. Wild textures and sulfur deposits make them worth a closer look. Inside Pu'u'o crater, a downpour of rain is making spider webs of steam on the surface of the active lava lake surrounding this chimney-like spatter cone. The spatter cones provide pathways for gas to escape from vents below the lake. Sudden loud gas jetting noises startle us and send us scrambling back from the rim. The source seems to be coming
So
from
this whole
near the
tape
back
is just like
wall.
the story of this volcano just like consuming an island.
Yeah. It's just like
We're
the
lucky to see several cones active at once.
whole eruption.
Lava is gushing out of the more distant cone, filling up the lava lake. It's mesmerizing to watch the lake overturn, bubbling up as the solid crust slides back under the surface. This episode of lava lake activity has nearly filled the crater. New breakouts have emerged from the shields piled against Pu'u'o'o and sent rivers of lava flowing downhill. The flows quickly build up levees and crust over. Geologists from the Hawaiian Volcano Observatory are taking samples of this new lava for further study. As we scout around the front looking for new channel overflows, we run into this Shelly Pohoihoi flow, which breaks out and pours into a skylight from an earlier flow. It quickly fills the skylight and advances on us. Uphill from the vent, I found a strange area of loud hissing, glowing rock and piles of pele tear. The crust must be extremely thin here. This big western flow from Pu'u'o'o is burning trees and setting off wildfires. This flow has split into several fingers that are moving down the Pali through forest and grassland.
Fingers.
National Park Service fire crews are working day and night to keep fires started by the advancing flows from burning large areas of the park. The eastern flow threatens the remaining structures in Royal Garden subdivision. One branch of this flow has reached the base of the Pali and as of early June is slowly headed towards the ocean. It's a rare treat to have
This is so much
activity
more
on
fun
both
than
the
weight
western
painting.
and eastern sides of the flow field.
Probably more time
If
consuming
this
though.
keeps up, we're in for a great summer of lava viewing.
It is. It is way easier with the stretch. I never knew about the stretch.
Oh yeah, that makes a huge difference. I'm very glad someone on YouTube pointed that out to me. Is that the end of the tape?
Oh, yep.
RIP to Island.
Just seen a branch in the ocean.
What of it?
It had...
Almighty Paul Bunyan, he lived long ago. His strength and his goodness helped America grow.
When Paul Bunyan was just 1 month old, he placed his baby hands around a young maple tree and tore it out of the ground, roots and all. When he was only 18, he was already 25 feet tall and weighed 800 pounds, all bone.
That looks like your guy.
He took one look at the deep forests of the West and found his job: to chop down the trees to make room for cities, farms, and people.
Come all you sons of freedom that run the forest stream. Come all you roving lumberjacks and listen to my theme. We'll cross the roaring rivers where the mighty waters flow, and we'll roam the wild woods over, and once more a lumbering go. And once more a lumbering go, and once more a lumbering go. We'll roam the wild woods over, and once more a lumbering go.
Paul Bunyan was so tall, he covered miles with every step. Why, one day he started walking across the country. He walked across Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and then stepped into the state of Wisconsin. There, he met an old farmer, his head bowed down with grief. The farmer told Paul his story.
I'm going down the road feeling bad. Oh, my crops have failed and now I'm feeling sad. My family is hungry and we have no place to live. I'm going down the road feeling bad.
And with 5 blows of his axe, Paul Bunyan cleared a space of 10 miles for a brand new farm. Thank you, Paul Bunyan, cried the farmer. You're welcome, said Paul, as he took an extra big step and walked from Wisconsin into Montana. Yes, Paul Bunyan did some remarkable things.
He went between states in
as
one
a
step.
soldier in the Revolutionary
He's only like
War,
25 feet
he
tall.
faced a whole line of cannon. As the Hessian soldiers fired at him, he picked up a tree trunk and batted their cannonballs right back, like baseballs. Once, when pirates were roaming the east coast of the United States, he splashed his foot in the ocean and started a wave that sank the whole pirate navy. Oh, and I almost forgot. He also built the Rocky Mountains.
Paul grabbed the hill with
guess just all
either
their
hand,
boats.
with a ring, ting, a tim, ring, a tid, not nay, and set them down so they would stand in a row. He built the Rockies up so high, the topmost peak held up the sky, with a ring, ting, a tim, ring, a tid, not nay.
Then came the biggest job of his life.
I didn't get like any of what you just said.
Waterway large enough for big ships carrying heavy freight. So Paul Bunyan began to dig.
Still, I don't hear you.
Soon he had scooped out hundreds of miles of earth. Now he wanted rain, so he clapped his hands together. And down poured the rain until the holes in the earth were filled with the Great Lakes. Now, one of the Great Lakes was named Lake Erie, and the town of Buffalo was on its shore. It took just another day's work for Paul Bunyan to dig the Erie Canal from Buffalo to Albany, and the inland waterway was completed. In his later years, with his big jobs done, Paul Bunyan went back to one of his favorite hobbies, mountain making. But this was a mountain for children, a rock candy mountain.
All the buzz and of the bees in the popcorn tree.
It's getting worse. I could just kind of hear you a little bit.
Where the jelly beans grow and the milkshakes blow down the big rock candy mountain. Oh, the children eat their fill of the whipped cream hill, and no one's ever counting. There's so much to eat. Life is one long treat on that big rock candy mountain.
Did Paul Bunyan really live? Well, nobody knows for sure.
Oh, mighty Paul Bunyan,
I've never heard this iteration.
His strength and his goodness helped America grow.
500 years ago, there were people on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean, but neither knew about the other. On the western side, our side, the people had reddish-brown skins and lived in huts or wigwams. On the eastern side, in Europe, the people were white-skinned. They had learned how to build houses and large sailing ships, but they still didn't know much about the rest of the world. In fact, most of them believed the Earth was flat. Then one day, a map maker named Christopher Columbus had an idea.
Do you know what? I think the world isn't flat at all. I think it's round like a ball.
Did you hear what he said? Did you hear what he said? He said that the world is round. Oh,
he's crazy man. I think the world isn't flat at all. I think it's round like a ball.
The world is flat as the brim of your hat, and that is very plain.
I know that I'm right, oh, I know that I'm right when I say that the world is round. Oh, I'm right, oh, I'm right.
You're wrong.
My thinking is sound and I'll prove the world's round. It won't take very long.
But it did take long. 7 long years before Columbus could convince a king or a queen
15 years later.
his idea. Then Queen Isabella of Spain.
I think the world is round.
Men for his trip.
It took him
I will
forever.
discover a shortcut to India and bring back some of the great wealth I find there. And I can do it, for I know the world is round. And instead of going east to India, I shall sail west and reach India around the other way. It will be a shorter and cheaper way, for I'll do it all by sea.
Queen Isabella provided Columbus with 3 ships, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria.
Oh
And
wait,
on
they're
August 3rd,
positioning him as like a
1492, they set
like a
sail
Galileo
across the
Galilei kind of guy.
unknown Atlantic.
Yeah. They're simplifying it.
The ship sailed on.
Is that even what happened?
But 2 long
Oh wait, I
after they
think
started,
never mind.
there
Yeah.
was still no sign of land ahead.
Turn back, Columbus. I think I wanted to cut that from it before, like just that little loop.
Onward, men! By October 10th, the sailors and the crew were ready to take matters into their own hands.
If Columbus won't do as we ask, we'll put him in chains. And we'll turn the ships around ourselves.
Wait, have you heard? One of our men has just seen a branch in the ocean.
What of it?
It had fresh berries on it.
That means we're near land.
Hooray!
2 days later, the ships reached land, and Columbus and his crew saw the people with reddish-brown skins who lived there.
Oh, I think it is rather surprising that they should have reddish-brown skins. But now since we have landed in India, then these people must be Indians.
We'll call this part of India San Salvador, and I take possession of it in the name of the King and Queen of Spain.
The people Columbus called Indians were very friendly, and they gave Columbus and his men many gifts, but not the rich jewels and gold for which they had come. For Columbus really wasn't in India at all. He was on one of the islands off the coast of America. But because of Columbus's mistake, the natives of America have been called Indians ever since. Columbus visited other islands near San Salvador, looking for the great wealth of India. And then he and some of his men returned to Spain.
Hooray for Admiral Christopher Columbus!
Columbus had no trouble getting ships and men for his second voyage, but he still hadn't the slightest idea that he was headed for the vast continent of America, and that he would have had to cross it and sail over the Pacific Ocean before he could reach India by traveling west. The men of Europe were no longer afraid of the ocean. Columbus made 2 more voyages.
What are you talking about, afraid of the ocean?
Followed. But
Didn't they say they were going around Africa instead?
Yeah, they were.
The anniversary of that day in
I think they're more afraid of the ocean now, if anything.
Columbus first sighted the land of the New World.
What do you think of that? Does that play?
What do you mean? The guy, the head?
Yeah.
I think it looks good. Yeah, it definitely pops a lot. I feel like it's.
I think I want to do like a fibrous texture on this. That's
like,
gonna make the difference.
I feel like it's a little more saturated than him.
Yeah, that's true. I think I wanted the mouth saturated, but I'm gonna make this darker, make it look more like a plant.
Looks good though. I can just imagine him doing like the happy salesman pose and just kind of like nodding his head.
Long ago,
and like the thing
Yeah.
where it bobs.
Norway, there lived a
Yeah, this
handsome young
bobbing.
boy named Peer Gynt.
That's a good. That's one thing
Very
I'm jealous of
lazy.
your design.
He did nothing but
is that you get to play with dynamic
dream
bones.
of the day when he would
I don't have
marry a
like
pretty
anything
little
that's
girl
dynamic bones on
named
my
Sol.
guy.
You're cutting out a ton.
Damn, what is going on with this? I wonder if. No, I don't know. Whatever. Is it better if I get like right next to the mic?
Not really.
I'm still cutting out even when I do this.
Yeah, it's like I feel like it's Discord.
My green ring is lighting up the whole time I'm talking too. That's so weird.
But Peer would only
Yeah.
laugh, and he never did get around to learning all the things a
Yeah, I
sailor
don't
must
know. That's really annoying.
I bet that's been happening to me as well.
That's probably what we're probably hearing the same problem then. It makes a lot of sense.
The time when he had to sail his own boat came much sooner than Peer expected. There was to be a race. All the boys Peer's age would sail their own boats. Peer worked a little harder, but he spent much more time telling Solvig what he was going to do after he won the race. Solvig warned Peer to stop putting off his work, but Peer paid no attention.
This is just the tortoise and the hare.
Not even. It's a really dumb message, this
The sky was dark and the wind was strong on the day of the race. In the distance, Pierre could see huge storm clouds. Suddenly, he wished he had learned more about sailing and had worked on his boat. What would happen to him if he were caught all alone in his boat at sea in a big storm? Pierre would not even have gone into the race, but he had told Solvig how he was going to win. Now he was ashamed to quit. The day had grown very dark. The little boats were already far from shore. Pierre worked very hard. The wind was strong and his little boat skimmed over the rough sea. It seemed that he would win the race in no time at all. The young men who sailed the other boats watched their course. They watched the sky and they watched the shore for a storm warning. They did not sail as fast as Pierre because they knew the time to run before the wind had not yet come. Suddenly, the howling wind crashed into the sails. The little boats were caught in the storm. The other boats were on their way back to shore, but Pierre could not turn about. He couldn't haul down the sail. Water smashed into the boat. The mast creaked. The seams of the boat began to open. It was too late now to fix them. Pierre didn't know what to do. The waves around him seemed as tall as mountains. The water crashed down on the little boat. Pierre hung to the boat for dear life. The mast bent like a whip, and then it snapped, crashing down on the tiny boat. The sail piled down around the boat. The mast and rigging fell over Pierre's head. And in the howling storm, that was the last thing Pierre remembered. The storm passed as quickly as it came. Completely wrapped in its canvas sail, Pierre's boat washed on shore. When Solvig and the townspeople rushed to Pierre's tiny ship, they found him inside. He was wet and cold, and he couldn't remember what had happened. But he said to Solvig, "I have been very lucky, and from now on, Solvig, I'm going to be a good sailor and do my work when it has to be done."
Who's Solvig?
Yeah, just dumb.
Just
That's
work.
it. It's not like...
Just work.
Yeah. From now on, I'll be good. I'm sorry.
Once we were bad, but now we're good.
You were once a bad guy. Solvig, you were once a bad guy.
'Tis advertised in Boston, New York, and Buffalo, 500 brave Americans a whaling for to go, singing, blow your winds in the morning and blow your winds high-ho, clear away the running gear and blow, blow, blow.
Well, it was in the winter of 1818 that we set out to hunt the great sperm whale. Our ship was named the Globe of Nantucket, and our captain was George Gardner of the same. It was a chill and bitter day when the command came, "All hands forward! Man the capstan! Jump to it there!" So we bent to the handspikes, and slowly the anchor rose, while the men sang,
"All on the bowline, our bully ships a-rolling. All on the bowline, ho!"
The sail swung round, filled to the wind, and we cut through the dark, icy waters. We was fitted for 2 years' voyage. Think of that, you landlubbers. 2 years at sea, in the hard, dangerous work of chasing the whale.
It's now or out to sea, my boys. The wind comes on to blow. One half the watch is sick on deck and the other half's below, singing, blow you into the morning and blow you in hi-ho. Clear away the running gear and blow, blow, blow.
And we all thought of how rich we'd be. For a ship full of oil and bone, it had many markets. Oil for lamps, for lubricating, for medicine. That was the wealth the whalers brought home to America. And on we sailed, into the southern seas, and down to Cape Horn. Week after week we cruised, looking for
It's a very
our prey,
unfortunately named
but not a
place.
whale was to be found. They'd all
What?
been killed or
Cape
driven
Horn?
from these grounds.
It's very unfortunately named.
We'll haul away, Joe.
We waited to see what Captain Gardner would do.
Put your helmet starboard, Mr. Whipple, if you please. All right, sir. Helmet starboard.
His
He
decision
sounds
was made.
so far away.
We were steering westward into the Pacific, westward into the unknown waters that no whaler had ever ventured on before.
We'll haul away. We'll haul away, Joe.
Joe.
They tell you of the clipper ships a going in and out, and say you'll take 500 sperm before you're 6 months out, singing, blow you into the morning and blow you in hi-ho. Clear away the running gear and blow, blow, blow.
All day, the man in the crow's nest, he watched the water until his eyes ached. The rest of us was at our work on the ship. And then, one sultry day, came the cry from the masthead. The cry for which we'd been waiting.
Larks and lows! Larks and lows! She reaches! She reaches! Away! On the lee beam! Bravo!
It was a school of them. Sperm whale. We sprang to the boat, and in a moment we were in the water, rowing for them.
So are these all like
Raining at the
historical
oars
tales of
like
like a specific
madmen.
person? Or is this one
I
just
think
like...
this is just Moby Dick.
I wasn't really paying
As we
attention.
neared our whale, its great
Or a rip-off
rising out
of
the water
Moby
before
Dick.
us. The mate in our boat cried to the harpooner.
Hand up, Frank!
The harpooner jumped up, balancing his long spear.
Give it to him!
And at the cry, the harpoon shoots
It just sounds
out,
like an
and the
audience
whale
member.
is caught. Up
Yeah, it's just
goes
like a
the
guy
tail.
recording in just a room. Like a very wooden room.
We dashed water on the line with our hats.
Yeah!
Stand
Get
ready
that
with the
fucking
tent.
whale!
Up comes the whale again to the surface, dragging our boat.
Haul in! Haul in!
As we draw nearer
Get his
to him,
ass.
the mate darts out his lance. The whale is ours.
And then we caught the whale, oh the whale, oh the whale, oh. And then we caught the whale with our quick harpoons. The whale, oh how quiet was his tail, oh. And then we caught the whale with our quick harpoons. And then we caught the whale, oh. And then we caught the whale, oh.
Well, day after day we sighted whales, for the waters were thick with them. And when we turned homeward, we knew that we had opened new ground. And we brought back more oil than any
They
other
opened new
Nantucket
grounds.
ship before us. Yes, we had opened the way
First thing
for
I
all
did
the
when I got
more.
back from sea,
Ships that
I
would
opened
one
new
day
grounds.
cross all the
That's
oceans
right, this is the story of
and
Tom
open
Fulp
up
the whole
the
time.
whole
You thought it
world.
was fucking
All hands
Moby
up
Dick.
anchor for home.
I just did like a noisy texture. I think that's better, but
We'll head on all our
What was your plan you were gonna do?
Yankee
It
land.
was just like a
I was gonna do like bands going down, I guess. Like a cactus.
Oh,
Like folds.
I think that looks good.
I'm having trouble with these UVs though.
With our whale and singing, blow you into the morning and blow you in hi-ho. Clear away the running gear and blow, blow, blow.
That would lend itself really well to a YouTube poo.
Yeah,
I could
that's
just
a great.
keep like gunking, 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 like zooming in as you loop it.
When the cold winds of autumn blow the leaves from the creaking branches of big trees, then winter is on its way.
What if I could just fucking...
Many, many years ago, there lived in a faraway country named Greece a soldier,
give me this,
Artemis,
and
and his little boy, Plino.
Cletus and Pino?
One day,
What were their
Artemis
names?
took Plino on a hunting trip.
I think it's Plino.
When nightfall came, they were far from home.
Cletus
It
and
was
Plino.
warm. Plino and his father found a
Plino.
haystack.
Clino. Wait, what was his father's
Later,
name? God
Plino
damn it.
awoke.
I think maybe his father is Clino and his
He reached
son
out
is
to touch his
Plino.
father, but Artemis was gone.
Oh, Artemis and
Plino
Plino.
heard something moving in the dark.
Jesus.
Then he recognized the steps. It was Artemis. Artemis had found some
Like
wood.
Artemis
He
Fowl?
started a big fire.
Yeah.
Lad, he said to Plino, we've been caught by
Pre
winter.
now?
Plino moved close to the fire.
Plino.
He thought for a moment. Then he asked, why, Father, is it not always summer? Well, Artemis said, I'm not sure I know exactly, but there's an old story. Get in closer to the fire and I'll tell you.
Yeah, this is definitely smarter to just copy the UVs over to each
There
tile
was a
rather
time
than
when all the days were
redrawing
summer
it over
days,
and over.
and the grass was green, the flowers grew, and the birds sang all
Maybe I'll
through
draw
the
one
year.
more just so that there's some
And
more
in this
variety.
happy time, there was a young girl
Your guy
named
that's looking like
Proserpine. She was
really good.
Thank you.
Like I feel like I would find that in VR chat
And
So
it
far,
was
and be
very
like,
happy
oh,
with
this
it.
is
that
perfect.
even wild animals were tamed before her.
I'm really excited to see him finish. I think he's gonna look sick. I'm not super happy with his eyes. They look good close up, I feel like, but when I look far away, they're like really tiny and close together.
Valley. She came to a very
Well,
old
that's just in the orthographic view, though.
around its gnarled
Even
That
just on the
naturally flattens
blue of
everything.
eyes,
Even like
bearing
this, though, I
flowers
feel
of
like
deep flashing colors.
Yeah. I mean, it's once again, the further you get away with the camera, the flatter the image is going to look.
She took off her
Maybe
cloak
I
But
just got
most
it.
people are going to look right in its face
She was so busy with what she was
It might
doing.
just be more
in
than
VR
this.
She
chat.
did not
Anyway.
hear the soft sounds of a huge man who moved quickly, quietly behind her. Then for a second, it seemed to Proserpine that the
Yeah,
valley was more
whatever.
quiet
I'm not gonna do
than
that right now,
silence
but I think I
itself.
might fuck with that a bit. And I don't want to extend the eyes like,
Tall and broad as a door.
because if I go
His hair was
out
dark.
more,
His
then it's
skin
gonna be
burned
over this
hard
like
and
seam,
brown by
and
the
I feel like
sun.
that'll look weird.
His eyes were black as night. He was Stygius,
You know what I mean? Like,
the soldier they called the Dark Prince.
The
Once
Dark
he looked at
Prince,
her,
whatever.
Stygius knew that Proserpine
If I have it
must
like this,
become
then
his
it's like going
princess.
over the edge of the
Throwing
texture.
his tunic over her,
I feel like that looks.
This is what I was trying to do.
flung her on his shoulder like a sack,
Oh, okay.
and
That
ran
looks
through
way
the
better.
valley to his hidden castle in the caves. So
I like that a
quickly
lot
did the
more,
dark
yeah.
warrior
I mean, I'm
move
pretty happy with them already, but I want to do more of this type of stuff where I added like shading under his
to the
shirt.
strange
Yeah.
flowers in her hand.
I want to do crease, like little lines all over the pants and the
When
shirt.
night came and Proserpine had not returned
I'm like kind of
home,
annoyed with myself
her
for
mother
making this
Ceres
so
became
fucking
worried.
complicated.
She threw on her cloak, took a lantern, and went out in search of her daughter. Morning came. Ceres found herself in a strange valley near a very old tree. There on the ground was Proserpine's cloak with beautiful flowers laid carefully upon it. But Proserpine was gone. Ceres
What are these
wept for her
fucking
lost
names,
daughter,
man?
and as her tears
It's
fell
a
to the
Greek
ground, she
tale
cried,
like read out by someone who didn't know, I think.
blade of grass be green again.
But even the
until
people who are reading the
Proserpine
story have
returns
dumbass
to me.
names.
And the sun was low
Like
in
they're like
sky. The land grew
the
cold
relatable
and
ones,
no
right?
flower
They're like
bloomed.
the.
Ceres never
Oh,
gave up
I'm not
searching
actually
for her
watching. Is
daughter.
this one of the ones where it's like someone's telling a story to somebody else?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is this. That's why this one was interesting. It was like already a story about a guy named Plino, and then he tells Plino this story about phosphorine or whatever.
Then shall the earth be green again.
If you are nice to
Finding an entrance
phosphorine,
to
then the
cave,
ground shall
Ceres
be
quietly
clean.
crept along the cavern walls. Far in the distance below, she could see the dim lights of the cave.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the headpiece.
That looks really good. Yeah, I like
Before
that.
she knew it,
I like that a lot more than the
warriors were at the
original.
bottom of the cliff, climbing up
Just
after
like
her.
I need to do hair detail. That's the next thing.
Oh yeah.
For I, Ceres, mother of Proserpine, would
But also, I think I'm gonna do the hair at the end so I can make it asymmetrical.
Oh, that's probably a good idea.
Hair is like the one thing that it bothers me when it's like completely symmetrical.
I don't know
Doesn't
if
make
I'm
any
gonna
sense
break
to me.
symmetry on my guy. I think he's fine being like dead symmetrical.
You
like
could,
that.
like, honestly, if you just made like an arm bigger at the end or something, you know, just like, or make a crystal slightly bigger.
Maybe.
But he does look really good as a symmetrical character.
Half the year with me, half the year with you. And so it was. When Prosperine was with Ceres, the spring came and the world was green. And when Prosperine went to the castle in the caves, the barren winter visited the world. That, Clino, is the story of the seasons. But Clino didn't hear, for he was fast asleep beside the roaring fire.
Fucking asshole.
And just a dumbass ending.
We were.
Oh, and he didn't hear. He was asleep. Fucking dumbass.
You missed the whole thing.
Oh, what about this? A little facial hair.
Oh.
That's kind of adding to him. Kind of hard to do facial hair on a cartoony guy. But it makes him look a little uglier in a human way, I think. That's the whole point.
Your VHS tape is farting at me.
Yeah, I'll go change it.
What is that, like, right bar that's popping up?
When?
Right there. Oh, it was there for a second. Just like a black bar on the right side of the screen.
Yeah, it's probably just the mixer.
So I can be nice. I want to be nice.
Whoa. Jesus. Is this... Oh, it's fucking Wizard of Oz, huh?
It's Wizard of Oz in color.
Isn't the original movie in color?
Yeah, but this is like in color. In extra color, I guess what I mean.
It's like 90% color. Almost exclusively color. Why is the scarecrow like a bean?
You pick that 1, 2, 3 in the funny place called the world of Oz. Oh, the world of Oz is a very funny place where everyone wears a funny, funny face. All the streets are paved with gold, and no one ever grows old. In that funny land lives the Wizard of Oz.
This is the story of a world far, far away beyond the stars, beyond time itself. The magic world of Oz. In the very center of Oz is the Emerald Castle, rising up from
The Emerald Plateau?
with gold.
Is that what he just said?
In this castle, ruling over the land
I feel like I recognize that.
I think it's the castle.
The Wizard of Oz.
Is that a Pokemon thing? I feel like I've heard that.
Emerald Plateau. I don't think it is, but it does sound like a Pokemon thing.
Come to the wizard for help.
How the fuck do you spell plateau?
Take a card.
Plat EAO or EAU. Sorry.
I want to be nice. Do you hear me? Nice.
Yes, well,
No, like nothing comes up when I Google that, so I don't know what that is.
Socrates, the straw man, came because he wanted a brain.
What I need is don't help me, I know it's, pick a card, any card, it's a card.
God, this tape is so fucked up.
Card. No, you knuckle-headed ninny. You want a brain. Where did he go, pal? Where did he go?
Dandy, the cowardly lion, came looking for courage.
Oh, hello. Pick a card, any card. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Your card is the Red Queen. Oh, no, sir. I'm dreadfully sorry, but it's the Black Jack. Oh, I do hope you won't be angry.
I'm dreadfully sorry, but it's the Black Jack.
I will. Enough of this nonsense. You promised to give me a heart, and my friends here a brain and courage. So come on with it. Are you sure you don't want to try and pick a card? Any card? No!
What is this?
Are you sure you don't want to take a card? Any card?
No! That was a good scream.
Very well. I'll make you a heart.
Oh yeah, but I was thinking, with all those, I think it'd be really funny to have like a collection of a bunch of people's heads, like the 3D scanned heads.
Oh yeah. Was that an app? How'd you do that?
It's an add-on in Blender.
Oh.
It's super cool. You just take like, I mean, you could technically do it with like one picture, but it would look like shit. I take like 11 or 12 pictures, just like rotating around the head, and then it just like gives you that picture, and you got to position a head on it, and then it'll like approximate where the camera was when it took that picture, and then it'll like project that image onto the head, and it also deforms the mesh to be like the shape of your face too, so it's really weird seeing your own face like bald and not textured.
Oh yeah.
It's fucking ugly.
What did he say? He says, "Welcome to Munchkin Land." Well, then.
But yeah, I just imagine having those fucking like a collection of everyone's heads, and then using them to make like. How much of the? Have you watched any of The Walking Dead?
Yeah, I saw the first couple seasons. I would say I got up to the point where there was like a tiger.
Okay, do you remember the governor had like that tank of walker heads? And they were all like squirming around, and he would just sit in a couch and like look at them.
I mean, it sounds just like I
mean, you can
I believe that the governor would have that, but I don't remember the actual image of it.
Yeah,
I'll look it up.
I feel like something like that would be really funny to make. And it probably wouldn't be that hard. I just have to do a couple shape keys of like squirming on the face.
Oh, it's like an aquarium. They're aquariums.
The Wicked Witch of the West gave them
That's cool.
seeds when she switched package.
Oh yeah, in Unity, if we just had like floating heads in little, like we just put a cube and we put two heads with like gravity and it just bounces around.
Yeah, and they're all 3D scans of our heads. Like, that'd be so fucking freaky.
That'd be awesome. That would be a good room to put in the eventual, like, because I was thinking either to make a VR chat, because I was thinking we could make the thing in Unity and then port it into VR chat as World.
What thing? The head thing?
Well, I was thinking, you know how I wanted to have just like our own Unity level that we could load stuff. But we could make that. I was thinking we make that the thing that Clay told me his dream of a gigantic trampoline with a diving board, and then right next door is a Burger King.
Oh yeah. Well, there's already a few Burger King worlds in VR chat I've hung out on.
Oh, nice. Yeah, if we can somehow program a thing like a plane that bounces you up, and then we have a secret room in the Burger King where it's all our friends' heads.
God. That would be great, especially if they're there and they discover that.
Our friend Rusty the Tin Man wants a heart more than anything else in the world. The Wizard of Oz had promised to make
Is there just no Dorothy in this? Is this just them without them figuring this shit out without Dorothy, basically?
Yeah, I guess this is like right after the fact.
And Socrates the straw man set off for Munchkin Land to grow some more. Unfortunately, the Wicked Witch of the West picked Rusty's pocket and substituted Munchkin seed. And all the Tin Man got for his trouble was a ruby red Munchkin.
What?
I think
Well, our friends are going to try again.
the mag
is going back to the Wizard of Oz to get
guy
more food.
talking.
Though I must say he doesn't look too happy about making the trip
Mars
all
guy.
alone.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
gonna take those
I must
tapes,
agree.
and then I'll just go into the Scorpion chat tonight a little bit later and mix between those before bed.
I'm a lion. A poor defenseless
Well, no one's in there now.
Yeah, that's fine.
No!
Wait, what am I even coloring right now? What triangle is this? Oh, that's not what I was trying to color.
Oh my goodness! Oh dear! Something should be done
Oh, the
about this.
humanity!
Oh dear me, I was almost blown away.
Didn't they use that as like a bit in SpongeBob?
What?
Like the voice line of that guy reacting to the blimp crashing? Going like, oh, the humanity!
Oh my goodness, no!
Oh, I don't, that's a very famous thing.
Isn't that kind of fucked up though? Like,
Norm Macdonald has a very funny bit about that. I mean, not even, it's just a line. But it was apparently when the Hindenburg
yeah.
came down.
That's what I was saying. Like, I'm sure a lot of people died from that. And then, like, this guy's horrified reaction is just like a meme.
Well, Norm Macdonald's bit was just like everyone around him was just, when the guy was like, oh, the humanity. Everyone was just like, did he have that in his back pocket?
He was ready with that?
How about,
How do we get out of here? Oh dear me, I'm terribly sorry, but I don't know. But I'm sure the wizard would know. Yes, that's it. The Wizard of Oz would know for sure. Okay, then let's go.
Well, she's certainly a determined little girl. I don't suppose there's anything that could stand in the way of
I can hear it, like, getting fucking louder and louder gain in my head.
Oh, goodness gracious me. The Wicked Witch of the West. We're doomed.
Is that Dorothy? Who's this?
no, that's not the drawing of Dorothy on the cover.
Oh, so Dorothy is in this eventually?
I guess so.
I got main character-itis, dude.
Hey, that wasn't a very nice thing to do.
She, like, wished she was back home. So she better come in, like, well, I just want to come back at least. There was another tornado. The exact same thing just happened. I killed another witch.
That'd be a funny sequel.
Yeah, just a repeat. Everyone is
but like, if they started the sequel with them just saying like, yeah, the exact same thing just happened again. Like, and I just did it all. I did that whole thing twice. Anyways,
yeah,
and then there's a whole movie.
You just started off implying they just had to redo it again. And this is the third time. Oz 2 it involves them repeating the plot for the third time.
It's like, what is
Because that's when it
happening?
would be interesting. The second time they would just be like, I remember this, we just did this. The third time it's like,
what is happening?
This is it's Groundhog Day Oz, I guess. The idea.
I just watched Groundhog's Day like for the first time somewhat recently.
Oh, nice. What do you think?
It was fun. I liked it. I definitely should have seen it a long time ago, because that I really like Dave repeating stories.
Yeah, it's not so much like it's not like a perfect movie or anything, but it is.
Yeah, just a fun watch.
Yeah, a lot of people know it.
I like those Living the Same Day movies because they're like, I feel like they're like unofficial video game movies.
We've got to be very careful around this part of the land. Well, we're going through Munchkin
I got the shape of the flower better, I think.
Oh dear me, I was afraid.
I see it from the front. Oh, okay.
I just like pulled the petals in a little bit. So, what games do you think I should look at first? Like, if I were to do clothing.
I had reference up from Cool Borders, but Cool Borders is a little bit higher poly. I mean, not higher poly, a little bit higher detail than what you were drawing, but I could bring it up. I think I already had it. Yeah, right here. This is one of them, but they have a pretty good amount of outfits.
Yeah.
And it's got that just like general humanoid shape. It's not like Mega Man Legends where it's like hyper stylized.
We'd better be on our way to the Wizard of Oz before we're attacked.
Although I guess you could look to Mega Man Legends actually as well, because they have like NPCs.
Mostly just trying to figure out how like bolts and close and that sort of thing. I guess it's just a simple shading thing. I need
Like,
to
look at these guys. If you look at all the NPCs in Mega Man Legends, this could be a good resource. There's a good variety of clothes, but they're all kind of the same mesh. Like, they don't actually...
Oh, I see. I think I see what I need to do. I found some of the Mega Man Legends clothes are actually pretty useful.
Yo, they got a Tron Bond model.
Yeah, that's actually very similar to mine, I feel like. Because the shoulders are just like the spheres.
Yeah.
Oh me, oh my, something seems to have gone awry.
Oh me, oh my, something seems to have gone awry. that sounded so much like a poop edit.
There, that's better.
There, that's better.
My name is Dorothy, and this is my...
That is Dorothy, okay. There she is.
Oh, she looks way different on the cover.
In Kansas, when suddenly a great big gust of wind blew us here to the land of Oz. We'd really like to go home.
They all look wrong, actually. I feel like they were just drawn... Probably just drawn like, completely separately.
Break the spell I've cast on thee.
Oh, thank you, great, wonderful wizard, sir.
Nothing at all. There we are. I'll have you back to Kansas and nothing's flat.
I don't have much connection to Wizard of Oz.
Me neither.
Now, if you'll just
I don't like have memories of watching it or like have any nostalgia to it or anything. It's just kind of there.
Now let's see. Here we are. The magic wand.
Just before my time, I
You turn
guess.
your gold wand up and you wave it all about. You say the magic words and then you turn around, and that's what it's all about. Get down to waddle.
Let us out! It's getting kind of stuffy in here! Why, you're still in the castle. But where's the Wizard of Oz and Dandy? I guess his magic backfired on him. Some wizard. Come on, Toto, let's get out of here.
There's three sad souls, oh me, oh my, no brain, no heart, he's much too shy. But never mind you three, here's the wizard as you can see. He'll fix that 1, 2, 3 in the funny place called the world of Oz. Oh, the world of Oz is a very funny place where everyone wears a funny, funny face. All the streets are paved with gold, and no one ever grows old. In that funny land lives the Wizard of Oz.
Oh, dear. Now, whatever am I doing in this place? Now, let's see. The name of this place is the Purple Mansion. No, dear, no. It's the Diamond Palace. Oh no, oh me.
It's the Emerald Castle.
Yes,
Oh, Emerald Castle. I don't know where I heard plateau.
Well, Cynthia,
Whatever.
I'm glad to meet you.
No, not Cynthia, Dorothy.
Oh, yes, of course. How forgetful of me. Well, Maribel, my name is, now, don't help me. I know. My name is,
Socrates.
Yes, that's it. I've been trying to remember all day.
His name's Socrates?
Sandy Lion happened to mention it to me. Say, you didn't have to see the
I guess
wizard
so.
on it, did you?
The wizard?
Is that canon?
Well, not he. The wizard
Socrates. I mean, he might just be named Socrates.
I always just know him as the fucking
Somebody call me?
the
Say,
brainless
little girl, you
scarecrow.
still
I didn't know
here?
he had
I
like a
thought I sent you
name.
back to Kansas. You did disappear, didn't you?
Well, one of us did, but I'm afraid it was the wrong one.
Well, that's really too bad. Must be slipping. Well, we'll have to try again, but I'm not scheduled to do another act until 4:40. But while we're waiting, how about a few magic tricks for a warm-up? How do you like that one?
That's an old one. I've seen it.
Yes, of course. Sorry. Well, if I could have a volunteer from the audience, how about you, young man?
How about me what? Oh, yes, of course. Where do I stand?
Right here, my boy. Say, you're looking kind of pale.
Oh, I keep getting these terrible headaches.
When did you first start noticing these headaches?
When did I start noticing what headache?
Never mind. On with the act. Now, if you will notice this hat, it's absolutely empty. And now... Hey, you there, down there. You're ruining the act. Come on up.
Oh yeah, his alias is Socrates Strawman.
Half-hour coffee break. Now let's give it another try with a wand.
Occupation: the woodman's treasurer, corn farmer, ruler of Oz, spouse, Sing Sing, in his
Sing
former
Sing.
incarnation,
Well, that's over.
children, 3 sons, 15 grandsons from his former incarnation.
They did some
Socrates, now's your big
exploring
chance
of
to
that
break into
universe.
showbiz. Just climb into the hat and we'll take it from the top.
Well, if you say so, here goes.
Not that hat, my hat. Great Godfrey, we're going to have to get you a brain sooner than I thought. Right? Okay, here we go. Yes. Oh, well, I guess we'll have to go in after him. Yeah.
Mr. Wizard. Okay, now, that's very funny, but... Well, it looks like the wonderful Wizard of Oz has done it again. Oh, well. Come on, Toto. We might as well get into the act.
There's 3 sad souls, oh me, oh my.
Why do they keep replaying the intro?
But never mind you 3. Is the wizard as
It might be episodes of a show. That might also just be the end. It would look like a pretty short tape.
called the world of Oz. Oh, the world of Oz is a very funny place where everyone wears a funny, funny face. All the streets are paved with gold, and no one ever grows old. In that funny land lives the Wizard of Oz.
Well, all this magic stuff is fine, but it isn't getting us home to Kansas.
Say, I have an idea. We'll fly you out. I have just the thing. It's a balloon. We'll inflate it, and you can sail out of Oz and back to Kansas.
Oh, that's great. But how are you going to blow it up?
We'll need a pump. Now, where am I going to get a pump?
Where's that wizard? Where do I get my hands on him?
Damn, you could sample that too.
Aha! There you are. Listen.
you. How can I be nice and sweet and lovable without a heart?
Well,
Yeah.
very person I've been looking for.
The fact that these are so glitchy is... It adds so much to it, I feel like.
An elephant filled up with beans. There, that should do it.
Here, you better sit down, Rusty.
Now, when you get up into the sky, first you make a left turn over Munchkin Land, then...
Hey, this thing's moving.
Rusty, wait for us.
Hey, come back with my throne.
You know, this is fun.
Okay.
That was it again. That sounded just like that fucking guy.
Which guy?
I brought it up before. This guy.
Voy a la playa, ya subió la marea. ¡No! ¡La encontré!
That fucking... That monster just screamed hella like his laugh.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire!
Look at the view. Hey, what's that?
It's the wicked witch of the west.
Those are very real airplane noises.
What do you think he's gonna do?
He's heading straight for it. There, that'll teach him to mess with the wicked witch of the west.
That sounds exactly the same. That's good. That laugh
Well,
definitely
I have to have a throne.
warrants the
I guess I
comparison.
just have to get a new one with my wonderful wizardry. Hey, you're a wizard of whiz if I do say so myself. Just the throne. I just wanted the throne.
I guess you'll never get back to Kansas.
Kansas? Why Kansas? When you can stay here with such lovable, sweet people like me.
And a wonderful wizard like me.
Did you take any Calc 3?
Yeah, I did the one after.
So I was talking to Vaughn about this, about like what my theory of what finding the volume of like a 3D object would be. I guess like a solid 3D object, just based on what I learned from Calc 2. Would it be like an integral of an integral, like of infinite integrals? Is that the idea?
Yeah, it's an integral along, like the integral with respect to x along the y and then along the z.
Because my thought process on it was that it would be like, let me see if I could draw it. Like if you had a 3D object, I guess it should be something like weird and oblong, and then you would like have a plane, and then like whenever that plane intersects with like a slice of it, then you find the integral of that slice. You do an integral and you find the volume of that one slice, and then you do that same thing for moving that plane infinite places like that kind of, and then you eventually have that whole thing. So it's like
because object or 3D objects are defined by x, y, and z, you know?
Yeah.
So you'd have to find like from
Did you just cut off?
No.
Oh, okay. I just heard you go from and then stop.
Well, yeah, I'm drawing it out right now. If you can see.
Oh, sorry.
But it's basically just this.
Okay. So I feel like Calc 3 could have been like getting into some shit that I was kind of interested in, because it's going into like 3D shit.
Yeah, it'll help you a lot, I think.
I don't think I'd have to take it though.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying, is that I kind of was like,
that's weird.
It might be nice to take it, but I haven't seen it come back up in a while.
I feel like the one after that, which was differential equations, that was very eye-opening. Because that has to do with like when a function is defined by its derivative.
See, I don't even think I fully understood what that means.
It would be like it's like ln of x plus 1 over x. The derivative of ln over x is 1 over x.
Yeah.
And then then you could say that the function is equal to f of x plus the derivative of f of x.
If Jesus was in here, he would have been hopping on that.
Phasus.
I don't understand what that means.
It sounded like you said Phasus was in here.
Oh, I see. I was saying like Phase Up, Gamers Rise.
Phasus, Gamers Rise.
Like if Jesus got into Phase Clan.
Yeah.
I'm not liking this. I was trying to make it like one big kind of metal piece like that, and the lines are too jarring. Kind of makes me want to just outline it again, do the hard line. What is gung hoi fat choi?
I don't know.
Oh, it's Happy New Year in Chinese. That was just in my brain somewhere. What do you think about this, like, jaw pattern going around? Because I just want it to be distinct from the neck, but I also don't know what else to do for this pattern.
It looks kind of weird with the one, like, the layer right underneath it, how it's, like, kind of blocky, you know?
What do you mean, like here?
Just the row down, how it's just, like, the metal texture on
Oh,
his
you're
chin.
saying this looks weird?
Yeah. Well, that with the other, like, if it extended all the way down, I think it would look better.
Oh yeah, maybe.
It just looks like it's being cut off.
No more tape?
I have one rewinding.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Toaster here. Woo-hoo-hoo. Have you heard the good news? Now there's a great new video series from the producers of McGee and Me.
Who's McGee and Me?
Like a secret adventure?
That's right, Rebecca, and the crowds are going wild.
Oh, that looked good.
You'll meet my friend Drea Thomas, the most imaginative babysitter since Mary Poppins. And boy, does she get into some exciting adventures. Through her imagination, Drea and the kids she babysits become cartoon versions
This is
of
a pretty good
themselves,
series.
both under the sea and
There's
in
like
the
a lot
air,
of different.
while learning important biblical
There's a lot of
lessons
stuff in it.
wonderfully fast-paced adventures.
Oh, this is getting good.
Yeah. You said it, George. And things get pretty hectic with her around. But everybody loves Drea.
Does this look better? Like just having these be kind of like metal plates?
Drea Thomas.
Well, except her arch rival Arlene.
Say that again?
But you'll
Does this look
probably
better
want to
having
watch
it just
all
be
our
like
great mini-movies to find
like
out.
Yeah, that looks great.
Drea's 7th grade class
Because it's not like it's only a few segments. It's not like a bunch of segments going from like the flat head.
You'll be embarrassed in front of the whole school. Them's fun words.
What?
And Dad's tuba
It is a good show. It's like legitimately like smartly written, even though it's for kids and stuff. They take a lot of.
No?
They do a lot.
Nope.
Needless to say, Drea learns the
And
secrets of
the
true
bully is very funny,
George Washington.
just because she's like way over the top. She's like, "You are going to go to hell, and I'm going to tell on you."
As she has to babysit Matt and Rebecca.
I'm responsible for these kids all weekend.
Of course,
And the main
throwing
character is
dog
like
who lends a
very
paw when
chill.
Thomas is remodeling, and
So it just
watch
doesn't
out,
make sense.
Drea
Like, what are you
finds the true
doing?
meaning of responsibility. Ow! And how to act like a responsible, almost adult. The extracurricular activities at Drea's school smash when funds are zapped, and it's up to our heroes to find a solution.
I just heard your scheme to raise thousands of dollars is to win a radio contest. It's so you. Sometimes she really burns me.
Along the way, everyone learns that sometimes cooperation isn't all it's spelled out to be.
You just don't know how to spell astronaut. 2-2-2-9-2-9-2.
And Drea discovers how to survive junior high by really trying.
Help us win the Codebuster contest.
Plans for a big Christmas hit a snag when Matt and Rebecca want too much. Mrs. Long has too little, and the Thomas family decides that less is more. Then, of course, Arlene has her own plans for the holiday.
Drea Thomas, I'm gonna make this your most miserable Christmas ever.
But it's not long before Drea's caring has everyone dreaming of a right Christmas. If great stories, terrific animation, and swell toasters aren't enough, as an added bonus, each episode is also filled with great music. So hurry and take home all of these great secret adventures today. They're really hot. Woo-hoo-hoo! Woo!
Do you think I'll get caught for this one?
No, this was at home only.
Nothing personal, Grandpa, but I am sick of weeding.
All right. I'll pull weeds for a while. You pick up snails.
Ew. No thanks. You know, if we could train the snails to pull out the weeds, then we wouldn't have to worry about the garden at all.
Nice try, Drea. Only the snails aren't responsible for this garden. We are.
You know, it seems like the older I get, the more responsibilities I'm stuck with. I have to keep up my room, doing piles of homework, babysitting.
Look at it this way, Drea. You only get responsibility when someone trusts you. From everyone who's been given much, much more will be demanded. And from one who has been entrusted with much, much more will be asked.
That sounds like a sermon from Great-Grandpa Thomas.
Yeah, it was. He was always telling us that caring for a garden was good training for life. You can't just weed every now and then. It takes a whole season of responsibility. to make a garden bloom.
So you mean, if I'm responsible for these tomatoes, maybe someday I can move up to asparagus?
That's the spirit. You get it?
That's very corny, Grandpa.
Yeah. Maybe we better leave before these puns get much worse.
That's a very responsible idea.
Did you watch this as a kid or something?
No, I've just seen the tapes.
See, I've never heard of this.
Invented Twitter.
What?
I think she's just recording to a camcorder. Or what's it called? Cassette player.
As usual, I'll make an absolutely
She was like,
ravishing
your digital
entrance.
diary.
Rhea, we're late. You're gorgeous. Come on, let's jet. Come on. Okay, I'm coming. Hurry up. Chanel's mom is going to pick us up any second. I got to say goodbye to Mom and Dad. Okay, fine. Mom, we're gone.
Hey, don't you want to stick around and help redecorate the dining room with your swell parents?
Dad, be real.
That's very funny, Mr. Thomas.
Well, we do have a couple extra paint smocks if you girls would like to really paint the town. Well, Mom, it's a tough choice, but we're out of here.
Too bad. They don't know what they're missing.
That's for sure.
Hey, I just said he's clean.
Did anybody ever tell you your parents are weird?
I think you mentioned it once or twice.
I just can't wait till somebody we know gets their license. I mean, then we don't have to always ask one of our moms to pick us up. Mrs. Long?
Perfect timing. Here they are, ready for a weekend with their favorite babysitter.
Okay, guys.
It's this weekend, not next weekend. Oh, no.
Drea, is something wrong?
So cheesy.
No, Mrs. Long. Everything's just fine.
Yeah, everything's great. It's gonna be a howl.
Nice to see you too, Floyd.
Floyd's really excited to be here. He hates the kennel, but he loves you, Drea.
Can't imagine why.
Okay, here's the hotel in Philadelphia where the school principal conference is being held.
It's great. It's just like constant
Now, Matt, Rebecca,
horny
remember,
sounds
Floyd is your
and stuff.
responsibility. Okay?
But all the
Matt, where's
people
Floyd's
act
duffel
so
bag?
nice to each other.
Has a duffel bag?
Like even when they were like, "Hey, you shouldn't go out with your friend. We're painting. You need to help paint." You're just like, yeah. All right, bye.
Okay, I gotta run. I'll see you guys on Sunday, okay?
Nothing pretty.
Give me one.
Bye.
Like everyone just respects each other's choices in this show.
Chanel and her mom. You have to come now.
Kimberly, I can't go. You guys want to go take your stuff upstairs?
Can Floyd come too?
Only in my room.
Look, let me get this straight. This is the most incredible weekend of our lives, and you were going to spend it with 2 rugrats, a giant drooling moth with paws, and a dorky plastic pig?
I guess so.
There has got to be a way out of this. Have the kids go to sleep early. Kimberly, it's only 7 o'clock. Here. Give this to Kristen for me. I'll see you on Monday. I'm responsible for these kids all weekend. You have a responsibility to your friends too, you know. Don't you read the latest research? What are you talking about? Teenagers today are supposed to be totally self-centered and self-absorbed. Adults expect this of us. But you just can't go around being responsible, especially with the principal's kids. This is gonna cause a lot of grief for the rest of us who are completely and happily irresponsible. Thanks a lot.
Oh, primer, first coat, second coat. Ooh, there's a base coat. It's gonna be a long weekend.
Longer than you know.
I didn't know Kimberly could bark.
Hey, Mom, you remember when you said I can babysit the Long kids over the weekend?
I thought that was next weekend.
So did I. I also forgot about Floyd.
Ah, the barker. Remind me again, how big is Floyd?
Oh, he's just a little taller than Matt.
Well, just keep
What do you think about having like the top half of his head
Okay, honey.
Thanks,
be
Mom.
kind of like this lighter blue shade?
Oh, that looks good.
I'd put it under his eyes too, but just imagine it like all the way around. So it's kind of like the original helmet design then, but not exactly.
Yeah, just flipped a little bit. He does look like an enemy in, what was the game?
Armored Core, Mega Man Legends.
Not Armor, it was the one that you were afraid you ripped off.
Oh, Metabots.
So what are we gonna
Yeah,
do this
he looks like a
weekend?
Metabots character.
How about the zoo?
Yeah.
The park. Or maybe a nature walk. Don't say the W word around Floyd. What, you mean walk?
It makes him crazy. He's very sensitive, you know.
Okay. Well, we'll plan something fun to do in the morning.
I need to
Why don't you
redraw
guys
the
go get
eyes
ready for your
anyway,
bath
so I'll
together?
just go over them.
What'd I say? What'd I say? The B word! Secure all exits and block off the stairs. Floyd, no!
What was the B word? Bath?
It sounds like they're having a blast up there.
I have no idea.
Remember when Drea was that age? She could play in a room like that for hours.
Yeah, she'd make just as much noise, only she'd do it all by herself.
Floyd, stop!
I wonder where she gets that wild imagination of hers.
Maybe from her mother, who imagines that this entire dining room will be finished by Monday.
Just watch it, Busty. You're talking to a woman with a loaded paint roller.
Oh.
Painting house and crazy big dog. What could possibly go wrong?
We've got him! Hold on! Hold on!
Ow!
The mom got it way worse than the dad. He just got a little bit of paper on him. He doesn't even, why is he even mad?
Look.
Oh shit. That looks great.
That's not even with the bone or anything, that's just with pose.
The pose thing and sculpting tools.
Yeah.
That looks good. I want to play with that posing thing. Actually, that seems like that'd be a good way to practice, or I guess test stuff.
Honestly, I feel pretty happy with my guy already. Mainly because I have no mental image of what the clothes should really look like. Like I'm not good with the folds and stuff. But that would be the next step with texture, is adding little folds.
So what'd you think? Very cool,
I guess I gotta
Giraffe.
do
Can you
shoes.
make a giant Ultrasaurus?
Yeah, I made a mistake going this big. This is not a jam project.
I think it's time for bed.
I mean, I guess
Did
I probably
everybody say
could.
theirs? I said
We're on
mine.
3. Jesus.
I would say it's a 48-hour jam project.
Yeah.
Oh man, he'll be fine. You
It's a
don't need to
weekend
worry about
jam. Maybe we could
night.
treat it like Monday at 1 is our end time.
Maybe,
Get
yeah.
more paper, the hardware
But
store.
for like-
I'm gonna have
more
to
paint, paste, new brush.
do some homework tomorrow.
Yeah, I would. I guess just to
I'll survive.
relax the jam a little bit.
Right, dog.
Oh, he looks so sad out there.
Not half as sad as our dining room looks.
Sorry, Floyd. You're gonna have to spend the night outside, fella. Good night.
I don't like how the 1 pixel isn't actually 1 pixel. Like it like bleeds a little bit.
Yeah, I was trying to get that to work. The best I could do is use Sharp to like get a really as thin of a line as possible with a little bleed, and then you use Constant to just like erase.
What I've been doing is I paint the pixel next to it, and then I just use the bleed as the actual pixel, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
How it like slowly fills it in. Just really tedious.
Come on, Floyd. We gotta get out of here. Come on, Floyd.
Oh, hi, Matt. What are you doing up already?
I was, hungry, yeah.
Oh, well, let me get you some juice.
Good morning.
What?
Oh, good morning.
Get you some juice for your hunger. That's
Mom.
the wrong one.
I'm really sorry about the mess last night. I'll pay for the damage out of my babysitting money, okay? Oh, well, don't worry about it, honey. Sometimes these things just happen. Luckily, your father always liked me in green.
We're going to the store to restock the supplies for our next assault on the dining room renovation. Come on, Lori. Hold the fort, kids.
Bye.
We shall return.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. So what do you guys want for breakfast?
Pancakes. Waffles. Pancakes. Waffles.
Eggs and toast. You guys set the table. Okay.
So, what's on the social calendar today?
I don't know. Got any suggestions?
Well, let's see. Oh, the automatic toaster is 75 years old this year. And I hear there is quite an
you seeing
anniversary
this?
bash at the Charles Strike Museum. Well, he invented the electric toaster, you know.
I guess I kind of assumed it was like an
We have
ad or
something
something.
that's
I wasn't
exciting for
really
humans.
lucid. I don't know.
This is the final touch on my guy that I think will make it really sell the flower on his head.
Behind the mill, behind the
What is
mill.
that? The nose?
Yeah.
You guys are
Does it have a
crap.
nosebleed?
Yeah. Just a little one. I just realized though that the UVs are mirrored, so
Floyd, he's gone.
What?
Floyd's gone.
Right.
yeah.
Come on, let's go. My friend George said he'll help us look for Floyd. He's gonna ride over on his bike. Wait a minute, where's Matt?
With you, isn't he?
I thought he was with you.
There we go.
Oh no.
She probably went to find Floyd.
Great, just great.
Yeah, now you've lost Floyd and Matt.
Let's not panic. You couldn't have gone very far. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, remember when we told you we lost the dog?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we lost Matt too. You don't know where he went, so you check this way and we'll check that way.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much, George.
Yeah, okay.
Couldn't do without you. Yeah. Bye.
Okay, everybody, here's the babysitting rules.
The babysitting rap.
A-B-Y-S-I-T-T-I-N-G.
Got to keep your cool. The babysitting rules.
Don't be cruel.
Use that golden rule. Like a good shepherd, a little bulky. Chase those wolves away. Keep your eyes on your sheep. Keep your head. Don't be misled. They're the babysitting rules. Got to keep your cool. The babysitting rules. Got to keep your cool. Rule number 3, just relax.
I kind of like him not having eyes.
Rule number 4, your problems will be minuscule.
I don't know if
Yeah, that
I'm
looks
good with that, but it kind of works. I don't know what I'm gonna do for the texture of this light blue bit. I'm torn on this.
To keep your feet on the ground. B-A-B-Y-S-I-T-T-I-N-G. Keep your head. Don't be
It's so over the top.
They're the babysitting rules. Got to keep your cool. Gotta keep it, gotta keep it, gotta keep it, gotta keep it, gotta keep it.
Don't be discouraged.
Turn that frown upside down.
Hey, George. Hey. Sorry, Dred. Nobody's seen a thing around here. You don't think he got all the way downtown, do you? Oh, I hope not. We better check. Thanks, George. Yeah. Bye.
He really got himself lost this time.
This time?
Yeah, once he got lost in the supermarket, but he climbed to the top of the cookie shelf on aisle 9 until he found Mom in aisle 4. Pretty smart kid for a little brother.
Come on.
Where are we going?
We've been looking around for Matt. It's time to start looking up. Come on.
This is pretty much how I imagine like NPCs in Aurobindo Plain looking.
I
It's
thought we
good.
lost you.
Just
oh,
like
no. You didn't really see me. I'm
materializing
right
there.
here. Don't ever run away like that without telling me where you're going. I was really worried.
You like talk to this guy and he's like,
Come on.
oh hey, if you find batteries,
What are we gonna
I
do
could
about
use some batteries.
I'm thinking.
It's like a regular quest.
Floyd is thinking.
That's a great idea, Matt. What? If we could think like Floyd, maybe we can figure out where he went.
I feel a secret adventure coming on. I don't know about this. What if I get fleas?
I don't know, does this like drawing lines to make something look shiny, does that work in
I knew it.
3D model? I feel like that might be weird.
I smell like
It kinda does. You just have to be you have to be better with it, I think, than
Now
with
remember,
2D.
guys, this is a scientific experiment. We have to take this very serious.
That's definitely not the place for it.
Look, babies. I love babies.
Hey, get away! Shoot! Oh, I hope they don't have fleas.
We didn't mean anything. We just wanted to see the babies.
They treated us like dogs. I wonder if that's how Floyd feels. Oh, help! Help, my baby!
It's pretty ambitious that they have like a full animated segment to this too.
Yeah. And they have like the 3D animated toaster and bananas and stuff.
Yeah, it's weird.
Oh, I know what's missing. I didn't mean to do a line. You should have a tie.
Oh.
Ow.
Oh, thank heavens, what wonderful dogs. They saved my baby. I hope your master gives you all extra treats for dinner tonight. You certainly earned it. Did you hear that? Her first word.
That sure was a cute baby. I'm glad we were here to help out. But it didn't tell us much about Floyd.
Yes, it did. I know where he is. Let's go.
This is a trip.
Matt, wait up! Where's he going? I don't know. No sign of Matt downtown. We just found him, but we're just about to lose him again. No problem. I'll catch him. Thanks. Go. Look out! The Carter! They're neighbors! Come here! You're not gonna believe this!
I forgot. Floyd has responsibilities too. He just became a dad.
So the theme of that episode is responsibility.
Floyd! Good going! It's very retro. Well, in a progressive sort of way. Very you.
Thanks. You should have been there. There were some great vests.
I know, but I did the right thing by not going.
Yeah, I know, but just don't pass it around, okay? Kimberly, hello again. Mrs. Long. Deja vu or what?
Matt, Rebecca, your mom's here.
I don't know why your coughs are jump scaring me every time. They're not that loud. I think I'm just tired. So my brain is in like a weird state.
Yeah, I think I'm about ready to call it a
I
night.
mean, yeah, you're like done with your guy. That's awesome.
Oh, I can't believe it.
I mean, I don't have shoes. I always forget the feed.
Great vest.
Oh,
But
yeah, that's true.
I am very happy with the topology that I got so far. Like, it looks weird, but like the actual shape is so much better than.
Hey, Matt, go and tie Floyd and then come back here and say goodbye to Drea. And I want you to pack up your things, okay?
See ya, Squeaky.
So, Kimberly, what's new in your life?
Oh, I know. My parents might take me to England this summer. My dad is doing research somewhere there. I don't remember the name.
London?
No.
Stratford-on-Avon?
No. I think it has something to do with the Romans. Oh, I know. Bath.
Bath. Alright, yeah, I'm not gonna text your feet for right now. He can be barefoot. He has a thing on his head, so.
Then again, maybe
I feel like I just made Jim. Jim from The Office,
Yeah.
but with the thing on his head. That's pretty good, though. That's kind of nice. Sort of something to people kind of recognize it as a normal person.
Yeah, I mean, Jim is like,
How does it look?
like probably the most
They look
default
so
like
beautiful, I
American.
almost hate to pick them.
Yeah.
But I guess that's part of being responsible
Well, maybe
too, huh?
probably a little underweight, I guess.
I think you're
but
going to make a very good gardener, Drea.
Yeah,
I guess like in media.
Now's the fun part.
Dwight is probably average.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. That's not true either. Todd Packer.
I got a new idea for the eye design. I'm thinking like if it's coming out of one of these, this little like bracket thing, that might look kind of cool.
That's Dredd. Look at Dredd before you do that.
Oh no, am I getting closer to Judge Dredd?
Actually, wait, no. I think I misunderstood what you showed. Just double check Dredd, because you are a virgin.
I did it again. I put Dreg. He's got like a visor.
Yeah. What I thought you meant was that the ink. I thought you were gonna cut it there and just do the top thing, and then cut everything below it. You know?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that would have been Dredd.
I don't really know what I'm doing with this.
What about like a single line?
Like that?
Oh, that looks cool. But I mean, like straight across, like more like an analysis visor type of deal, you know?
Oh, like that?
Yeah, basically.
The UVs don't really allow it to be straight.
Yeah.
That kind of works.
I'm gonna change his hair. I don't like that it looks exactly like Jim. This thing back. I like this hairstyle, but.
Can they do that? That's fucking. They just stole the whole logo. The show must have had a good budget if they have like 3 different like animated segments within it. How is it like direct to home video still? If it had
Yeah, I don't know.
budget, that's weird.
I looked it up before. I think I understood at one point how it worked.
And then that information just like went in the void.
I do know that there was a lot of money in kids VHS. But I don't know like what venue this was sold through, you know. Come on, it's the secret adventure. Come on. Come on. That actually, I feel like it would be a good idea in the game to just totally make fun of, like not even make fun of, but just be like, oh, this is your friendly office worker guy. And then like, you just make it like, this is someone we all know, but he has a thing in his head.
Just double down on the fact that it looks kind of familiar.
Yeah, and just like even make fun of just like, oh, don't you want to romance me in my office?
What about the one eye? What about the one red Mega Man Legends eye?
There we go.
I don't like it. I don't like any of the fucking eyes that I've done.
What about just those two rectangles on both sides?
These things?
Yeah.
Should I just make those
Make
the
them
eyes?
like a Kirby version.
I guess those
You see it as like, look at it, that is the nose, and then he has a, or that is the eyes, and then he has a big red nose.
I'm definitely not leaving the nose, but I could try to double down on that.
Yeah, I'm doubling down on the fact that it's.
Welcome to Tai Chi
I'm
for
just
Seniors.
doing
Tai Chi
him.
for
This is a class in
seniors.
self-healing through movement.
Yeah, this is gonna be the last one of the night because it's so good.
Our format was
But also,
designed
it's
to
really
address the
good.
particular needs of
At the
people
end, I'll
over 60.
rewind because it's really
For
funny,
instance, there are exercises
like
for
sped
high
up
blood pressure,
and
for
backwards.
strengthening the immune system, and there's even one for creating a hormonal balance. There are also massage
See,
and
the thing that's
acupressure
annoying me
techniques
about
for
this, I
arthritis,
think, is that
headaches,
like
and insomnia.
I
With an
feel like
emphasis on
the
deep
perfect
breathing
eye
and
placement is like
relaxation, our
there.
warm-ups pretty well cover the entire gamut of age-related disorders.
So I kind of feel like
In
I
addition,
should just
there are only 10 easy moves to remember
Just
in our
do
You had
that.
pretty good eyes
style.
before, I think.
It seems like there are more because everything we do on the right
They
is
were, like,
repeated on the left. Since this is
here.
Qigong
They weren't so
Tai Chi,
angry, though.
the moves are fun and easier to do.
Oh,
than
that would be
most other
cool, just
classes
like
that are
empty
based on
sockets.
martial application or fighting. Our emphasis in Qigong Tai Chi is on healing and regeneration and is based on the principles of acupuncture. So let us begin the warm-ups with a move we call the walking. This move
I
is a
always
general loosener upper,
in the
and
morning,
like all Tai Chi
something he
moves,
says
it
here.
originates in the feet, issues through the waist, and expresses itself in the arms. The upper torso remains as
talks about
relaxed as
organs.
possible. This move squeezes and stretches your internal organs and moves the energy into your arms. As you loosen up, I would like to take this opportunity to say that this class is divided into 4 sections. The first is loosening of the joints.
Well, I don't know what he says, but he says it's always good to start your day with freshly squeezed organs.
The third
Oh,
is self-massage and acupressure.
The idea is just like you move your body around so
style
your
itself.
organs aren't just like sitting.
I also want to mention that in this class we don't believe in the saying, no pain, no gain. We believe in no brain, no gain. So just use your head and don't overdo anything. Now I want to point out 3 things that differentiate Eastern exercise from Western. Number 1, the Chinese emphasize that all exercises are done as relaxed as possible. Number 2, your mind should be focused on what you are doing at all times. And number 3, all breathing is deep, diaphragmatical breathing, which we'll be practicing in a few moments. The next warm-up is called pushing up the sky. Exhale when your hand pushes up and inhale when it comes down.
I just don't like the side placement. I think the eyes are too close together.
Squeezes and stretches your organs, but now in an up and down direction. We always say, don't start your day without freshly squeezed organs.
There it is. Oh, that sounds so vile.
Now we go to the head and neck area, and then slowly work our way down
I feel like
the body,
that's like a
loosening up all
cannibal
the
line.
joints. The first move is called
Freshly
the turtle.
squeezed organs is like
While
the
it works
name of a No
vertebrae
Man's
the neck,
Sky
it also
recipe.
squeezes and stretches the thyroid. You inhale as the chin goes up, and exhale as it goes down. The turtle sinks into his
Yeah,
chest.
I am gonna call it on
This
my
keeps
guy.
The thyroid stimulated because in
for
addition
today
to all the
anyway.
physical problems, an underactive
when I
thyroid can
board him
cause,
into something,
can
I'll
also
do
cause severe depression in
second
some
step.
seniors.
Nice. I'm looking forward to see these guys wrapped up. This is going to be so cool.
Yeah, just imagine this guy in
Now
like a
we
dark
work on the
alley
neck
and he's
and
like
thyroid
smiling
from
at you.
side to
Thing.
side.
It's just got like.
Inhale on each side and exhale when the head relaxes in the middle.
Have you seen
Also
my
note how the
girlfriend?
hands go to
She
the
was
opposite side
answering
of
the
body from
phone
the
and
head.
then she ran
This
away.
gives a greater squeeze to the thyroid.
I don't know what I've. It would be something like that. It would be
Now
like
let's take a moment to
Something
stimulate the
seemingly
thymus
very
gland.
normal.
It's located right behind the
was answering
breastbone.
the phone.
The Chinese regard this gland as the youth gland and feel that if you can regenerate it, you can
girlfriend's always
actually
hanging with
retard
her
the aging
boyfriend.
process.
Sucks.
So thump that thymus and let's see what happens.
Is that you?
Oh, that looks cool.
Now let's work on the shoulders with a move
Man, is
called
that
holding
you?
up the sky.
Who?
Inhale up, exhale down,
Pan.
rotate left, rotate
Oh.
right,
Pan.
and bend down,
Pan,
but not too
pan.
far. This move is called the butterfly. You inhale when the hands come up, exhale when they go down behind you.
Come on, it's a secret adventure. Come on.
And
I
these
just
moves
my
are
the only thing I
like
don't like
swimming.
about this is how it
This
goes
one
over
is
the
like swimming
into
in the
this next
backstroke. Inhale
poly.
up in
That's kind of
front,
annoying.
exhale down the back.
I don't like that the eye like folds like that. What do you think about if I
This
make
is
the eyes
doing
like
the crawl and
this?
stretch out as far as you
Like
can.
if I
and
make a
stretch your
cylinder
spine.
and put the eyes there.
Now we finish by inhaling
him a
when the
3D
hands go to
object.
back and exhaling when they are in front. Be
I'm
sure
gonna
to
make
turn your
this
head and
guy
watch the hand in the back.
Japanese and call him
Keep in
Jin.
mind I'm doing the minimum
Jin.
number of moves in each posture, and if you have an area that needs extra work,
Okay, sorry.
don't
And his
hesitate
girlfriend
to
Pan.
spend more time on it.
Yeah.
Now loosen up the wrists.
Jin and
Be sure to
Pan.
rotate them in both directions.
I was saying, what about if I make the eyes like a 3D thing instead of drawn on?
Shake them out
Like if
good
I
and
copy
get the ends of the
this.
fingers.
Like if I move this thing.
Now the next move is for the spine, and to do them,
I
we
feel
need
like
to sit
it
down.
looks pretty good.
These moves that you get to sit down seem to
As
be
the-
everybody's favorites, I've noticed.
Because it's gonna be more stuff sticking
Exhale
out.
down
I feel like
and
the
try to get
profile
your
looks
chin
so
to your
good right
knees
now.
as you rotate around. Inhale up and really open up your chest as you sit upright. Reverse directions after 3 times and go slowly so you don't get dizzy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's dumb. I think it's fine. I think you're right. Is there any... I mean, I guess I should just... Another thing that's annoying me is I kind of want the UVs for these to be, like, right next to each
All right,
other.
everybody up now while we work on the lower
I guess I can
spine
just
and
do
hips.
that.
This time your head doesn't move. Only the lower
Yeah.
part moves.
It's just a lot of manual moving.
Rotate in both directions
And then
on this
fixing.
move also. Hey, it looks pretty good. If you don't become Tai Chi masters, you can always become belly dancers. Now we go down to the knees. They travel together for a while in both directions. Then they separate into a move I call the Charleston. And the right knee goes both clockwise and counterclockwise. We finished the series by loosening the ankle.
Yeah, one thing I really like.
Make as
This is a
large a
small
circle
thing.
with your heel
I've
as
only done it a few
possible.
times, but I like
Rotate both feet in both directions.
quizzing people on my avatars as if it's like an actual pop culture thing. Be like, oh,
Yeah.
what is this from? And just try to get the ideas, like what it immediately makes them think of.
Now we get to sit down again.
Is there like
Shake out your ankles.
Is there
just
like the
like you did
opposite
your
of a
wrists.
seam?
The
Like, could I
Chinese
say
consider the ankles and
these
wrists as
two
the
have
base
to
the
be next
body.
to each other on the
So they should be
UVs?
kept open and as loose
I was
as
trying to
possible.
get that to work, and I don't know why it
They
wasn't.
feel a person
What if
can
I do
I
actually
thought if you
exchange energy with
like,
others
select them
through their
together
feet
and do
hands.
unwrap,
So there's a lot
they're
of
supposed to
emphasis
be
on
next to each
keeping
other,
the
but I
gates
don't
open.
know.
Now we come to the section of special
Like
exercises.
that. I think that's actually what
These
I
have been
want right
selected
there.
as being the most beneficial and effective exercises a senior can do. They are deep breathing, stimulation of the pituitary, and the arm and leg swings. We begin with deep breathing. The value of breathing deep can't be overemphasized. Seniors are notorious shallow breathers. We all come into this world doing deep diaphragmatical breathing, but over the years, the breath gets shallower and shallower. We must reverse that tendency, and I not only want you to breathe deeply while doing Tai Chi, I want you to do it all the time. It's done by imagining a balloon in your lower abdomen, and when you inhale, the balloon goes out. When you exhale, your abdomen goes in. This is easier to do on your back, so practice it at night. Deep breathing gives you more oxygen and energy. It massages your intestines, it lowers your metabolic rate, and it actually has a very profound calming effect on you both physically and psychologically. So practice every day until you breathe this way all the time. Next, we stimulate the pituitary, which is located in the exact center of the brain. This move is called the elephant raises its trunk. And according to the Chinese, when you raise your arms and direct your gaze upward, your energy goes to your head, which is exactly what we want it to do. On the third move, when both hands go up, you hold your breath for 3 seconds and focus your mind on your pituitary. This move requires developing sensitivity to what is going on inside your body, and that's a great skill to have. As you do this, feel the energy going up into your spine, into your head, and feel a slight increase of pressure inside your skull. Then focus it into the center of your brain. The pituitary is considered the master gland of the body, and if it is regularly stimulated, there's a greater chance of maintaining a hormonal balance. Now we change our focus from the center of our brain to the center of our chest. This is one of the few exercises we don't coordinate.
You focus on the
with
center
breath.
of your brain.
Only push back. Never lift up in the front, and let your arms swing as freely as possible. And breathe deeply. It should
Just
almost
think
be
about
effortless. And
the
this
middle
could
of your
possibly
brain.
be the best singular exercise a senior can do. This exercise is mostly used for breathing difficulties, such as bronchitis, emphysema, and so forth. But we've discovered that it has also been known to lower blood pressure. It's good for arthritis of the hands, bursitis of the shoulders, and so forth. Feel your chest being pulled open, the blood going into your fingers, your shoulders raising and lowering. I want you to do this
That sounded like a Mortal
15 minutes a
Kombat
day,
fatality.
and you can combine it with walking if you want. Be consistent.
Feel
with
your
it.
chest
You've
cavity
gotten a lot of
ripping
good
open.
results with this one.
Feel the blood dripping at your feet.
Next, we do the leg swing, and note that it is done on an angle. The swinging foot goes over the stationary one, and this creates a squeeze in the groin, which is intentional, because many of your lymph nodes are in the groin, and by stimulating them, you are stimulating your immune system to some extent. In this day and age, our immune systems need all the help they can get. This exercise is also good for leg circulation and for the hips.
That part I always
While
just
holding
bothered
onto the
me. I
chair,
remember
see if
thinking
you're
the
more
exact
comfortable
same thing.
swinging the inside
He says
or your
nowadays
outside leg.
our immune
Now we
system
go
needs
to
all the help
massage
it
and
can get.
acupressure section
Nowadays,
of the class.
like hand sanitizer wasn't invented like 50 years
The first thing we
ago.
have to do is to get some energy into our hands. We all
Wait.
have some healing ability to some extent.
He's saying like
But for most
now
people, it goes to
nowadays
waste
we
because
definitely
they
need
never
a good
utilize it or develop it.
But back then you didn't?
like yeah like
Now, palm your eyes and
We
feel
def-
the heat and the pressure from your hands
trying to
relaxing your
think
facial muscles. A lot of people have no idea how much tension they carry in their face. This exercise is not only good for relaxing your face, it can sometimes heal your eyes. So if you have any kind of eye trouble,
I like this.
prolong
I like this
this
a lot.
exercise and see if it can help the problem. Re-stimulate your hands every moment or so to keep the tingle going. For what is life without a little tingle? Now massage the
I'm just
base
trying
of
to
your
keep the
nose
tingle
under your
going,
arm.
baby.
I want you to know that we are not only stimulating the nose, there are important acupressure points in this area that relate to the large intestines and stomach, and in a very real way, we are indirectly stimulating them when we do our nose. And to massage your eyes and forehead, use your thumb and index finger to pinch your eyebrows from the inside corner to the outside.
Oh yeah, you want to see Peter
Your thumb
Roto?
relaxes your eye muscles.
Oh yeah,
and your
yeah,
index finger relaxes your forehead muscles. Now, work on your temple muscles.
I thought Tai
by
Chi was like-
slowly
whoa.
circulating your fingers back towards
so
your ears.
crazy.
He's going
Then
ham.
work on your ears. Remember, every part of your body is represented
Hiroto.
on your ears, so
I thought
do
Tai
a
Chi was like
thorough
a
job.
fighting technique.
The back of the ear relates to
Well,
the
I
spine.
actually This combined with
inner
another
ear
movie I have would
relates
be
to
a
all
good
your internal
combo. I have
organs.
Tai Chi 2,
And an earlobe pulling down on that is
which
like
is
stimulating the head.
it is just a fighting
Now,
movie,
don't press on
but
your
it's
ears
based
like
on
this if you have a
fighting.
hearing aid in.
This is mostly just
This
Tai Chi
exercise regulates the
exercises to
pressure in the
stay
inner
like.
ear and can sometimes even cure
I
ringing in
mean,
the
Tai
ears.
Chi, the whole point, and
You
why
fix the
like
face by
it
stimulating the mouth,
sells as
and that
like
is done by
Eastern
using your own
mysticism
tongue. Roll it
is
around
that it's
3
just
times
based
to
on
the
like
left, 3
you have
times
to
to
like
the right.
always think about
Then bite
how
your
you
teeth
feel in all your
quickly
body
together
parts, and just like
36 times.
controlling your
First,
nerves.
9 times in the front, and 9 times on the right.
In a way, it's
And
like the
just bite
base
the
of
4
like
back
chi.
molars together,
It's like the
gently and
basis of
quickly,
the
and then 9 times on the left.
the chakra type of thing. It's the same.
Then swallow
That's
down.
where that comes from, you know.
The only time you click your teeth together is when you're eating, and scientists have found that when the teeth click together, it intensifies peristalsis, or the wave-like motion in your intestines. So in reality, you're actually stimulating your entire digestive system by doing this seemingly
Every time
simple
I get off
exercise.
Peter Roto, he does a flip.
Now we go to the back of the head. The point we
He's
work
going
on is where the
ham.
spine disappears into the skull.
Oh, I think I can get an egg from him
Tap
now.
it with your middle fingers. This is called beating the drum, and this point is
Peter.
called the jade pillow point. This stimulates your whole neural system and is good for
Oh
memory.
no, not the native
Actually,
climb.
it's supposed to make you smarter. So keep tapping until
This
you
is the
feel
other
smarter.
pet I have that I got on this planet, and I'm raising
After
its
that,
son.
stimulate the entire cranium. Now, there are many important
Katsudon.
points on the top of the head, so be very thorough with this one. And don't forget, these warm-ups are based on the principles of acupuncture, which means there's a lot more to them than meets the eye. We finish the head by gently pressing on the 8 cranial bones in order to keep them flexible. Now, press your head back against your hands while looking up and inhaling. Then lower your head and exhale. This helps to strengthen your neck muscles also. Now we massage the neck and shoulders in hopes of softening them. Always massage them in this direction, and think of those tight muscles as like ice cubes melting into water, and the water changing to steam. Then you direct the steam down the inside of the arm to your palm. This is the direction that the energy naturally flows according to the principles of acupuncture.
Is there like anything to acupuncture?
So if you have a problem
Is that
with your
completely
shoulders,
like a
you massage
placebo
it this
thing?
way. Elbow is done this
No,
way.
I think there is stuff to it. It's just that it's not. I think it's like much harder
Now,
to
there are a couple
master.
of acupuncture points in the arm I'd like to go into
think,
because
or
they're so
something.
useful. The first one can be found at the end of the crease at the elbow. This is sometimes called the antibiotic point because it's so effective
There's an
against infection in
acupuncture
the
place
body.
really close to my
It
house.
also influences your immune system, so keep it well stimulated.
Is it on the bucket list?
I might do that. That feels like attainable
The
to
other
me.
point is
It's like
called the valley point.
weird
because
type
it
of
is
pain.
located in the soft
deal
flesh
with
between the thumb and the index finger. This point is good for headaches, stress,
I don't
tension,
see
anger,
myself ever
anything where
doing
there's too
that.
much energy in the head. And
But
this
it's
is probably the
definitely
most
something that,
used
like,
point in
interests
all of
me.
acupuncture.
It would be cool if I did it and then I just like became a completely different person.
Just like
as a result.
released some beast.
And now we
within
like
continue
you.
down the body by massaging the abdomen.
Would that be cool?
This direction
It's like
is
a
for
part of you
I don't
just
know.
dies.
It follows the natural direction of the large intestine. And this direction is for diarrhea. And don't confuse the two or you wish you hadn't. Even chronic cases have been known to be helped with this massage. And
This
if
is
you
for
press
diarrhea.
really hard and long
Dude,
enough,
this-
it can even flatten your stomach.
He's pointing at his
Does-
belly.
Knowing you all, that's what I need
Well,
to
he's
say
saying
to
he
really
was
do
turning
this.
his
Now, for
he's
low
like
back pain,
massaging.
rub vigorously
What
up and
direction was
down,
he going?
and heat
I
up
don't want to
those
do the
muscles,
diarrhea
and
direction
then just
now.
leave your hands there.
I think
It's
it
always
was.
best to
Well,
focus
he's
your
gonna
mind
like
on what you're
accidentally
trying
make
to
himself
heal
shit himself.
because it enhances the healing
He's like
process.
turn. Yeah,
Many
like
students have found that if they
Like,
just
don't
leave
rub
their
yourself
hands
here,
there
this
for a
will give
long
you
period of
diarrhea.
time,
turn
like when they're watching
counterclockwise
TV
from
or
your
something,
stomach. If you
their
do it
back
clockwise, you
feels
get
better.
diarrhea.
Remember, your hands are better than hot pads because
But
they
yeah,
have
Your
the
hands are
innate
better than
healing
hot
power in
pads.
them. So
Everything
let's use
about
it.
him, like his whole method is just massage your insides
Massaging your
so that
legs, the
they are
natural
loose.
flow is down the outside and up the inside.
Tai
Just the
Chi
opposite
2
of
is
the arm.
about
Isn't that a fighting movie?
If you have a sore hip or
Yeah,
It's not a
it's mostly
sequel to
about
this.
a guy who gets a girl, I think, but he uses. Oh, that's what it is. He has a long braid that he uses to whip people.
Wait, I think you showed me this.
Yeah, I think I did. It's one of my favorite
Do
fighting.
they have a fight in a bamboo forest?
Yeah, it's a really good fight scene too.
Down the outside.
That
I
one
remember that.
specifically. That's like my favorite.
Now, there's a really useful point on the legs I want you to know about. It's called Tsutsan Li. It means 3 inches below the knee. Unfortunately, it means 3 Chinese inches, and who knows what that means. At any rate, below and to the outside of your knee, there's a big soft
I forgot about that line. That always hits me because I always get.
Below that is a bone. You go over that bone and
It's
find
about
a
3
very
inches
minute
below the
depression right next
But
to
that's
the
Chinese
bone.
inches, so who knows?
And this point is used for any problem related to stomach
Killer
or
lines.
intestine.
I can't believe I always
So,
forget
for
it
instance,
because I
constipation
should
or an
be
upset
saying it all
stomach
the
or
time.
acid stomach, something like that. In this segment, we would like to demonstrate the
Like
entire
any
4-minute
measurement.
style without interruption.
Yeah, but that's Chinese
I brought along
centimeters.
2
Who
friends.
knows?
Billy,
You know this thing was made in China, right?
and by
Oh,
the
that
way,
is such a
Billy
such a
just
good
turned
dumb
96,
guy
So I
argument.
don't want to hear any of you saying you
Oh.
can't learn this, that you're too old.
Joe
Mocks
Dumbass.
So now we'll demonstrate the entire style from beginning to
Where
end.
is this made? China?
Without
Yeah, this
stop.
is in Chinese inches, so there's no way to tell how big this is.
Touch the earth. And here we go.
We need just 2 tablespoons of milk. Well, it's Chinese tablespoons. Who knows?
It's Chinese milk.
Yeah, I'm making ramen and I have no idea how much water to use. These are Japanese cups. I don't have any Japanese cups.
I like calling ramen Japanese milk.
To make ramen, you boil Japanese milk in water.
That's just what you call. I guess you call like broth that.
Yeah. You call broth Japanese milk. It just sounds like it's milk from Japanese people.
Like the milk of a Japanese man.
I've seen it. A Japanese man got milked. Have you seen a Japanese guy getting milked around here? I'm trying to make vegetable soup.
person. Look at that. So it's got like these little plates. So it looks like it's plates like connected by little things.
Oh, yeah, that looks great. That's a good call.
Guess I just go one level darker. They grooving. They grooving. Yo, look at them go.
You definitely imagine like how good this is sped up and rewound.
Yeah.
They're just doing like intense motions but really slow. So you can't tell how intense they are. When you speed him up though, it looks like he's I don't know, he's in
It
Naruto.
looks like Tai Chi too.
This man mastered the 10 trigrams palms or whatever. I'm just like seeing him as what's his name? The Hyuga guy.
Neji.
Neji. I just see him as Neji. Like you speed him up like 1,000 times.
It's like Grandma falls over. She got punched in the sternum 500 times in the last 10
It's always
seconds.
good to start with freshly squeezed organs. He just like destroys the grandma.
That's the Hyuga thing, right? They just punch you like 5,000 times before you can even respond.
He runs up to someone and turns their belly clockwise so they get diarrhea really fast.
He knows exactly the spot.
Through the through the mystery of Tai Chi, he has learned to master the diarrhea spin. He can give anybody diarrhea in 3 seconds.
I've decided.
The whole fight with him, he's just trying to, like, gets his hand on your stomach, and he gets like 3/4 of the way through the circle, and you're just like trying to keep him from completing the rune on your stomach.
You know, like when he does the fucking palms thing, there's like that like alchemy circle below him.
Yeah,
just
that's what I was thinking.
Diarrhea circle.
That's Naruto's symbol. It's just the diarrhea swirl.
This is true. I really don't know how long I'm gonna go with this. I don't know when I'm gonna.
Yeah, once Tai Chi for seniors is over, I'm going to bed.
That's another, like, a good potential tweet.
What?
Once Tai Chi for seniors is over, I'm going to bed. Hey, dude, I'm just here for Tai Chi for seniors. Got a Super Bowl party.
I was thinking, a little lore thing. There was this. Did I ever show you Rudolph the Tall White Alien?
I don't think so. That didn't ring any bells.
He's a guy I follow on YouTube. He's just like a crazy guy who calls himself an alien. He's German. Lately, it's been really popping off. He has like an American girlfriend who has been like she's been in his videos, but from like she's like his assistant. They're like LARPing as aliens on Earth, basically. But they're crazy. But there was one really good video where they finally met in person for the first time. And the way they did it is they tried to film it where it's like he meets her on the rock and she just like walks out onto a cliff to meet him. But they tried it like 8 times and didn't cut it. And she just talks over the footage.
Oh, you did send that to me.
Yeah.
I do remember.
Yeah, no, yeah, I sent you that one. That's right. And she's like, do you remember? Did I send it with like the timestamp?
Yeah, she's like, he's teaching her how to fly or something.
Yeah, she was like, I watched him make several large jumps, but it was so fast that I couldn't see it.
That's what it was. Yeah, I feel like I kept going back and forth to see if I thought this was like a bit or not.
Yeah, that one is especially funny, but most of them are not. Most of them are like just like from the guy, his phone. He's just talking into his phone. But one of the things, he's in like a church, like an abandoned church, or just like a small chapel or something, and he talks about how to unlock I don't know what it is. It unlocks something in your brain. Oh. And the way he does it is he like, you have to imagine mentally creating a square out of dots, and then you make a swirl from the outside dot all the way to the inside dot and line up all the dots.
And that unlocks your brain?
Yeah, so unlocks, I forget what it was. It's like unlocks a power of some kind. But I was thinking that could be a cool, like all the green, because I had like green powers based on order. That was like the sort of symbol that I use for it. So I was thinking it could be cool if like a lot of green powers involve like you have to like make a rune with your hand or something, like draw a little shape on like a dot matrix.
Oh, so you're kind of like an alchemist, like in Full Metal.
Yeah, in a way.
Well, I guess a normal alchemist,
but it's like a dot You know what a dot matrix is?
Is that like the printers that go like arrow?
Just like a grid of dots, basically.
Now
like a grid of dots comes up in their hand and they draw on that. Kind of like if you were unlocking a phone, actually.
Oh, okay.
step by step.
That sort of thing, but with more dots.
I know
The
phone.
most common mistake seniors make
So
when
it's
they're
like
trying to learn this
you have to
style.
keep them from doing that, otherwise they can activate it.
Before we even make a move, there are things you have to keep in mind.
Because I think
The
that could
initial
also make Hangler on Tangler more interesting.
It's done
Because
by having your feet shoulder width
he's like
apart,
magenta,
knees slightly bent,
so his first
hind
like
end tucked
big
in,
power upgrade would
head
be
over
the
the
opposite,
body,
which is
chin
green
in,
or
tip of your
lime
tongue
green.
touching the roof of the mouth. And all breathing is deep diaphragmatical breathing, like I mentioned in
And it
the
would also be like a way to,
like this.
because all the order powers that I've thought of are all kind of telekinesis based. So it would make more sense if instead of you just have free control of telekinesis of something, you like have to activate a little thing and then you get like a move with it, you know?
Feel like your feet are growing roots into the ground, like a tree 1,000
Just like
years
learning
old.
different patterns and stuff.
The hands also
And teach
are
a
in
bunch
touch
of
with the
green
ground.
powers.
All that is necessary before you even move. Now, the idea behind the hind end being tucked in, and by that I mean the coccyx goes down like that, straightening the back of the spine. And the chin coming in is because the back of the head is as if suspended by a string like this, pulling up. So what I'm doing in effect is lengthening the spine. The top of the spine is going up and the bottom is going down. That lengthens the spine, and that's what we're trying to do here. Because for most people, they walk around like this, sway back, hind end stuck out, chicken neck sticking out, and they're walking around like this, and they wonder why they have back problems and neck problems.
He's just roasting everybody on the planet.
We want to eliminate that.
Yeah, we want more monkey walks, bro.
So sink down.
Most people, they fucking walk like this. With the fucking neck, and then shoulders.
And the first move,
fucking idiot. That's you.
with the hands
Stretch your spine instead, dumbass.
And the hands float down. Exhale.
Hey, idiot. You ever tried Tai Chi for seniors?
Inhale up. Exhale down.
He's
now,
like, you drive by, like, egg somebody.
I'm creating a circle.
As he's saying that.
Pussy. Oh yeah, show me your Tai Chi. Show me Tai Chi then.
What's happening mentally is that you are gathering energy from your environment. So when you breathe in, don't.
I wonder if you could make
breathe up.
Obviously, like,
breathe in through your hands. Breathe through every cell in your body.
Like, obviously, it's a personal creation type of deal. But I feel like if we did this every once in a while, I feel like you could make money if you were just like, hey guys, this model is for sale. Like, for VR chat. It works great.
This first movement contains the essence.
Just doing like low polygons, you know.
So if you don't learn anything
people would buy that.
You've got the essence of Tai Chi, which
like instead of it doing commission based, where it's like
and storing it in your body.
Like make something for someone, you just make stuff and you go like, hey, best offer.
Other styles are more interested in the martial.
Do you think people would do that?
This one was.
I think some people would if you've got enough people seeing it in the first place.
It also is the question of like, where would I like market that?
Yeah,
because I couldn't. I wouldn't want to market it like in like the Moot Discord or something like that, because they can all just make it themselves.
Shoulders don't move; the hands just float up like they're on little pink clouds. So leave your shoulders out of it. The other example of tension is their elbows come up like this. That's tense. The elbows are always pointed
Although
down.
this guy is making me
That's
do a
relaxed.
posture check.
And the final thing they do is the
a
tail
little
wags
late,
the dog.
but
They'll
I wasn't
unhook
in
them up
too
and then
bad
the
of a
body will come up,
position.
then their hands go down, their body goes down. It's quite the opposite. The body starts up, initiating the move, and then the hands follow. The body and waist initiate the move, and the hands follow. Okay, that's called the gathering and the storing, and that's the first move. Now the second move is done by shifting your weight like this. And in this position, you move as a unit.
This is your
as you do in
ultimate
all
move.
moves. In other words, you don't twist like this. Your whole body turns at one time like that. And so you turn like this, and you form a ball of energy over the right knee. And then you step out 45 degrees with the left foot on the heel,
and you squeeze that ball down to where you can almost feel the energy between your hands. Not almost, I hope sometime you do feel it. So that's the second move. After you do the gathering and the storing, you turn to the right, shift your weight to the right foot, and create this ball of energy over the knee. Step out 45 degrees and create the ball smaller. Squeeze it down. Okay. Now the mistakes done on this, the elbow comes up like this. A lot of tension. So keep the elbow down, form a very relaxed ball, step out 45 degrees on the heel. That was an inhale. This is an exhale to here. Now the next move is a spiral up the spine, over the head, and down the front, like that. So you're carrying the ball around, rolling it up your spine, over the top of your head, and down the front. Breathing in, facing one way, and breathing out, facing the other. It's a beautiful spiral. A spiral is nature's way of creating power. And there it is. Now, the mistakes most commonly made on this are that people will lean back like this.
Lean back.
They'll lean forward. And some people's hands will come up real high over their heads like this. And then they'll lean down like this. Keep the elbows down and just spiral with your body. This move, like all the other moves, starts in the feet, finds its direction through the waist, and its expression in the hands. So you see, the very first move is I'm pushing off the back foot like that, stepping in, and then using the waist to turn with, and then facing this way and down. You are literally bringing energy up your spine, into your brain, and down the front of your body. And now the third move, you step out like this, and the hands form a ball. Now the important aspect of this move is the body posture. This is called the bow, the B-O-W. This is fundamental to all of Tai Chi, and I'll show it to you forward. The critical thing about the bow is that there is space between the feet, the distance of the shoulders. So when you come out like that, you look like this. So it's called the bow because this looks like the curved wood, the straight string, and the hands look like the arrow. But the most common mistake people make in this move is that they step directly forward, putting one foot in front of the other, and there's no real stability. So the way to check yourself, no matter what position you're doing, is to draw your front foot back and see if it hits the back foot. If it does, you're not in the bow. What is the ideal position is when you draw your front foot back and you are in the opening position, which is feet shoulder width apart. So remember that about the bow. Then you hold the ball. This is called grasping the bird's tail. You hold the ball down like that as you exhale. And you come up the back, still holding the ball. You press around this way.
Is he saying ball or bow? He's
back,
switching back.
And you push with both
I think it's bow.
Now,
he's like saying you have a ball of energy, but then you're also in a bow formation.
People don't really let their hands drop. This is a circle, like every other move we do. There's a circle.
I love that he calls them moves.
Every move we do in this style is a circle. So let the hands drop. Come around. Here again, the elbow comes up. Keep it down. Press the ball forward. This is an exhale. Inhale back, exhale forward. When you start the move, the hands are sideways. You have just brought the energy down the body into your belly, and then you step out and you bring the energy out in the arms into the fingertips, and you hold it. And as you go down this way, your hands are rotating around the circumference of the ball. It's like feeling your own energy from different angles. And then you exhale down this way, and you inhale up the back, and exhale as you press forward with the ball. Inhale back, exhale push. The next move is called sun and moon hands, and it's done like this. It's a transition move, because everything we did on the right, we're going to do on the left, so we have to get ourselves over there.
Imagine if you said like After Effects,
Now,
like
you
superpowers
start the move by
edits
exhaling out, holding
over
the
all
ball,
these moves.
and you step
So
out,
it's just
yeah.
like decimating the
transferring your
backyard.
weight onto that foot.
That would be
and
good.
You hold the ball as it goes up, around, and down. And then
It's kind of a
comes to the
natural green
spine,
screen.
just like
Wouldn't
does
that be like too much masking if you were to change the background.
Transferring your weight.
This is the sun and moon
it's
hand.
At least 80% onto this foot, because that's one of the big mistakes people
Dragon
make,
Ball
is they don't
Z,
really
yes.
transfer their weight forward.
That sound like a
They always
laser.
say the weight is an 80% on one foot, 20 on the other, and then you reverse it, 80 here, 20 there. It's never in the center.
Yeah, you could just edit
Going
this as
from
like
one side to the
a
other.
trailer for a serious movie.
When you step back, transfer your weight, and as you do that, it frees up the right toe. Because if you think of your hands as the sun and the moon coming up in the east and going down in the west, think of the right
Is that
toe
what
as a
Chunk
telescope,
tribute?
following
That made me think of
moon,
Chunk
turning
Tribute.
moon around
Chunk,
like
chunk.
that. So you see, I'm moving as a unit. Back to the same thing that you move as a unit, equal parts, like that. See how that works? Okay. So you're holding the ball up like this, inhaling, and you exhale down like this.
Jump, jump, jump.
Then you inhale, bring the ball up the spine, into the head, down the front of the body,
Jump,
and into the belly,
jump.
just as before.
I'm like,
Step out, glide
I
your weight out
keep
onto
thinking
the
about
left
how
foot,
many fucking
and you
card
drop
arts I
the
could have
ball once
made
again.
if I would have known Blender
Now,
like I do
this
now
is
back
simply
then.
a mirror
Like,
image of what you did there, so I don't need to
how
spend a
much
lot of
missed potential there is there.
You've got the ball. You're
We could have gone so hard. I mean, it is overall good because then we had a good mix of media.
As you roll
Maybe we
down
would have
like
been
this,
too
you're
focused on
exhaling
3D,
down,
but still, like,
inhaling up
just
the back,
I was always so impressed
still
by the
holding
card art
ball,
you made.
Exhaling forward. Inhale back, the ball expands
That's a good
slightly,
voice for it.
and then you contract the ball as you push forward.
Yeah, you definitely
Now
could
we're
have
the
done a
same
lot
spot we
more
were when we started Sun
than
and
I
Moon
did.
again, and you need to do the same transition once again. Only this time the right foot steps back, the weight shifts.
So that's one
completely
upside
right
to
foot, freeing the left
eventually
toe.
revisiting it, I
follows
guess.
the hands as you go around and down.
I'd be able to make a lot
So
more
if you look
advanced
closely,
art for
I
the
don't really
cards.
move my hands. I'm just kind of pushing out, and the
I
body
mean, Or I guess
turning
varied,
itself
not
makes the
advanced.
hands
It's a
go
fun
around like that. All they
challenge
do
because
is
it's not.
drop.
You don't have to make
And as
anything
they drop,
functional. You
you're
just need to get
still
one
holding the
picture.
ball.
Yeah.
And this time
That sounds
you hold the
fun.
ball, and it comes up like this. And
I mean,
it's
that's
as
the
if you
that's the
stuff
challenge
ball into
that
this
like
hand.
that
And
tape
this
with
is called,
the computer animation. Like that's what
white
they were
stork
doing. All those
opens his
abstract
wings,
shapes and
like
stuff.
that. The crane, the white crane opens his wings.
They weren't like
This
trying to tell a
move,
story at all. They were just
takes
trying to
special consideration, because it's the first time in the
show
form that the hands were
that
not
they
together.
knew how to
Did you
do it.
notice that we were always playing
That was
with the
basically
ball,
why I was doing it,
feeling
just
your own
basically to
internal energy
show
between your hands
that
and
I
so forth.
could.
Yeah.
And this is the first time in the series
'Cause I
that
couldn't draw.
the hands separate. They go their separate ways. And it's because we want to develop the energy in one hand, and then later on we'll do it in the other hand. We're always balancing. So, the crane opening his wings.
Dang, I liked this
is-
a lot more,
is
but now that
started
I'm looking
by
at it, like,
bringing the ball up like
the
this,
UVs make the size
and
all
having the energy
variable,
going into this hand,
so they look kind of weird,
and
like
going up
chunks
like
all over
that.
him.
If you notice, the
don't think
fingers
it looks
all
too bad.
congeal around the thumb, and it looks very much like
I
a
think it looks
crane
good
or a
from the
swan,
side or
the
from
head
a
of crane or
distance
a
too.
swan. And what's
Okay.
happening is that
It shows a little bit of detail. I guess the UVs are a little slanted.
It's just like I
you're
feel like
throwing
this
that.
thing looks
It's
gigantic
kind of
compared to
like,
like this thing.
stifling the
Oh wait,
energy
did I
in
just
the
make
hand
it
so
too
that it
thick? Is that the
doesn't get out.
problem? Oh, I
Because
did.
in this move,
Okay,
we
well
will
that's good to see
slowly
actually.
transfer
I'm
the
glad
energy
that's an
from
easy
this
fix.
arm through the body and out into the other hand. And that's how this move actually happens. Now here's what happens. You
Yeah,
step
so
wide to
much
the right
of
foot,
like what I
transfer your
have learned
weight
about
as you
pixel art is in
exhale
this.
out.
It's so nice.
Inhale back and exhale push.
There we go. That looks a lot better.
Called the crane opens his wing. And the big mistakes people make on this move is that they don't step wide. They just step out like this, and when they turn into the new direction, their one foot is in front of the other, and it's not the bow that I explained before. What you have to do is step wider than you think you do, and then exhale out, inhale back, and push. And when you finish the move, you're in the bow position.
Should
which
there
is what
be
you
like,
want. Okay, now,
I don't know, like
in this
like a
particular
bolt
move,
or something kind of thing here?
people often do what I mentioned before, the tail
don't know.
wags the dog. Now here's what happens.
Something like that.
They step out like this and their arms fly out and kind of drag their body behind them.
Maybe, but
The
not
hand comes
that.
back,
Not
and then the body
solid
comes back,
black
and the
like that.
hand
Maybe
goes
a little
out,
bit
and the
lighter
body
of a color.
goes out. That's the tail wagging the
That's
dog.
kind of the thing that fucks me
The
up
way it
with
should be done is
textures
quite
is
the
the
opposite.
colors.
You actually
I
step
get
out,
so
step
choosy
wide.
and like
You
I never
step out and
trust
your
that
body shifts.
that it looks
and
okay.
That's what makes the arms just
Yeah.
sweep out like that. It's
I need to get
very
better with
graceful when you
colors
do it
because I
that way.
have been
The
practicing
body
a
goes
lot
out and the hands
with
go out. The body comes back
just
and the hands
lines.
come back. The
I don't
body
have
goes
any
forward
like color
and the hands
theory
go forward.
concepts at all.
called the crane
Literally all the
opens
color
with
shit
wind.
I do is just like what I
It's the
think looks
first
good.
time the energy has
So I probably should. I probably need a lot of work with that.
And as you push out
I think
like
that's
that,
a
you
better
imagine
like
the energy coming out
skill
the
to
palm
have
of your
though if
hand
it's
to infinity.
if you can just choose it.
And it slowly opens up the channels. In
It's
the
if it ends up
arms
actually looking
individually.
good though.
And this leads to the next move, which
Yeah,
is also
that's
a very fundamental
well. I
move in
guess
Tai
that
Chi,
Photoshop
called
has it,
cloud
but
hands.
one of the problems that
And the way that started,
I
to
don't
transition
totally
into it, is
enjoy,
by the backward
or I don't
stepping in
like
and
running
you're
into
scooping up
the
like this.
texturing is the fact
It's
that
like
changing
as if you were
colors is
gathering water from a
very
stream
hard.
and splashing yourself in the face, refreshing yourself.
Oh yeah,
You're
I usually do that in
gathering energy
Photoshop.
From the earth. First with this hand,
Yeah.
then with that hand.
I'll drag that into
We're
Photoshop
still
and then
in
do
the
just like
part
a
of
hue
the,
change.
Style where the hands are working separately, but now they're
Yeah, the
gathering separately.
Photoshop,
All right.
from what I found, because I don't, well,
Move
GIMP
first
might have
like
it
this.
actually,
Step
but
in,
Krita doesn't have like
gather from the
a
earth, splash yourself in
select
the face.
by
And
color.
This hand gathers from the earth, splash yourself in the face. And
So you can't
turn
just, like,
facing
choose
the
a
way
color and
you were
replace
when you first started.
Does Photoshop have
And
that?
if you do that transition correctly, you don't have to
I
worry
should-
about,
I don't
where are
use
my
that, I
hands? Are they
should.
going up or down? And
I usually
going
just
the wrong way?
eyeball it.
So
always
if you
would-
do the transition correctly, you don't have to even think about your hands. They'll automatically be where they should be. Okay. Exhaling out, step in and inhale, gather. Turn,
Gather.
exhale. Inhale.
I wish the old ladies all like
The
came around the
breathing is
corner
such
after he said
you're
that.
inhaling in the direction that you're moving. We'll soon
Swarm.
be moving off in this direction. But for right now, don't worry about your feet. We'll discuss that later. Okay. Right now, I want you to get the total move correctly, because it looks like my arms are waving independently, and here again, they're not. It's the waist turning that makes them look. Watch, I'm not even moving my hands. They're just going with the body. All they do is raise and lower, but they don't move in the middle. Turn your waist, shift your weight from one foot to the other. So just stand there and practice this now for a while until you get it. In addition to the importance of moving from the waist, there are several other aspects of this move you should consider. And the other is the evenness of the arm speed. Many people will drop the hands. They'll go slow across the top and drop their hands real fast. They'll go slow and then drop their hands. Concentrate on having the hands the same speed. Now this move called cloud hands is done by watching your palm go by, and then the wrist rotate and you see the back of the hand. Then you watch this palm as it goes by the face and down. And you just keep doing it. Your eyes are focused on your hands. And keep the hand speed even. What often happens also is that the one hand will stop. As you're concentrating on one hand, this hand will just stop dead in its tracks, and then it'll miss its cue to be there on time. So although you're watching one hand, you're always aware of the other hand constantly moving. All right? Then the last thing to consider is the head. Many people, they'll start going like this. There again, tail wagging the dog. The head will lead and pull the body around, whereas the head simply goes along for the ride. It's turning right and left, but only because the waist is turning right and left. And if you keep all those things in mind, your cloud hands should be smooth and easy. Remember, you inhale to the right, exhale to the left. And very relaxing. Now let's discuss the feet for a moment. The feet are parallel when you start this move, and they remain parallel as you step, like this. And when you step in,
this guy might be
the
a
left
good
foot never
animation
gets close to
resource.
the other. It's the basic beginning position.
Just
So
for
you
like
kind of
poses
reach
and
out
stuff?
the right foot and
Yeah,
just go
or
back
just
to
like
the basic stance. So I'll go clear back to the transition.
You
so
just,
you're
like,
all three, and then we'll go on to the next move.
animate a character over him and match
The
his
move came
poses.
from single whip. And notice how out and relaxed this hand is. Too many people hold it in tight like this. Relax it out. So you're exhaling. You inhale as you scoop up. Exhale as the right hand swings around and you're facing to the left. Inhale to the right. exhale to the left. That's considered the first one. Here's the second one. And here's the third one. And all this leads into the next move called repulse the monkey. The dynamics of this move come off that last step. Instead of stepping in normally like this, you step out at 45 degrees. The hands capture the ball once again, and it comes up over the left shoulder like this. You step back with the right foot, and you roll the ball down the right arm out into infinity. And you step back with the left foot, roll it down the left arm.
Oh yeah, that's so when he says like ball of energy, that's what I was thinking of as like the connection to like Naruto and just like a lot of the
That's
a lot of the
Rasengan.
Yeah, like the whole idea is your
arms
balance
without
is
moving
supposed to
their
be your
body.
holding the
Nothing
ball.
happens in this move until the leg steps back. Actually, the waist turns, turning the leg and the hands like that. Notice the backhand comes around, the elbow stays down, the backhand comes by the ear and out. And you're pulling with the left hand and pushing with the right. So remember, nothing happens until the waist turns and the step happens. That's what brings the hands forward. Okay, now I'll face the camera because I want you to see the feet positions. Too many people, when they step back, they step directly behind the other foot, and here, once again, there's no stability. When you step back, you have to step to the side like this and shift your weight over that foot. Front foot straightens out. And then when you step back, you shift your weight to the side.
Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of all those lines because
so you see, it's like a
it makes it clear that the UVs don't actually line up perfectly. It kind of highlights that, so that would really annoy
the
me.
dynamics of the move. Now I'll do it once more so you can watch it. You inhale up over the shoulder, waist turns to the right, you step back, and exhale
Big
down
waste
like
time.
this. Inhale up, step back slowly, exhale down. Inhale, exhale, inhale. And on this last move, it's very similar to the other move, but instead of rolling the ball out to infinity, you roll the ball to the left hand and it kind of captures it. And you hold it, and it swings around like this and up over your shoulder. And you sink down. You bend your knees as your whole body sinks down. Now the energy's gone inside your body. You are mentally visualizing this, the energy inside the body. And you inhale up, you pull it up through the body and right out the top of the head like that. So it's an inhale up to the heart, inhale up, and then an exhale as the hands twist like that. And you push straight out. The angle of the body is the same as the leg. And your head is lined up with the body and the leg. Now a lot of people, when they come up like this, their body will be at one angle and their leg on another and their head down like this and their hands over like this. Everything must line up in this move. You're inhaling up and you lean like this and the hands go straight out so that your leg, body, and head are in a straight line. And the arms are forming a nice circle with the fingers pointing to each other, palm up. Now that's half the move. The other half is the hands come around this way, still holding the ball, down around, it's an exhale down, inhale up over the shoulder, step in if you want for stability and then back out or just leave the foot out there, it doesn't matter. And you exhale down and now you inhale up to the heart, exhale out this way. Everything lined up. And a lot of people have the elbow down like this. It's up like that. When you finish that, the hands drop. Step in for stability if you want, and now we do the crane on this side. This is the one where the energy is contained in the one hand. The other hand separates. You step wide, exhale out, inhale back, exhale push. Nothing different here. It's a mirror image of the move we did on the other side. Stay relaxed, stay rooted, and you're in the fundamental bow position once again. This time it's the right foot that steps in and the right hand scoops up first as you inhale. Exhale to the right. Inhale to the left. And this happens 3 times. Feet stepping parallel, not quite together. It's very rooted. The knees are bent. Hind end tucked in.
I was just say it's very rude to...
Tongue still touching the roof of the mouth. And on the final one, the right foot steps out at 45. The ball comes around and up over the right shoulder. and you go back into the repulse the monkey on this side. Exhale out. Inhale as the hands come up. The heel and the hands come up together like that. Correspondence between the feet and the hands. Step back. Exhale. Inhale as you open up. There's a sense of expansion, and then there's a sense of contracting the chest as the elbows kind of squeeze in. Inhale up, exhale back. The right hand rolls over and pulls as the left hand goes by the ear and rolls the ball down the arm like that, and so forth. Now, on the last repulse the monkey, which is on this side, and you're right back to the spot where you began, you hold the ball once again around to here, and then you start gathering from the earth, first with the right hand, then the left hand, into the navel. So it's very low, like this. Get as low as you can while you're gathering from the earth, into the navel.
How much of an overlap do you think there is between people who like actually believe in this shit like chakras and like rocks and all that, like healing rocks, you know, and like people who like Naruto?
Kind of crouch just slightly, for kind of in anticipation of the next move.
I bet
taking the energy from the center of the body right out the top of the head.
I bet it's
like
probably
like it's a grand finale out the top of the head.
I don't know if it's extra people, you know.
Because in my mind it feels like those two things
are
so similar, but like to each of the other, like they each look weird to the other side, I guess.
At the end of every class, we
I feel like they might be at odds despite the fact that they have so much in common.
Tai Chi.
I feel like the crystal people could be like, oh, this is like
the realistic is the same as at the beginning of Tai Chi. Feet parallel, shoulder width apart, knees slightly bent, hind end tucked in, head over the body, chin in, tongue touching the roof of the mouth. But this
I forgot about
the
that.
hands
How like,
come out from the heart.
crystal people will talk about chakras.
And it's called holding the big jug. Now, in this move,
I mean, the Dragon Ball Z power system is like that too, right? Isn't the Dragon Ball Z system called like Kai?
And coordinated with the breathing, it's mostly
or is it Ki
mental.
or something?
And as you're breathing, when you inhale, you imagine energy going up your spine into your brain, nourishing, stimulating your brain, and then draining down through your tongue on the exhale and nourishing your internal organs, like that. So for 3 minutes minimum, organs, and hopefully more, I like my students to stand this way.
I mean, it's
and
a big
focus their
part of
eyes
us.
on their fingertips. And whenever they inhale,
Sure, it's at least half.
imagine and breathe deep, of course. This is just more deep breathing as before. Whenever you inhale, you imagine energy going up the spine into your brain, and when you exhale, it goes down the front. This is called the microcosmic orbit. That looks good. Now, what happens is, as the energy goes up it's called the Du-Mai and the Ren-Mai channel, it builds up, and the excess goes out into the arms, and it goes into the hands. Now, this is the really exciting part about the quiet standing, because it's often students' first opportunity to experience their own internal energy. What happens is the fingers will start tingling, or they'll heat up. They even turn red in some cases because of the energy building up. And then this talk of internal energy is not just imagination, it becomes a reality for most people. So spend a few minutes every day doing this quiet standing, and
I was actually really into
your own energy. Get
this type of
sensitive
stuff
to
when
it.
I was like
Start
13.
noticing where it is and where it's going.
Yeah,
where
like
it's deficient,
chakras
where
or
it's
just
too
like these
abundant, and so
videos?
forth. This is the
Well,
real
more like
benefit
the
of
stuff
doing
he's
it.
talking about, where you like heat up your fingers by like focusing on them.
That concludes Tai Chi for seniors. I want you to practice every day.
You can do it like
because it has a
after a long
cumulative
time.
effect.
I learned about like monks
Each
and stuff
day,
who
you have
they would
more
bring
and more
their heart
energy
rate
and your
down to
health
like
improves.
2 beats per minute.
You can even retard the aging process.
Temperature was like
But look at me.
way colder
I'll
than
be 50
everybody
years
else.
old this year, and I get younger every day. As a matter of fact, I can't wait to get up in the morning to see how
That was
much
my
younger I
main
got
thing.
during
I
the
was
night.
like
No,
13,
really.
really
But this
months.
is the most comprehensive
The way they
self-healing
can
system
control
we
their
have found.
bodies.
So use it and benefit from it. And if you'd like
It's a good
to
power.
arrange a weekend seminar,
And it's
call
like
me at
real.
1-800-497-4244, and I'll come out to your center and correct your
Yeah, like,
postures.
I remember,
show you some other self-healing methods.
I remember having.
We just have some
I
fun.
was like, I bet
In the
because I had
meantime,
practiced this and no one
remember one
believed
thing
me that I
above
could do
all
it.
else. Be
In
realistic.
band, one time I had
Expect a miracle.
Colin McCrary like
Thank you for
test
watching.
my pulse by like pressing my neck, and I slowed it down like way fast. I did it like the fastest I could. And it just like dropped dramatically. It freaked out.
That's crazy because I feel like having it like in the moment be like pressure like that would make it even harder.
Yeah, it was like all I did. Like when I was home, if I wasn't playing bass or homework, I was just like sitting and trying to like make my hands hot, try and slow down my heart. That's why I was so into superpowers and stuff. As a kid, I thought they were basically real.
There's a show that Stan Lee hosted. That was that idea. It was just like
Yeah, I
finding
think like
those people.
that sort of stuff. Yeah, the human super. Yeah, I know exactly. Like they had a lot of just like freak guys from like Guinness World Records on there.
Yeah, I remember there was
The
a guy who
who
could like solve math faster than a calculator.
Oh, that's cool.
Yo, this looks cool
Oh.
as shit now. I've
Yeah,
come
it
I've
does.
come around to that design a lot more when it's in like a ring around his head like that. That looks cool. Oh, I missed one.
I'm gonna rewind Tai Chi.
Oh, right.
And then I'm calling it.
Oh no, there needs to be one right here, but it's gonna look dumb because the UVs are warped. Ugh, fuck. Well, let me see. Maybe I can make it work.
Here we go. This is the real shit.
This is what we watched this tape for 3 hours for. Go, 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 go.
Put it. Stop. Here we go. Here we go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I think part of it too is that the camera follows his movement slowly, so it looks like perfectly tracked. Yeah.
He's.
Oh.
Look at him go.
Go, 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 go. Yeah, just like copy this exact movement and speed it up. Like have it be sped up and backwards and then have a character fight like this.
Like fucked up mocap. That's such a good idea. Like you can't even. He's moving so fast you can't even like perceive his movements. And he's just
Yeah, you just take. Yeah, and he does this thing too where he keeps his hand in place because he's imagining that he's holding a ball, but then backwards it just looks like he's doing the robot.
His hand is not staying in the same place.
No, the backhand. When he like swings it back, he like moves his whole body around it. This is like that game, The Ball, where you just pretend to throw a ball to somebody.
Oh, I thought this was a video game. Just called The Ball.
That would be crazy. To call your game The Ball, and it's about a ball.
It's a ballsy
That's so
move.
ambitious. This is the game that defines the ball as a character. The ball will be in Smash after this game.
This game put the ball on the map. This game put the ball in the court.
Ball.
Ball.
Selecting it.
Oh, I also realized why I say balp instead of balp. Because
why?
they go back and forth. Like half of them say balp and half of them say balp.
I mean, I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Like
it's
Wayne,
not as.
I think it just comes down to like an accent. Because like Wayne and Holly say balp or balp, and then I think like Gurr and like Scorpy say balp. So it's like I couldn't decide which one to go with.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, go.
Yeah, he's just doing these like. That would be so cool to choreograph a fight where one person is moving backwards in time the whole time.
Yo, have you seen fucking the movie where that happens?
Is that Looper?
No, fucking god damn it. Christopher Nolan.
Is it an anime?
The new Christopher Nolan movie.
Tenet?
Yeah, Tenet.
I haven't seen it.
That's in Tenet.
Oh.
very cool scene. I overall am like kind of mixed on Tenet, I guess, but it had some really cool shit.
I have a couple movies like that where like I know that I will like them, but I just like haven't actually sat down. There's a bunch of stuff like that actually where it's just like I know it's gonna be good, so I don't really need it.
I think it's also that Tenet is such like a theater movie in my mind. That's why I was like, if we didn't go and watch it in the drive-in, I probably never would have watched it either.
Like I haven't seen what's the Tarantino one he did? Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Oh, you haven't seen that one yet?
No, I've just been saving it. Same as I was with Sekiro. Which, by the way, I don't think I've talked to you since I started playing that. That's like one of the best games ever.
Yeah, Sekiro's crazy. I definitely won't argue with you on that.
Yeah, it's so good.
I still feel like it's like the hardest Souls game.
To me, I personally got distracted in the Souls games, I think. Because like I really like how Sekiro is basically right in between Dark Souls and Mordhau.
Yeah.
Because like I was playing so much Mordhau, and then going to this is just like if you're a Mordhau guy, got a speed boost and a huge strength boost. It's like a huge upgrade from what I was doing before. So I feel so powerful. You can, because like all I was doing in Mordhau is you hit a guy, and he blocks, and you block over and over until the stamina gets really low, and then you step back and he swings and misses the swing, and then you step forward and hit him, and then he runs out of stamina. And that's Sekiro.
That's true, yeah.
Like I've gotten so good with the
another thing that made it hard for me is that like I never really did like a parrying sword guy in Dark Souls, and that like forces you to be that. So like I had to kind of learn that on the fly too. But I do think that game goes a lot harder than some Souls games. Like in certain boss fights, there's like way more fuckery in these games than Sekiro than the other ones. I feel like.
Yeah.
Like have you fought the monkey?
No, not yet. I am at the samurai guy at the top of the tower before. I know there's going to be like a big story thing right after where the map changes.
Yeah, there's a lot of good moments.
Yeah, it took me forever to beat the lady butterfly, the first big boss.
That took me a long time too. I think I got to the final boss and then just stopped playing. I think it was the final one, and I just couldn't beat it, and then I don't know if I just got distracted or what, but I just stopped playing it after that, and I kind of wish I didn't. I wish I would have finished it, because like finishing all the Souls games is kind of like.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever actually play Dark Souls 1 or 2.
You never
I might
played
try
it?
1. No, I just went straight to 3.
I think 2 is the most skippable one. It has a lot of good moments, but 1 I think is very much worth visiting.
Yeah.
I still think I'm genius
in the lore. Because like Sekiro has so many things that seem parallel to Dark Souls.
Yeah.
It's like it seems like it's just another culture's interpretation of the same thing that's going on. They're talking about like dragon's blood, bringing people back and stuff.
So wait, you got to the tower. So have you fought Kite Guy?
Well, I don't know. Is there a bigger kite boss than just the kite enemies?
I guess just tell me your experience with Kite Guy, like what that means to you.
That I go up on the roof of the castle, and there's like 2 kite guys that'll drop down every once in a while and fight me on the roof. So I've seen like Donkey's thing. When I saw something in the air, I was like, "Oh fuck you! I know you! I know you!"
Okay.
And I just like started.
That's the guy I want to think about. That was like one of my favorite moments in any Souls game. He's like, Just fucking pile drives you. That's so funny.
Yeah. Right now, I'm in the middle of trying to do the. I forget what it's called. It's like the Restless Monk or something like that. It's like a big purple guy in the swamps. I'm pretty sure you get the like breathing underwater from him.
There was one moment I found like a cave. I guess no, I won't say anything. 'Cause it's not a spoiler, but it's just like an experience that you probably could have on your own. So I'll just leave it.
Yeah. I do really like though, like I was saying, how like it's a lot less of an RPG.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, I don't have to worry about what sword I'm doing. Like they're not. I don't have to think like, am I using a weaker sword than I could be? It's just like that's the sword.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of merit to that, like kind of like stripping it back to basics.
But they filled it in with other stuff, like in the same way Dark Souls wouldn't have as many cutscenes. This has like very personal cutscenes to the character. You know, you're playing as Wolf. It's like one guy. He's like Solid Snake.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean, though. It's like coming back to the fundamentals, like, can allow you to just see shit in a completely different way and like improve your standing on stuff.
I feel like all the Dark Souls or all the From games that I've seen all play with like just the idea of like going back to the scene of the crime, or like the scene of your death, you know?
Yeah, I think that probably is just the fact that they're so fucking hard that you die all the time.
Well, it's like with Dark Souls, the idea is just like when you die, you drop your stuff, you have to go back. In this one, it's like you die and then everyone turns their back and you have a thing of like, shit, I could just kill them right now, but I'm super low health, and if I fail, I lose everything. Instead of like, I have to go run through the same thing again to get it back, then it's just like, okay, put away your pride, just like run back to the thing, don't lose everything.
Yeah, the return after death is such a good system. And it's like, it's kind of crazy how that it doesn't like change the balance of the game that much. Maybe that's why it's like harder.
Yeah.
It's like a more difficult game because you have like an extra life. Like if you told me I could play Dark Souls but I had a second life all the time, like I feel like that would make such a big difference. But then in Sekiro, I'm just like, I feel like I'm dying just as fucking much.
You can get like 3rd and 4th and 5th lives if you like keep stabbing people.
That's true. Yeah, you can like get your shit back.
That's what I was
like.
I just fought a boss recently, and I like brought him down pretty far, and then he killed me. I revived, healed, brought him down some more, and then just killed all his minions around him and got my resurrection back.
I never saved this as a blend file.
I didn't either actually until I put it away.
I did save the texture though, so that wouldn't have been that big of a deal, and I probably could have auto recovered. Just because my blender just froze for a second, and my heart just dropped. I got really scared. You're done,
All right,
though?
well, I'm heading out.
Before you go, I do have one thing I wanted to show you that I've been keeping low key.
Ooh.
It's not done yet, but I just figured I'd show it. I had a low poly guy I actually made last night as well.
Oh, sweet.
As like a practice. All I have textured is the head, but the model I think came out pretty good. I did like a female like horror monster thing. That's why I have Leon in here. I was trying to match the Resident Evil kind of style.
That's like a perfect Resident Evil type of deal.
I really like the body. The head texture, I'm not sure if that's what I'm gonna go with. I think it looks pretty good though. But the body, I'm like really happy with the topology of it.
Yeah. That looks awesome.
So my idea was I was gonna make this person. I redesigned this character I sent in there a little bit.
Oh.
I kind of want to make her this character. She has like the little guys on her shoulder with giant arms that are her arms instead. So I wanted to like model her and then pose her with her hands back behind like that, and then model another pair of arms that are like her actual arms. And they're like controlled by those little guys. And then
I was thinking
these guys have her eyes in them.
Oh, okay. I was thinking the other day, how would you do Machoke from the four-armed, or Machamp?
Would you just clone them, or would they have to be like? Because you couldn't do
At least
VR then.
VR. I mean, like, how you would do that? Just from a design perspective, even not even technically. Like, would you make it where all the arms move together as the same? Would you have two?
Oh,
that
like
dangle?
if I was making them for like an animation or like a custom game or something.
For VR chat.
Oh,
if you had a human on top of it and you could only do two, would you copy them? Because that's possible. You could just make it so they do the same thing. Or would you make two loose? Would you make the bottom ones dangle or like?
It'd be funny to have the bottom two be like dynamic bones, so just like mini
and they
arms
just
flopping around. I think the best way, maybe if you flip them. If you have it clone it, but it's flipped across the y-axis.
Yeah, that's true, like an X shape.
So you could have them like you could like clap with yourself, like horizontally or vertically.
Yeah, that would be very cool. That seems harder.
Yeah. Okay. God, I really want to fucking finish this guy.
Yeah.
I'm so happy.
Well,
with
that's
him.
all. One thing that I've learned too is that you can't expect to get a full 3D model done in a day.
Yeah.
That's why I've spent so many days awake in the middle of the night, because I just want to get it done. But it's a 3D model. It takes time.
I think the reason I really underestimate it is because of this. Like, I threw this model together pretty quickly, and then I did the texture, and I also had the texture on the arms, and it was like a pulled up sleeve, and she had like her actual palms like textured to look like a hand. Like, it actually looked really fucking good, and I didn't save them, and Blender crashed, and I lost them. So then I retextured again, and I remade the head, and I did that in like 5 hours. I was like, that was not that hard. So it like gave me this boost of confidence. And then this one has taken me, oh my god, what, like 15, 16 hours? Like, Jesus.
Yeah, coming up to it.
Okay, so I think I'm going to finish the head. Because all I have to do is these last few polys, and I'm going to figure out what I'm going to do with this like mohawk thing, and then I'll call it.
Cool.
I'm crazy happy with this guy, though. This guy's like one of my new favorite models I've made. Assuming he keeps going good.
You could, it just popped in my head, if the top was also like a crystalline orb.
Oh, like it's the same material as this?
Yeah. I guess that might take away from that piece, though. That just like popped in my head.
Oh shit, I extruded? What? I was just trying to move it. Whatever. There we go.
I didn't even mean like the shape or anything, just purely
I know, I just wanted to make it dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, if
could you
could you
extrude the diamond out into a claw, like a horn?
Oh yeah.
That doesn't
it's
look
like a
bad
little
at all.
heart. Look at that. Oh. Damn, it's that easy to turn a diamond into a heart.
Yeah, I mean, with the mirror tool on.
Bam. Now he's gay. Wait, is this guy the fucking trans flag color pattern?
No, it's a little different. There's like a bright blue.
Oh yeah.
I know because in the
It's like a
Minecraft
hue
server,
shift.
I'm in a Minecraft server for a podcast that I subscribe to on Patreon. So that's like the only way to get into the Minecraft server. And I felt like playing Minecraft, and I knew that I was paying for it technically, so I went in there. And they have a gigantic trans flag that's like just impossible to make. It's like you cannot traverse, you can't go in a certain direction. Like in a certain area, it just blocks all movement because you don't want to break it.
Yeah. You can't be that guy.
Yeah, so you have to like tunnel under it constantly.
That's funny.
But also in that that server is very funny. But they have like a thing where you could warp to different places. So you like type in warps to see the list of warps, and there's only one, and it's WTC. And then if you warp to WTC, you will see just the biggest thing I've ever seen in Minecraft of the Twin Towers burning. The World Trade
They're
Center
just
is
constantly
WTC.
burning.
Yeah, it has lava coming off of it. It's huge.
That's fucked.
I'm gonna go in it really quick because I know I can spawn. I can warp right there. There's a core of like 5 people, I think, in the server that are like that have been there since the beginning. So they've just done like if you go to the Nether, everything is farmed already. Or not farmed, but like everything is turned into a factory.
That's Jason
Like
and I
all
had
the
a
spawn-
Minecraft world that got like that, where like we had just set up so much shit. That's really satisfying getting a world like that. Jason did most of the work, but I helped.
This is my little area.
Oh, they have like shaders on there?
Oh, I just have shaders on.
You built this shit or you just claimed this?
I built all this.
All those houses on the left too?
Yeah, everything here. This is all. Anything that is this acacia wood is mine.
That's cool.
I also built a giant rail back to the main city.
That's like one of my most fond memories of playing Minecraft is like when I first started up, I had these like, I had a tunnel system that connected my whole world.
Yeah,
Like
the
every
rail
base.
is such a nice, like, whenever you feel like you want to do something, just like, well, I need to make a rail. Always going somewhere. So yeah, they have this thing of the blue Grinch.
Oh god. Is that
Which
like
in
a
that lore-
running joke or is that just a blue Grinch?
Yeah, it's a running joke, I think. I don't even remember the episode. I'm pretty sure it was just imagine a blue Grinch. And then I think they said he was gay. But that's the lore of Blue Grinch, is that he's the gay Grinch. I thought that this would be the World Trade Center.
So you don't know where it actually is on the map?
I thought I did. It's somewhere in the Homestead area. I thought it brought me right to it. So it must be very close.
Oh, you
It's
did
also
the
very
work?
close to the trans flag. I'm gonna
That's
just
dangerous.
turn chunks way up.
It's a disaster waiting to happen, dude.
I'm just gonna let this sit and load. So much shit.
You should drop your guy in the moop cord.
Oh yeah. Where should I drop that? Or like where do I...
Just a 3D
I
art
haven't
channel.
actually interacted in that Discord yet.
There's just a channel called 3D Art.
Oh, okay.
So it's just about showing off stuff you made, whether it's a work in progress or whatever. I mean, the Discord has one too. Just video in 3D. I swear I've seen that. I've been recommended that Pixar Elbow video so many fucking times.
Oh, really?
And I know you're the one who's done it too, but and I watched it, and it's a very fucking genius video, and that's why it's recommended a lot. But it's just funny that like
Have other people done it though?
I've seen it in the Discord like 5 times probably.
It's crazy how there's
I feel like
one
Hamilton recommended it to me, maybe. Like
It's literally.
Sorry, that was bad timing.
I was just gonna say that's like, at this point, I fully understand that to be just the answer to anyone complaining about weight painting or like weird informations. Just like, watch this video. Are you doing this?
And it'll like
then do this.
Enlighten your view on how this whole thing works.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one where it was like it became a little triangle poking out was fucking crazy. And then when you do the smooth shading, it just becomes a full ass elbow.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, like that's so smart. But yeah, the reason I brought that up is because when I opened up the Discord, it got sent in there.
I thought this would bring me closer, but it's so hard to find anything.
Did you just run the opposite direction of it, maybe? Are you running like away from it?
I'm running in like a spiral around the whole homestead. If I can find, I know it's there's one castle that like the main people own, where like the entire bottom, it's like 50 blocks down of gold blocks as their foundation. I guess also if you contribute to this server, like you help pay for server costs, you get extra stuff. Like I've seen people with scythes and like custom weapons.
So it's a pretty heavily modded server?
It's lightly modded, I would say. There's only a few things. Like most of the mods are for the people who pay, I think. Or like there are extra mods for it, but the main one that I like in this is MCMMO. Have you ever used that before?
No, that didn't ring any bells.
It basically just assigns stats to everything. So like when you hit a plant, your herbalism goes up, and when you mine, your mining goes up, and you have like special skills. So when you're mining, you can right click and then you just speed mine for like 5 seconds, and that number the duration goes up as you increase your level.
That sounds fun, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's just like gives you something to do sometimes, because it also makes it where like if you level up your shovel enough, you can make it where like digging in gravel can also get you gunpowder, and digging in dirt gets you glowstone.
There's a mod, I don't remember what the mod pack is called, but it's like some catchy name to it, and it's like Minecraft fucking like nightmare mode, but it has like stats like that too.
Oh.
Where it's like leveling up your character and shit. But it also spawns in like a million types of monsters that are all like unique monsters. Like they're not at all in the fucking style of Minecraft, and they just fucking destroy you. Like it's so weird, but it's fun. But
check out my skin.
Oh, that's sick. I should have recognized it from the hand. I was thinking it'd be kind of cool to make a Hazy VR chat player model, but that might be hard.
Yeah. You might be better off just trying to rip it somehow.
Yeah, that'd probably be easier.
Alright, well I thought this would be easier to find. It's probably back somewhere over there, but I don't... When I started this, it said like, we recommend you build your home in the homestead so you could put your shop there and stuff. And I was just like, no, fuck you. I'm gonna go in a straight line. Actually, they have a thing where you could just warp to like a random warp where nobody's been before.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Is that what you did, or you just found a place?
Yeah, I just did that and then built there. That's another thing that actually is great about this is you can warp to your home at any time.
What do you think about this?
Yeah, that looks cool. The like gradient.
It's like a little brainy, but I think it works. I feel like I might want it to be a little more smooth, though. Like I might want them to be more connected. Feels like they're like bumps on his head or something.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I recognize this area. I think I'm close. I don't want to go too much longer, but I keep thinking I'm close.
That's gonna keep you there forever, dude.
Well, the homestead is only so big. I just gotta think which direction I've ran in. I think I was running home.
When you ran into it?
Yeah, I was running home from the homestead, so it was... Let me think. I think that's 32, so it's this way.
I'm not sure I like the look of it, like having ridges. Now it looks like a six-pack or something. Like, I like the general idea. I just wish it was one like clean texture.
I thought of it more like plates. Like plates overlapping, kind of like scales.
I feel like this looks exactly like abs.
Well, yeah, right there it does. Before it looked sharper, I feel like.
Yeah,
between the lines.
I definitely softened it up. It was like more like this.
Yeah, that I think that looks more like scales or something.
Maybe if I shade it like from the side as well, so it looks more like a gem.
Yeah, I'm imagining it like they're retractable or something.
Wait, now I made them abs again. Fuck.
Yeah, those look more like abs.
What if I get rid of that crease? Much less ab-like. I think that looks good. I think that works. Yeah, let's both drop our guys in the moop cord.
Yeah.
And then we'll call it a night.
If I ever find the World Trade Center, I'll show you. It
that
truly
not
is
right
incredible.
there?
I think it's further away from the homestead because I know the castle next to it and it's huge. And if I was able to find it, I would find it much quicker because I forgot the way they built it is they just put dynamite over like it's further than you can see. The entire world is just decimated. It's a giant pit of like nothing.
Jeez.
Like if you look at it and turn left and right, it's all you see. But I feel like they made it
Complete ground
1-to-one
zero.
with real. Like, I think they made it proportional to the real Twin Towers.
Is that what they call it? Ground Zero?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even think about that. I bet they did do... That's like a great thing to do in Minecraft. Like, you explode a bunch of stuff and make that the ground zero, and then you just use all the exploded stuff to build the remains of the Twin Towers.
Maybe that's what they did, yeah.
These guys are crazy, though. The castle is enormous. But yeah, I'm going to bed.
Drop your guy. Don't forget.
Just forget.
I'm gonna drop him. I'm gonna drop my guy right now. Just
Moop
what he's
cord.
got.
Where'd I put the moop cord? Oh yeah, there it is. I see it. The Pixar.
Is it in the moop cord too?
Yeah, it just was like it was the front page basically for me when I went in. So which one? 3D art?
Yeah. Guess I'll drop mine and tag you in it first. See, now it makes sense when you... why I tagged you if you send yours right after. Can I save this? Whatever. God, the model came out so much better than the fucking drawing. Looking back at the drawing now is like ugh. Stop streaming. Okay, goodbye stream. I am done for the day. Goodbye, one concurrent viewer.
All right.